The jarring sound of an alarm assaulted his eardrums, and in the darkness, he caught a glimpse of a red light flashing frantically. Shen Lichuan felt as though his body was tightly confined within some container, jolting violently. Struggling to open his eyes, he saw, through a haze, the electronic screen before him flashing the urgent red word warning. Countless red lights around him flickered wildly, the alarm growing increasingly frantic and piercing. Suddenly, a cold electronic voice echoed in Shen Lichuan's ears, initiating emergency landing procedures. Countdown starting in 3, 2, 1, launch. FCK. Shen Lichuan's eyes widened in terror, his mouth silently forming a phrase of national essence. As his dazed consciousness failed to grasp this sudden turn of events, darkness enveloped him once more, and he lost awareness. Before his consciousness faded, one thought lingered in Shen Lichuan's mind. This nightmare was far too absurd. Segment Hey, wake up to... A hand struck Shen Lichuan's face with unyielding force, producing a crisp slap. He jolted awake, gasping for breath. The suffocating tension from before had yet to dissipate, and the near-death sensation clutched his throat, causing him to shiver violently while seated on the ground. Wait, seated on the ground? Shen Lichuan instinctively grasped the earth beneath him, his senses returning as his gaze sharpened, finally revealing the scene before him and the man half-crouched in front of him. Before him lay a patch of grass, scattered with cans and vacuum-sealed packages, with bushes and trees not far away. The man in front wore tactical attire and a bulletproof vest, carrying a rifle over his shoulder. Beneath his neatly cropped hair was a face marked by strong lines, and a sharp gaze fixated on Shen Lichuan, his brow slightly furrowed in displeasure. Noticing Shen Lichuan's gaze upon him, the man slightly raised his chin and succinctly introduced himself. Li Feng, physiological age 26, former mercenary, your captain. Shen Lichuan was taken aback. He pinched his thigh hard with his right hand. The pain surged through his nerves to his brain, causing his face to twitch and tears to well up in his eyes. Bad news. The pain was real. He was not awake. This was no dream. This was reality. Good news. He was still alive. Shen Lichuan recalled accompanying his superior to a client dinner the previous day, where he had downed a bottle of liquor in one go to secure a lucrative deal. As he helped the client into the car, he had forced himself to think that he would definitely request a leave from the company to rest properly. The health check center had already called several times for him to retrieve his results, and he intended to get a follow-up done as well. The staff had mentioned that several indicators in the test report were abnormal, and he could not afford to delay the re-examination any longer. However, he could not recall the specifics of the issues mentioned, nor had he picked up the report, hoping it was nothing serious. Before he could finish this train of thought, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach, a burning sensation rising up his throat, intensifying his headache. His arm, propped against the wall, began to tremble, and his legs felt weak. Battling the metallic taste rising in his throat, Shen Lichuan struggled to swallow. His body was in distress. Uncontrollable shivers coursed through him, and in the moment of darkness, he heard the gasps of those around him and the panicked voice of his superior. "We're doomed, my bonus." This was Shen Lichuan's final thought. So how did he end up here? Had he crossed over? If he had crossed over, what had happened to his original body? Was it dead? And who did this body belong to? Had its original owner perished? Most importantly, what was this bonus name? What was going on? A myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind. Shen Lichuan swallowed hard, the pretense of calmness betraying his inner turmoil, fearing that the man before him might discern his unease and shoot him on the spot. Seeing Shen Lichuan remain silent, his gaze fixated blankly on him, Li Feng's brow furrowed even deeper. His probing gaze swept over Shen Lichuan several times, and he spoke. "Shen Lichuan, did you hit your head? Are you injured?" "Huh? No, just feeling a bit unwell," Shen Lichuan replied instinctively. "How do you know my name?" The question slipped out before he could think, and he nearly bit his tongue in regret. What was wrong with him? Why had he blurted that out? Shen Lichuan wished he could slap himself. In the temporary captain, I reviewed everyone's profiles before departure. Li Feng stated as he stood up, his left hand brushing against the tactical dagger at his waist. He turned and headed towards the woods. "If you're feeling all right, get up and start collecting the supplies scattered around. We'll likely be spending the night here. Don't wander too far, there may be dangers nearby. Also, gather some branches, we need to start a fire for warmth." Watching Li Feng's figure disappear into the trees, Shen Lichuan rose, brushing the dust off his pants, his confusion deepening. Did the original owner share his name? Or had he misheard? Looking at his hands, they indeed resembled his own from before, though the skin was a bit pale and devoid of calluses, suggesting a lack of hard labor. Shen Lichuan touched his face, wishing for a mirror to see what he looked like. But pondering too much was futile. It seemed the memories of the emergency landing were real. Forcing himself to regain composure, Shen Lichuan resolved to follow the instructions of the man named Li Feng and collect the supplies that had fallen during the landing, while also gathering some branches. Taking a few steps closer, Shen Lichuan crouched down to examine the vacuum-sealed packages and cans scattered on the ground. The cans looked similar to those from his previous life, cylindrical and metallic, labeled with canned meat products, while the yellow vacuum-sealed package read compressed biscuits. It appeared these would be his rations for the foreseeable future. Shen Lichuan picked up a pack of compressed biscuits, weighing it in his hand, noting it felt much like the ones he used to buy at the supermarket in his previous life. Its weight indicating that one pack was likely enough for a day's sustenance. Next to the cans and biscuits lay a tactical dagger, which Shen Lichuan cautiously picked up. Drawing it from its sheath, he marveled at the deep matte black blade, made of high-carbon stainless steel with a special coating, its smooth lines reflecting an undeniable sharpness. Since no one else is claiming it, this will be mine, he muttered to himself, returning the dagger to its sheath before firmly gripping the hilt and walking in the opposite direction of Li Feng. The clearing was small. A few steps led him to low shrubs bearing unknown blue-purple fruits. The fruits resembled raspberries, but were significantly larger, hanging in clusters beneath the leaves, leaving him uncertain if they were edible. Navigating around the bushes and trees, Shen Lichuan spotted a broken escape pod lying in a nearby pit, surrounded by scattered mechanical debris from its impact. On the door of the escape pod was a damaged nameplate, engraved with the words Shen Lichuan. It was his escape pod. Struggling, Shen Lichuan pried the nameplate off with the dagger, examining it closely. Besides his name, a line of smaller text read, 28132 Chiyuan Life Technology. What does this mean? Shen Lichuan pondered, growing increasingly perplexed. He crawled into the escape pod, searching meticulously for any additional clues regarding this body, but found nothing. It appeared the pod had already been searched. Li Feng must have taken everything useful when he rescued him. After rummaging for some time, Shen Lichuan found a small black box in a corner, opening it to reveal a mechanical device resembling an electronic watch with SLC engraved on the back, presumably the initials of Shen Lichuan. This seems to belong to the original owner, he murmured, attempting to strap the device onto his wrist. Upon contact with his skin, the band rapidly tightened, securing itself around his wrist. After examining the device several times, he found no sign of a power button. The black, glass-like surface resembled a display, glimmering slightly in the sunlight. Regardless of how he pressed or tapped it, the device did not respond as he had hoped. From a distance, it resembled a bracelet. Having abandoned his attempts to understand the device, Shen Lichuan concealed it beneath his sleeve and prepared to search for other useful items. It seemed futile to continue searching the escape pod. He meticulously scoured a 30-meter radius around it, discovering a fallen multifunctional emergency kit containing a card knife, entrenching tool, emergency blanket, matches, lighting equipment, and other supplies. He also found 2 food packages, one intact and the other damaged, from which the cans and compressed biscuits had spilled. 2 cans leaked, leaving 6 intact, and 6 packs of compressed biscuits remained. Apart from the food and tools, Shen Lichuan also unearthed a medical kit buried beneath a pile of decaying leaves, containing 6 vials of syringes. When Shen Lichuan returned to the clearing, arms laden with his findings, he found Li Feng sharpening a wooden stick at the tip, preparing to clear the grass. "What is this for?" Shen Lichuan asked, perplexed, as he set down the objects cradled in his arms. "Building a bonfire," Li Feng replied, his hands tirelessly driving the pointed ends of wooden sticks forcefully into the ground, twisting his wrist to pry up clumps of soil and grass roots. "I just took a walk around. To the north in the distance lies a cliff, and approximately 2 kilometers to the northwest, there's a river winding down the steep slope. The terrain here is elevated and relatively flat, making it an ideal spot to set up a camp with a stable water source, free from concerns of flooding during rain." Truly deserving of his role as the temporary leader, He had managed to ascertain the surrounding terrain. Within moments, his survival skills were evidently top-notch. Shen Lichuan mused to himself. If it were left to him, he would likely perish within 3 days due to unforeseen circumstances. Do you need my assistance with that? Shen Lichuan ventured tentatively. No need. I can finish this up quickly, Li Feng replied without lifting his gaze. All right, Shen Lichuan rubbed his hands together. I just spotted my escape pod. There's hardly anything left inside, but I managed to find some food nearby, and something that looks like a medical kit. Oh, and there's also a toolkit. Upon hearing this, Li Feng straightened up, discarding the wooden stick and brushing off his hands. Show it to me. That's a valuable find. As Li Feng beheld the entrenching tool within the bag, his voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. He picked up the tool with his right hand and patted Shen Lichuan's shoulder with his left, saying, "You've been a tremendous help. With this, we can expedite the construction of our camp significantly." In response, Shen Lichuan smiled awkwardly and inquired, "Is there anything else you need me to do?" "Well," Li Feng pondered for a moment, "I need some sufficiently hard wood, nothing too thick, just about the length of an arm, and some resilient vines, both thin and thicker ones." "Something like this," Li Feng said, handing Shen Lichuan a greenish vine, about the thickness of his thumb, smooth to the touch and devoid of any leaves. "Head north," Li Feng pointed in a direction, advising, "There are plenty of these vines near the cliffs. I've scouted the path, and it's relatively safe, but do watch your step and be careful not to fall." "Understood," Shen Lichuan acknowledged, setting off toward the direction Li Feng indicated. As he surveyed the unfamiliar vegetation surrounding him, the sense of unreality that had been pressing down on him slowly began to lift. He instinctively toyed with the tactical dagger he had found, lost in contemplation. The name engraved on the escape pod's doorplate was identical to his own name before he crossed over. Was there a connection? What did the numbers beneath the name signify? What was Qi Yuan Life Technology? It sounded like a company involved in biotechnology. Could it be that this body was somehow linked to Qi Yuan Life Technology? Had the original owner of this body perished before his arrival? Or perhaps, was this body a clone? Or something akin to a bionic being? Recalling the novels and films he had consumed prior to his transition, a shiver ran down Shen Lichuan's spine. This kind of setup sounds like the antagonist, damn, he muttered. His thoughts began to spiral, envisioning himself being shot through the heart by Li Feng, his energy core exploding and then being dismembered for the extraction of the chip from his brain. From Shen Lichuan's extensive reading experience, it was evident that crossing over without a system often meant one could not return. Dying here would indeed be the end. Although he was still uncertain about the circumstances of this world, he was alive for the time being. Li Feng appeared formidable enough to take him down with a single punch. Should he find himself in the unfortunate position of playing the role of the villain, he would need to conceal his identity carefully. Living was paramount. Shen Lichuan resolved to strive for survival. With a mind filled with concerns and wandering thoughts, Shen Lichuan dawdled for quite some time before finally gathering the items Li Feng had requested. Binding the wood and vines together, he hastened his pace toward the direction of the camp. Halfway there, he suddenly heard a rustling sound emanating from the bushes. As if a medium to large creature was navigating through the underbrush, the noise growing increasingly closer. Shen Lichuan abruptly halted, discarding the vine in his hand as he hastily drew his dagger. Gripping the hilt tightly with both hands, the blade pointed toward the source of the sound. The fear of the unknown danger heightened his senses. He fixed his gaze on the quivering leaves, clenching his jaw, afraid to make even the slightest noise. What could be lurking there? Chapter 2. New teammates. The rustling sound grew louder, and the swaying of the branches became increasingly pronounced. Shen Lichuan, gripping his dagger, quietly retreated a step, hoping to circumvent this unknown danger. Just then, a head suddenly emerged from behind the bushes. Adorned with short hair, resembling that of a young human female. As Shen Lichuan caught sight of her, the girl also noticed him brandishing the dagger. She was startled for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. Raising one hand in a reassuring manner and saying, "Don't be afraid. My name is Chun Yao, and I am your teammate." "You are Shen Lichuan, correct?" "Teammate." Shen Lichuan felt a twinge of skepticism as he glanced at the girl's raised arm. It bore no flesh and blood but seemed to be a mechanical limb, emanating a silvery sheen. "Yes, Li Hong sent me to find you." Noticing Shen Lichuan's intense gaze, the girl lowered her arm, signaling him to relax. And continued, I woke up a little earlier than you, over by the river, which is why you didn't see me when you regained consciousness. Li Hong mentioned you went alone to the cliff, and I was concerned. So I came to check on you. Seeing Shen Lichuan lower the tightly gripped tactical dagger, the girl stepped out from the thicket, cradling a handful of familiar-looking blue-purple berries. She extended her mechanical bionic arm amicably and introduced herself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chun Yao, a biologist at the Base Life Sciences Institute. Shen Lichuan reached out to shake Chun Yao's hand, the cold, mechanical touch heightening his anxiety, with a hint of panic in his voice. He stammered, hello, I am. Shen Lichuan found himself at a loss for words. He only knew the name of this body, while the previous identity remained a mystery to him. Sensing his discomfort, Chun Yao smiled and continued. How are you feeling now? When Li Hong dragged you out of the emergency pod, you were in a deep coma, with very low life signs. He was worried you might not wake up. Emergency awakening carries risks, especially since you had been in cryogenic stasis. The forced awakening from the crash caused an imbalance in your bodily functions if you had remained in a coma without advanced medical equipment for emergency care. You might have continued to sleep indefinitely. As she spoke, Chun Yao scrutinized Shen Lichuan from head to toe, adding, fortunately, your current condition appears satisfactory. I feel all right, Shen Lichuan replied. Feeling somewhat uneasy under Chun Yao's gaze, he took a step back, lowering his eyes and bending down to pick up the bundle he had previously dropped. Finding no apparent abnormalities in his body, taking advantage of this action, he averted his gaze to conceal the emotion swirling within him. Quickly reflecting on Chun Yao's words, low life signs, prolonged deep coma, bodily function imbalance due to the crash, just as he was troubled about how to explain his current state of ignorance. Chun Yao's comments provided him with inspiration. This would serve as his excuse. Gathering his thoughts and emotions, Shen Lichuan stood up, instinctively touching the tip of his nose, clearing his throat before saying, I just can't quite recall things from before. There are many after effects of forced awakening. Merely having a fuzzy memory is not a significant issue, Chun Yao remarked nonchalantly. If your body experiences any other problems, feel free to come to me. My work experience at the Base Life Sciences Institute has given me extensive knowledge about biological experiments, and I possess some medical knowledge as well. The bionic eye I installed is equipped with a high-precision human body scanner, capable of detecting whether your bodily state is normal. The bionic limb I have can also fulfill simple medical procedures. As she spoke, Chun Yao demonstrated her arm. The silver mechanical bionic arm shimmered with a faint blue light. And suddenly the smooth forearm split open, transforming into 5 smaller mechanical arms that could operate independently. Each small mechanical hand revealed hidden surgical instruments, such as scalpels, as their fingers retracted. The surreal technological marvel left Shen Lichuan somewhat astonished. Is all of you mechanical? He inquired. Not entirely. Mostly, Chun Yao replied. I was frail as a child, and without transforming my weak body into a mechanical prosthetic, I wouldn't have lived long. Noticing Shen Lichuan's puzzled expression, she continued, the crisis of intelligent machinery has passed for over 2,000 years. Although the notion that machines can generate their own intelligence still circulates, such events have not occurred since the apocalypse era. On my home planet, installing bionic limbs is quite normal. They are truly convenient and have allowed me to live healthily until now. Chun Yao added, if you get the chance, you could try it too. I can help you install a bionic limb. Although I haven't operated one myself, the theories are interchangeable. That may not be necessary, Shen Lichuan thought to himself. His original arms functioned quite well, and there seemed to be no need for such an endeavor. Moreover, the phrase theories are interchangeable sounded somewhat dubious. Restoring her arm, Chun Yao casually picked a cluster of blue-purple berries from her embrace and tossed one into her mouth, noticing Shen Lichuan's gaze. She asked, would you like one? I just picked these from those plants. They have a sweet and sour taste, quite delightful. Is that safe to eat? Aren't you afraid of poisoning? Shen Lichuan was taken aback by her nonchalant attitude towards consuming unknown fruits, even enthusiastically inviting him to join her. I've tried them. They are not toxic, so you can eat them without worry. Chun Yao reached out, grabbing a handful of berries and stuffing them into Shen Lichuan's arms. My stomach and liver are bionic organs, and the process of food decomposition within me also tests and analyzes whether the food is safe. If it were toxic, my bionic organs would metabolize it and send alarm signals to the chip in my brain. Generally, I don't experience food poisoning. Everything I eat is safe. With a playful wink, she added, with me as your poison tester, you can eat with confidence. Seeing Chun Yao's certainty, Shen Lichuan tentatively picked one up and placed it in his mouth. The sweet and sour flavor burst in his mouth, and he was pleasantly surprised to find the fruit truly enjoyable. The two of them munched on the berries as they walked towards the camp. Along the way, Shen Lichuan learned that the three of them had been attacked during their mission, causing the ship's cabin to sustain damage and crash. Prior to the crash, the ship's main program selected the nearest planet for landing. Executing an emergency descent protocol for everyone aboard. Is it common for ships to crash? Shen Lichuan inquired. Somewhat. I heard that before us. The home base had also dispatched several ships, but it seems they have yet to receive any signals from those vessels. Chewing on a berry, Jin Yao's voice became somewhat muffled. I suspect they, like us, have fallen somewhere unknown. Those with good luck might still be alive, while those with bad luck may have already been hunted by the local intelligent life forms. My teacher used to say that things often fall from the sky. On his home planet, he found several humans who had dropped from above. It seems that the closer one gets to the center of the galaxy, the more common such occurrences become. Our home planet is located on the edge of the galaxy, so we encounter such situations less frequently. Regardless, the galaxy is rife with peril, and unknown planets are not always inhabited by friendly and kind intelligent beings. Our safe landing, waking up intact, and so far encountering no dangers is indeed a stroke of good fortune, Chen Yao reflected. As they conversed, the two had returned to the clearing. The center of the camp had already been cleared by Li Hong, revealing a patch of bare ground where a pit of moderate size had been dug. Surrounding the pit were stones stacked high, with the gaps filled with soil, forming a makeshift stove. Inside, some dry branches were tossed, and flames occasionally leaped out, crackling with a popping sound. Li Hong was seated beside the earthen stove, focused intently on striking a stone. We're back. I picked quite a few berries on the way. They can serve as our little dessert. Chen Yao greeted Li Hong familiarly. What are you up to? Chen Yao inquired, finding a clear spot to set down her belongings. I'm sharpening the edges of this stone to make 2 axes, Li Hong replied, lifting the stone in his hand to examine it closely in the light. I plan to build a simple shelter here, so we have a makeshift safe haven. Wood is abundant here, and with axes, we can chop trees to gather enough suitable timber. Judging by the weather, it shouldn't rain in the next few days, but beyond that, it's hard to predict. If we don't manage to set up shelter before the rain comes, things could turn dire. We lack proper medical facilities and sufficient supplies, and falling ill in such circumstances often means death. As he spoke, Li Hong handed over a rudimentary stone axe he had fashioned, saying, you two can try this to see if it works. If not, I'll think of ways to improve it. It doesn't need to be too thick. Just about the thickness of an arm will do. Li Hong added. The axe handle was made from a sturdy, unrefined piece of wood, with a chunk of unpolished stone embedded at the top. Under the impact of external force, the stone shattered along its grain, its sharp edges forming the blade of the axe, while the uneven surface of the axe head bore the irregular cuts left by the fractured stone. The rough texture of the axe handle left Shen Lichuan somewhat skeptical. Could this axe truly be functional? As it turned out, it was indeed usable, albeit far less effective than a proper axe. After toiling for the better part of the day, he had scarcely felled a few trees, while his hands began to feel as though they might blister. After a busy spell, the daylight had faded considerably. Shaking out his arms, Shen Lichuan felt a sharp ache in his palms that he needed to discuss this with the team leader. Next time, the wood ought to be smoothed out a bit, as this tool was quite painful to wield. Let's have Li Feng craft a few more. Chen Yao interjected. The one I'm using is already showing signs of wear. Initially, Shen Lichuan had been working alone, but soon, Chen Yao joined to assist. Although she was a girl, her bionic enhancements granted her a significant advantage in strength, making her notably more efficient than Shen Lichuan. The axe handle, crafted from coarse wood, felt dreadful in the hands, but posed no issue for the mechanical hand made from polymer materials. The two of them gathered the felled timber, binding it into small bundles with vines and dragging it back. I am starving. I should have brought some food, Chen Yao murmured as they walked, lamenting the energy demands of her bionic body. While it was powerful and agile, facilitating both work and research, it consumed energy rapidly and left her hungry quickly. By the time they returned to the camp, night had completely fallen. Chapter 3. This world seated before the flickering campfire, Shen Lichuan and his companions nibbled on compressed biscuits on the makeshift stove. A stone slab held 3 opened cans, each filled with water, steaming gently. So, does anyone truly know where we are? Shen Lichuan inquired. Theoretically, yes, Li Feng replied, his voice slightly muffled as he chewed on his biscuit. For safety reasons, the emergency landing pod we were equipped with lacked communication devices and a positioning system. which minimized the chances of being tracked by Alltech during our escape. The only signal transmitter we carried was damaged upon landing, and we would need to repair it before it could be used, yet we have no spare parts. This situation sounded rather dire. If we could find suitable components to repair the signal transmitter, we might be able to contact the base on our home planet and request assistance. However, before that, we must survive until the day we can fix the transmitter. Who is Alltech? Shen Lichuan asked. Lichuan looked at him with a hint of surprise. And Chen Yao interjected, "It's likely a side effect from being forcibly awakened in the cryosleep pod, perhaps coupled with some stress reactions from the landing. It was quite fortunate that he had not suffered any brain damage or physical injuries. Nearly a loss of memory regarding events that transpired prior to their descent. I see. Then let me explain it all from the beginning. According to Li Feng, it was now the year 5300 of the solar calendar. Over 2 millennia ago, human civilization had reached unprecedented heights, shining like a brilliant jewel. The extraordinary advancement of technology made interstellar travel commonplace as humanity expanded outward from their original planet, exploring the entire star system. Simultaneously, the rapid development of machinery and industry led to the widespread application of artificial intelligence in various fields. The rallying cry of flesh and blood are weak. Machinery ascends grew ever more fervent until the onset of the intelligent machine crisis. The precise cause of this crisis remains shrouded in mystery. It struck suddenly, sweeping across the entire star system and plunging it into prolonged chaos. Those machines that once served humanity broke free from their chains, engaging in fierce conflicts with various human factions. Concurrently, individuals who ardently pursued mechanical enhancement found their self-awareness gradually consumed by the chips implanted in their brains, losing their sense of self and becoming puppets of mechanical will. The ensuing conflicts and wars among these intelligent machines spread like wildfire, extending from the most prosperous planets to the entirety of the star system. The flames of war ravaged various planets, nearly obliterating human civilization. A small fraction of humanity escaped the death toll of war, safeguarding the embers of civilization in hidden corners throughout the star system. With the cessation of hostilities, they emerged to reclaim the glory of human civilization. Archaeologists at the base discovered numerous remnants from the old era within ancient ruins. They speculate that our home planet is situated on the fringes of the star system, which is why it was not entirely purged during the crisis, allowing it to retain some technology and knowledge. Chen Yao continued. It was said that the supreme ruler of the intelligent machines was known as Alltech, who tirelessly monitored signals emanating from across the star system. In recent decades, the base's astronomical institute had detected increasingly potent unidentified signals and had begun to observe intelligent machines being deployed to the home planet. Although the frequency of these deployments was low and each instance was promptly dealt with, the situation incited widespread panic. Archaeologists theorized that significant clues regarding the crisis and potential solutions might lie on planets closer to the center of the star system. Consequently, the base proposed the Ascension Plan with the aim of finding a means of self-rescue. Regardless, we must find a way to establish contact with the base, ascertain the coordinates of this planet, and request spaceship support. Before that, we must simply survive until we can repair the signal transmitter. Surviving that didn't seem like an easy task. Swallowing the last bite of his biscuit, Shen Lichuan wore a grave expression. In his previous life, he had merely been a diligent worker, and he had never once ventured into the wild. His knowledge of survival in such settings amounted to virtually nothing. Moreover, this world bore no resemblance to the one he remembered, leaving him without any points of reference. Glancing at his own hands, plain and unremarkable, he appeared to be the quintessential human. According to Li Feng, the task they were about to undertake was fraught with danger and difficulty. Li Feng himself was a nimble mercenary with maxed-out survival skills, while Chen Yao was a bionic-enhanced individual with considerable expertise in biology. What of him? What had compelled the original owner of this body to join such a perilous mission? Noticing Shen Lichuan's serious demeanor, Li Feng approached and reassuringly patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't be anxious. Feeling fear and unease in the face of the unknown is entirely normal. Our situation is not yet so dire. Let us rest for now. I'll take first watch tonight." After sending Shen Lichuan and Chen Yao off to sleep, Li Feng remained alone by the campfire, lost in thought as he gazed into the flickering flames. The night here was eerily quiet. The dancing light of the fire resembled a specter in the darkness, casting shadows across Li Feng's face and the figures of Shen Lichuan and Chen Yao, who lay nearby. There were no chirps of insects or the calls of birds. Apart from the faint crackle of burning wood and the soft breaths of his companions, The surroundings were enveloped in profound silence. Li Feng's instincts stirred a sense of unease within him. Although every planet in the vast star system possessed its unique landscapes and life forms, it was rare to find a planet devoid of all life. Here, there were plants and rivers, indicating that this planet was not a dead world. Despite having conducted a rough search during the day, he had found no signs of strange beasts, nests, or perilous creatures. All these observations suggested that this land should be safe, at least for the time being. Yet, it was too quiet. Aside from the occasional crackle of sparks, Li Feng picked up a canister from the fire, took a sip of hot water, and focused his mind. He remained alert, his right hand resting on the rifle slung across his back, ears straining to catch any unusual sounds. Nothing. This place felt odd. He would need to conduct a thorough search of the area come morning, but Li Feng resolved to do so. Chapter 4. The first breakfast sleeping on the ground was far from comfortable. As dawn's light began to filter through the air, Shen Lichuan opened his eyes. The damp atmosphere was infused with the crisp scent of morning, and he inhaled deeply, stretching his stiff shoulders as he rose. Every part of him felt as though a vehicle had run over him, each bone protesting in pain. You're awake? Come and eat something, Chen Yao called out. The cans on the stone slab bubbled with steaming water. As Shen Lichuan caught the compressed biscuit thrown to him by Chen Yao, he broke off a small piece and tossed it into his own can. Where is everyone? It's just the two of us. He looked around, not spotting Li Feng. He went to the riverbank, Chen Yao replied, chewing on her biscuit. I hope he brings back something good. This is too dry, it's choking me. By the riverbank. Li Feng stood with a spear he had fashioned from a slender stick, intently watching a fish-like creature swimming in the water. Its body was elongated and streamlined, its surface adorned with scales that shimmered like crystal, reflecting light subtly. Its enormous eyes dominated its head, with pupils of a bluish-green hue that blended with the riverbed's moss. The dorsal and caudal fins bore irregular transparent stripes, swaying gently with the current. Li Feng tightened his grip on the spear, steadied his breath, bent his knees slightly, and quietly crouched, aiming the spear's tip at the unknown creature. Mentally calculating the distance and speed, the fish glided slowly through the flowing water, its movements captivating Li Feng's gaze as it traced an elegant trajectory. In the exact moment it came to a halt, Li Feng suddenly thrust his spear forward, his arm exerting force as the spear pierced the water like an arrow, accurately targeting its mark. The tip of the spear struck firmly against the fish's flank. It quivered violently, struggling desperately, its body twisting in frantic motions, while its tail fin splashed vigorously, sending ripples across the surface. Success! A surge of joy filled Li Feng's heart as he swiftly lifted it. Casting it onto the shore, far from the river's edge, the fish thrashed on the ground, making its final attempts to escape, flipping incessantly and thrashing its tail against the earth, producing a rapid popping sound. Li Feng approached, piercing its head mercilessly with the spear, waiting for the fish to cease its movements completely before picking it up to wash off the mud that clung to its body by the riverbank. He intended to present it to Chen Yao for a taste test. Li Feng returned to the camp, holding the fish, which weighed approximately 2 pounds. Upon seeing the catch in his hands, Chen Yao's eyes brightened as she stood up excitedly, exclaiming, "You did it, Li Feng, quite impressive. Where did you find this?" "By the riverbank," Li Feng replied, lifting the fish slightly. "I'm not sure if it's safe to eat, so you should try it first." "Sounds good. Let us hurry and roast it," Chen Yao said cheerfully as she moved the stones on the earthen stove. Li Feng skewered the fish whole, making several incisions along its sides with his dagger, and suspended it over the heat source of the bonfire, occasionally turning it with a stick. The flames danced, causing the fish to quiver slightly, emitting a crackling sound. Li Feng continued to rotate the stick in his hand, allowing the flames to evenly caress the fish's body. As time passed, a light brown char began to form on the fish's surface, its skin turning golden, while the flesh gradually shrank and tightened. The surface of the fish meat bubbled slightly under the flame's heat, and through the charred skin, the flesh began to lose its transparency, morphing into a pale white hue, with oil seeping out and dripping onto the burning wood, creating a crisp crackling sound. Is it ready to eat? The aroma of the burning wood mingled with the savory scent of the fish, wafting through the air, making Chen Yao restless. "Just a little longer." "It's not fully cooked yet," Li Feng replied, flipping the fish meat with his dagger. Shen Lichuan also felt a pang of hunger as he stared at the fish, noticing its back beginning to split slightly, revealing the unique tender texture of the flesh, which trembled enticingly in the flames, releasing an even more intense fragrance. "All right, let us see," Li Feng said, gently prodding the fish with a stick. The cooked flesh separated effortlessly, and he sliced off a piece with his dagger, handing it to Chen Yao. You try it first, see if there's any poison. Chen Yao blew gently on the steaming piece of fish. And under the watchful gazes of Li Feng and Shen Lichuan, she swallowed it, savoring the taste. How is it? Li Feng inquired after 5 seconds of anticipation. Not bad. Quite fresh. It would be even better with some seasoning. Chen Yao commented, relishing the flavor lingering in her mouth. Is it poisonous? Just a bit. But it's not a major concern. Eating a few pieces should be fine. Overindulging might lead to nerve paralysis. She replied, reaching for the fish in Li Feng's hands. If you're not eating your portion, I'll gladly take it. After finishing the fish, Chen Yao sat cross-legged on the ground, feeling unsatisfied. Can we catch a couple more for lunch? No. I'll dismantle the drop pod to get a piece of wood for a pot. We can make soup, Li Feng replied. First, we need to attend to the main task. He stood up, adding a few more pieces of wood to the earthen stove to prevent the fire from extinguishing. Picking up a spade, Li Feng mentally calculated the distance and drew a few lines in the dirt. We need to dig out the foundation first, approximately this size. 1/2 meter deep will suffice. He gestured to indicate the area and continued, the soil here is rather hard, so we need to construct the framework together first. Li Feng designated 4 points as reference markers for the corners of the rectangular foundation. Subsequently, Chen Yao and Shen Lichuan selected 4 suitable, straight, and sturdy wooden poles from the timber they had dragged back the previous day, cutting them to a length of about 2 meters, and sharpening the ends with their tactical daggers for easier insertion into the ground. The soil was not particularly loose, and the deeper the stakes went, the greater the resistance felt. After driving in the 4 stakes, everyone felt somewhat exhausted. Chen Yao and Shen Lichuan sat on the ground, engaging in casual conversation, preoccupied with the lingering sense of unease from the previous night. Li Feng couldn't shake his worry. He approached Shen Lichuan and Chen Yao, unfastening the rifle strap to his back as he walked. This gun is for your protection. For our protection? Chen Yao looked bewildered at the rifle presented to her. Once the stakes were in place, their next task before constructing the wooden shelter was to dig the foundation. You two can manage the excavation. I plan to explore the surrounding area more thoroughly, that if time permits, I might venture further out, Li Feng explained, deliberately omitting the unsettling sensation he experienced the night before. Firstly, Li Feng had no evidence to substantiate that danger lurked nearby. He and Chen Yao had surveyed the surroundings the previous night, finding no signs of living creatures, let alone any nests or abnormalities. Secondly, he wished to avoid inciting unnecessary panic. They knew little of this land, and moving to an unknown region could potentially expose them to greater peril. What about you? I'm quite capable. You needn't worry about me. If danger arises, I will do my utmost to evade it. Leaving the rifle with Chen Yao and Shen Lichuan, Li Feng reassured them. Besides, if I'm not too far away, I'll hear the gunfire and return promptly. Seeing his determination, Chen Yao chose not to argue further, simply accepting the rifle and reminding him, be cautious. Chapter 5, the man eating flower clutching his dagger tightly, Li Feng cautiously navigated through the thicket. He meticulously searched within a 3-kilometer radius around the camp, finding no signs of life. Aside from the absence of living animals, the area appeared to be an ordinary forest, enveloped in a sticky humidity mingled with the scent of vegetation and decay. As he ventured further, the flora grew increasingly lush, the dense vegetation layered upon itself, with towering trees forming a thick canopy, their sturdy trunks adorned with deep green moss. From a distance, the treetops nearly obscured the entire sky. The ground was blanketed with a thick layer of humus. Each step Li Feng took felt as though the moist earth clung to the soles of his shoes, emitting a soft, squelching sound. Occasionally, he spotted peculiar fruits hanging from the trees, their shapes remarkably unique, presenting irregular geometric forms, some resembling exquisite crystal orbs, smooth and semi-transparent, others twisted like whirlpools, their edges transitioning into strange hues, from deep blue to gold, glimmering with mysterious sparkles in the sunlight. Suddenly, Li Feng halted in his tracks. He heard faint sounds, akin to something slowly moving among the dry twigs and leaves. The noise was subtle, easily overlooked if not for Li Feng's keen ears. What could be lurking there? Holding his breath, he scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes, ultimately focusing on a patch of dried leaves not far ahead. A withered yellow leaf trembled imperceptibly, and then, a vine, as thick as a finger, stealthily emerged from beneath the leaves, its tip curling slightly upward, silently quivering in the air as if searching for something. The surface of the vine was not smooth like typical plants. Instead, it was covered with fine hairs, each resembling tiny tentacles that unfurled in response to the vine's movements. Li Feng crouched low, carefully extending his hand towards a small stone at his feet. His movements were cautious, yet the vine seemed to sense his actions, stretching slowly in his direction. The previously unfurling hairs recoiled and expanded like a snail's antennae, seemingly reacting to an unseen stimulus in the air as they converged towards Li Feng's hand. Realizing that the vine might be detecting the slightest vibrations in the air to pinpoint its prey, Li Feng picked up the stone and threw it into the distance. In that fleeting moment of his swift action, the hairs on the vine established his position, drawing the vine to extend rapidly, only to be distracted by the stone that was flung away, veering in pursuit of it. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity while the vine was preoccupied, Li Feng quickly gathered several more stones, moving cautiously in the direction away from the vine. Each time he saw it ensnare the stone and then release it. Rearing up to sense the vibrations in the air, Li Feng would throw another stone in the opposite direction to divert its attention. After several repetitions, he finally managed to escape its sensory range. Letting out a sigh of relief, he wiped the cold sweat that had gathered on his brow due to the tension. Generally, plants are averse to fire. With this thought in mind, Li Feng fashioned a makeshift torch from a sturdy stick and some resin mixed with fibers. As he continued on his way, whenever he encountered strange plants that twisted and seemed to encroach upon him, he would use fire to drive them back, swiftly retreating from their predatory range. After a while, as he navigated through a tangle of thorny brambles, Li Feng suddenly heard a violent commotion, as if something had become ensnared. Could it be a living creature? Li Feng had wandered through the forest for quite some time, and aside from the moving plants he had encountered, he had yet to see any animals or insects. The intense struggle emanating from ahead heightened his alertness. He held his breath, cautiously approaching the source of the commotion with his torch raised. As he parted the enormous leaves, Li Feng momentarily held his breath. The colossal flower stood not far away, its petals thick and adorned with an unnatural shade of purple, covered in a layer of fuzz that glimmered a pale milky white under the sunlight. The edges of the petals curled inward, while dense, hair-like protrusions sprouted on either side, twisting and writhing in the the flower's very center. The petals constricted sharply, tightly enveloping something that resembled a human. Li Feng was uncertain whether it was indeed a person. The upper half of the figure was completely ensconced within the petals, its legs dangling helplessly in midair, kicking desperately. As the legs brushed against the lower petals, they became firmly ensnared by the fuzz, prompting the petals to begin their constriction, encasing the thrashing limbs that sought to escape their bondage. The tendrils at the edges elongated and intertwined, effectively severing any chance of the prey's escape. The entire flower resembled the maw of a great beast slowly closing, as the ensnared body writhed violently, emitting a muffled wail, accompanied by the sickening sounds of muscle and bone being compressed. In that fleeting moment, several thoughts flashed through Li Feng's mind. Ultimately, he rushed forward, using a torch to sear the stem of the flower. Under the searing heat, the entire plant convulsed violently. The petals that had once wrapped around the prey retracted sharply before suddenly unfurl. The sound grew increasingly louder. Resonating with a force reminiscent of soil being violently stirred, the ground trembled slightly, as if some colossal entity were rapidly approaching. Suddenly, the earth at the bottom of the pit began to heave. And soon after, a pair of immense, hardened pincers burst forth from the soil. The pincers exhibited a formidable texture, their surfaces adorned with fine sensory hairs, revealing minuscule cracks and patterns. The hook-like sharp tips glimmered coldly, slicing through the surrounding earth with an unsettling creak. Then, with a resounding bang, the ground split open abruptly, and a massive insectoid creature, towering a full meter in height, emerged from the depths. Its body squirmed, as if it were crawling out from the abyss of darkness beneath. This bizarre creature, resembling a spider, bore a hard exoskeleton that emanated a chilling sheen. 8 stout legs, caked in mud, extended from its sides, each leg rough and covered in densely packed, wiry hairs. Its enormous head was lined with a multitude of tiny eyes, nearly enveloping its entire visage. The yellow-green compound eyes flickered with a frigid light. Upon closer inspection, each eye seemed to contain countless smaller eyes arranged in a honeycomb pattern. These eyes coldly surveyed their surroundings, ultimately locking onto Chun Yao and Shen Lichuan, who stood at the edge of the pit. Its mandibles opened and closed slightly, producing a subtle clicking sound, as if warming up for the hunt. But that was not the end. As it fully emerged from the pit, the ground shook violently, the soil continually rupturing as if being torn apart by some invisible force. Through the deep, dark opening at the pit's bottom and the churning, quaking earth, more insects were seen scrambling to escape, Under the unrelenting gaze of the spider's multitude of eyes, Shen Lichuan felt his heart nearly leap into his throat. He fixated on the giant spider's movements, instinctively retreating step by step. When he noticed the spider's mandibles momentarily pause, his heart skipped a beat. This is bad. Seeing Shen Yao seemingly paralyzed with fear, frozen in place, Shen Lichuan hurriedly grasped her arm and shouted, "Run, quickly, don't stop." It appeared that Shen Lichuan's nearly frantic voice jolted Shen Yao back to her senses. She shivered and finally reacted, gripping Shen Lichuan's sleeve tightly as they both turned to flee. Just as they pivoted, a horrific screech erupted from the swarm of insects behind them, rapidly closing in. Chapter 7. Escape from the insect tide. The two fled in a panic, plunging into the dense woods. The towering canopies obscured most of the sunlight, which filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting a mottled light that rendered the ground beneath their feet somewhat unclear. Exposed tree roots twisted and intertwined like a spider's web. Sprawling across the earth, vines on the tree trunks coiled and spread like serpents, some clinging to the bark while others dangled down, forming a natural barrier. Shen Yao and Shen Lichuan had to remain vigilant, listening for the movements of the pursuing swarm while also discerning their path, avoiding the protruding roots and hanging vines. The air was filled with their hurried breaths and the thunderous pounding of their hearts. The hissing and scraping sounds from behind grew ever closer, the noise produced by the giant insect's hard exoskeleton scraping against the trees or ground, reminiscent of small debris being moved, tinged with a gritty and sharp pitch. This sound reverberated among the trees, layered upon itself, striking Shen Lichuan and Shen Yao's eardrums like a death knell. He felt as if his lungs might burst, his body beginning to betray him. Each erratic step feeling as though he were treading on cotton, creating a disorienting sensation. He sensed the sweat pooling in his palms, his heartbeat quickening, the rising temperature making his face flush with heat. Shen Lichuan's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Run faster. They must not be caught. I feel is closing in. Shen Yao gasped for breath, a metallic taste flooding her throat, each inhalation tinged with a salty flavor. She was nearing her physiological limit. At that moment, a sharp screech sounded from behind her. She glanced back, and that fleeting look nearly stopped her heart. The massive spider was almost upon Shen Lichuan. The roots and vines did little to impede its progress, merely slowing its bulk slightly. The distance between its barbed, hairy legs and Shen Lichuan's back was now less than 2 meters, the details of its legs starkly visible. While Shen Lichuan remained blissfully unaware, continuing to run, oblivious to the imminent danger so close behind him, Shen Yao stumbled in fright, and in her panic, her hand brushed against the rifle strap across her chest. This was the rifle left for them by Li Feng before they departed, which she had been carrying on her shoulder. Since the appearance of the giant spider, Shen Yao's fear-stricken mind finally began to function. They had a ranged weapon. Running as she did, she swiftly unstrapped the rifle from her back and disengaged the safety, just as the spider's leg was about to snag Shen Lichuan's back. Shen Yao raised the rifle and fired a shot at the creature's head. The gunshot echoed through the thicket. Insect nest? Li Feng's tone was somewhat urgent. Indeed. The youth nodded, continuing, I heard from the village elders that deep within this forest lies a massive tomb. Entombing an ancient deity. Long ago, the villagers would venture into the woods to hold rituals. However, a few days later, enormous insects suddenly emerged from underground, claiming that area as their nest, and no one dared to approach the forest again. If it weren't for the tremendous noise I heard coming from that direction, I wouldn't have thought to sneak over for a look. Who knew I would be ensnared by the devourer on the way? Regardless, thank you. The youth expressed his gratitude earnestly. Through their conversation, Li Feng learned that the boy's name was Carmulu, the son of the village chief from a nearby settlement. The villagers had lived there for generations, subsisting on farming and hunting. Due to the insect nest, the villagers rarely ventured near the forest, and the encounter with Grum was sparked by the noise produced when Li Feng and the others descended a few days prior. Piquing Grum's curiosity, the noise you heard was likely from our emergency landing. Li Feng explained. Emergency landing? Did you not encounter the insect tide? No. Li Feng's tone carried a hint of complexity. Their luck truly seemed extraordinary. The loud crash of their emergency landing had not stirred the insect nest beneath the ground. Not only that, but they had even managed to sleep peacefully through the night, oblivious to the danger lurking above. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Li Feng felt it necessary to relay this information back to his companions and, ideally, make a swift exit. Can we stay at your village for a while? Li Feng inquired. That should be fine. Grum pondered. My father is a kind man, and besides, You saved my life. He should agree to take you in for a few days. Considering this, Grum replied, I will speak to my father. It shouldn't be a problem. Are you in a hurry to get home? Li Feng asked. Grum hesitated for a moment, glancing at the sky, feeling that it was still early and not particularly urgent. He replied, Why do you ask? I have 2 companions over there. Li Feng pointed toward the depths of the forest. I need to go back to fetch them and bring along our supplies. Looking around, Li Feng felt the area was relatively secure. That he asked, Would you like to wait here for a moment? Or, you could head home first and just give me directions to find you later? I'll go with you. Before Li Feng could finish, Grum interjected, his tone somewhat anxious. I don't want to get swallowed again. That feeling was terrifying and rather nauseating. Patting his chest, Grum inched closer to Li Feng. You're quite capable. Following you feels safer than going back alone. That Li Feng found it somewhat amusing, unsure whether to call this half-grown youth bold or simply reckless. He was completely unarmed, yet despite knowing the danger, he was still drawn by curiosity into this perilous situation. Just as he was about to say something, a gunshot rang out from deeper within the forest. Don't know. Li Feng's heart dropped. Could it be that Shen Lichuan and Shen Yao had encountered the insect tide? Returning to Shen Lichuan and Shen Yao, that close-range shot had not penetrated the giant spider's head, but had instead obliterated its compound eye. The ruptured eye splattered green fluid, some even hitting Shen Yao's face due to the proximity. The foul-smelling liquid caused Shen Yao to grimace as the eye burst. The spider's 8 legs, which had been racing forward, suddenly halted, its entire body contracting in pain. Then exploded into a frenzy, wildly, as Shen Lichuan's legs trembled in fear, nearly causing him to stumble. Shen Yao swiftly grasped his arm. Without pausing her stride, she urgently urged, Hurry, hurry. Pulled off balance by Shen Yao's strength, Shen Lichuan instinctively ran a few steps to keep pace with her. Their hurried footsteps crunched upon the fallen leaves, producing a rustling sound. Behind them loomed a massive, frenzied spider, while ahead lay the shadowy woods, fraught with unknown perils. The mingling of the unfamiliar and the known terrors weighed heavily upon the hearts of both Shen Lichuan and Shen Yao. The two, desperate and disoriented, wove through the trees, but no matter how swift the humans might be, they could not outrun the rampaging arachnid. As the pursuing beast drew ever closer, despair flickered in their minds. This was it. They were destined to be caught. Just then, the vines hanging down from above seemed to come alive, stirring with sudden motion. Initially, they reached for Shen Lichuan's feet, but quickly diverted their attention, drawn by a louder commotion, and began to ensnare the spider's legs. The crazed spider was oblivious to the vines wrapping around its appendages. Its irrationality kept its multifaceted eyes locked on the fleeing figures ahead, failing to notice that its kin, which had been trailing it, were gradually slowing their pace, some even coming to a halt, their antennae cautiously probing the air. One vine, then 2. The vibrations caused by the giant spider roused more and more vines from their hiding spots. They extended their slender tendrils to sense their surroundings before swiftly elongating and ensnaring the spider's limbs and body. The ensnared arachnid's movement slowed, yet its sanity remained elusive. Sensing the obstruction, it emitted a furious shriek, thrashing violently. Hearing the diminishing sounds behind them, Chen Yao couldn't help but glance back. Upon seeing the spider's pace hindered by the vines, she tugged fervently at Shen Lichuan's sleeve. Shen Lichuan, you look over there. What is happening? Gasping for breath, Chen Yao felt a tightness in her chest, as if her lungs were about to burst. You should escape, and not waste time looking around. Shen Lichuan was taken aback, despite her incessant chatter. Curiosity compelled him to glance back. He beheld the giant spider, ensnared by the vines, struggling desperately not far away. The translucent tendrils entwined around the spider continued to stretch and probe its surface. When they encountered the gaps in its exoskeleton, they eagerly burrowed inside. In mere moments, these tendrils filled the gaps, some even squeezing into the joints of its legs. The wound on the spider's head, created by Chen Yao's gunshot, was particularly inundated with these small tendrils. The ruptured flesh was covered with a multitude of writhing, translucent appendages, and a particularly robust vine was laboriously working its way into the wound. The intense pain caused the spider to tremble violently, its mandibles snapping open and shut, emitting a series of sharp, explosive sounds. The vines tightened their grip, firmly binding the spider's struggling limbs. The tendrils that had infiltrated its body gradually shifted from translucent to a pale green, resembling a mass of intertwined straws, siphoning the spider's bodily fluids. What on earth is this thing? Shen Lichuan muttered, utterly astonished by the surreal scene unfolding before him. Chun Yao and Shen Lichuan found themselves rooted to the spot, wide-eyed and speechless. Thus, they failed to notice a vine, initially poised to ascend Chun Yao's calf, twist in confusion before being drawn away by the commotion nearby, hastily making its way towards the ensnared giant spider to join the fray. Chapter 8. Convergence. The swarm that had once trailed the giant spider was nowhere to be seen, leaving the forest feeling eerily vacant, filled only with the spider's hisses, the sharp creaking of tightening vines, and their own heavy breaths. The sound of the spider gradually faded into silence, its struggles becoming feeble, its limbs tremors resembling the involuntary spasms of a dying creature. "We must leave quickly," Chun Yao whispered. "While they are distracted by their meal, let us proceed cautiously and remain as silent as possible." Fear and exertion caused Shen Lichuan's chest to heave, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. With every breath, his lungs burned as though pierced by sharp needles. Darkness began to cloud his vision, perhaps a consequence of his body being unaccustomed to such intense activity. His temples throbbed, and his mind felt muddled. Shen Lichuan steadied his breathing, forcing his rationality back to the forefront. He swallowed hard, suppressing the metallic taste rising in his throat, and replied, "All right." Fixated on the voraciously feeding vines, the pair cautiously maneuvered backward, their eyes darting around for any signs of danger. At that moment, a small stone suddenly struck Shen Lichuan's back with a soft thud. The unexpected sensation and muffled sound sent a jolt through him. His body stiffened, and a silent dread swiftly crawled up his spine to his brain. Cold sweat soaked his back. "Something just hit me," Shen Lichuan stammered, not daring to turn around, remaining frozen in his retreat. His eyes anxiously scanning his surroundings, his lips trembling as he spoke. "What was it?" Chun Yao, her expression tense, brandished her gun, her gaze alertly scanning the area. "I don't know. Something behind me. Did you see anything strange?" Cold sweat beaded on Shen Lichuan's forehead as he tensed, biting his lip to suppress his racing heart. Suddenly, a short, hissing sound emanated from behind. Chun Yao turned her head slightly towards the noise, spotting Li Feng's face half hidden behind a nearby low bush, gesturing for her to come closer. Beside Li Feng stood an unfamiliar face, its prominent fangs impossible to overlook. That hissing noise had escaped from this youth's lips. Upon noticing Chun Yao looking his way, gloom broke into a grin, wildly waving at her, beckoning her to hurry. "It's Li Feng," Chun Yao exclaimed in a hushed tone. Hearing Li Feng's name, Shen Lichuan felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him, his previously tense body relaxing. They cautiously approached Li Feng, keeping an eye on the feeding vines, taking care not to disturb them. Once the four reunited, both Shen Lichuan and Chun Yao experienced a profound sense of having survived a disaster. "How did you end up here? How did you find us?" they both inquired simultaneously. "This isn't the place for a discussion," Li Feng replied softly. "Let's move out first, and we can talk along the way." Their group progressed with caution, pausing intermittently, and after considerable effort, they finally exited the forest. As they walked, Shen Lichuan learned that after separating from him and Chun Yao, Li Feng had ventured toward the forest's edge and fortuitously rescued Gloom, who had come to investigate out of curiosity. Gloom, with his flat nose and thick lips, bore two prominent fangs. "So how did you find us?" Chun Yao asked, intrigued. "When I saved Gloom, he mentioned there was a bug nest. Just then, I heard a gunshot coming from deeper within the woods. I surmised you might be in danger and rushed over with Gloom," Li Feng explained. "I thought I was going to die." Recalling the moment he turned to see the giant spider's head explode, Shen Lichuan felt a lingering sense of dread. "Honestly, I sensed something was off last night. The place where we camped was too quiet. Not a single sound could be heard at night, and there were no animals or strange creatures around. But I wasn't sure if my instincts were reliable, so I kept it to myself." Li Feng's expression betrayed a hint of regret. This was indeed his oversight. He had intended to wait until he gathered enough information before informing his companions, to spare them unnecessary fear. He anticipated that his silence could have led them to the brink of peril. "It's not entirely your fault," Shen Lichuan said, seeing Li Feng's self-reproach, and comfortingly patted his shoulder, jokingly adding, "By the way, it was my shovel that unearthed that bug. I reckon the loud noise from your crash landing startled those bugs." Gloom interjected, "Even if you hadn't dug, they likely would have been crawling up from below. These creatures dwell in underground nests and are predators, having nearly consumed all the surrounding wildlife. Their exoskeletons are thick and resilient. Without formidable weapons, it's quite challenging to kill them. However, their shells do make excellent materials for crafting armor." Upon mentioning the bugs, a look of disgust crossed Gloom's face, Haven't you ever considered eradicating these pests? Shen Lichuan asked, curious. Yes, you must have lived alongside these creatures for quite some time. Qin Yao added. Of course, we've thought about it. Gloom replied, his tone tinged with frustration. These bugs not only occupy the ancient ruins underground, but have also devoured many of our villagers. When the insect nest first emerged, numerous conflicts erupted among them. Alas, the carapaces of these creatures are both hard and thick. It takes several shots from a standard rifle to slay even one, let alone with cold weapons such as knives and spears, which scarcely inflict any significant damage. Even after managing to eliminate a few of these pests, the formidable reproductive capabilities of the insect nest allow for swift replenishment of the fallen, leading to an ever-increasing swarm. Thanks to their resilience, which is far superior to that of ordinary humans, endowed with the high recovery potential of their race and the robust defense provided by their thick fur, they did not suffer catastrophic losses during their skirmishes with the insect nest. Lacking powerful firepower, we find ourselves unable to eradicate those wretched insects. They dwell underground, reproducing at a rapid pace. With the passage of time, their numbers continue to swell while ours dwindle. In desperation, we have no choice but to abandon this forest. Grum's tone was somewhat dejected. Were it not for the insect-eating plants, we might have been compelled to vacate this land altogether. As he spoke, upon exiting the dense woods, the group caught sight of a shadow of buildings in the distance, nestled at the foot of a hill. Our village lies just beyond that point. Grum exclaimed excitedly, gesturing towards the settlement. Chapter 9. The Cliff's Edge tribe emerging from the forest and following Grum towards the structures. Shen Lichuan finally glimpsed a fragment of this world along the roadside. A tangle of unfamiliar vegetation thrived, occasionally revealing the collapsed and shattered concrete walls behind the dense roots of the overgrowth. That a palm-sized, soft-bodied creature lay perched atop the wall, and as Shen Lichuan's group passed by, it swiftly raised its body in a display of intimidation, its patterns resembling distorted human faces, with eyes glinting yellow under the sun's rays. Occasionally, mutated rats would dart from the shadows, scurrying past their feet before vanishing into the darkness around the corner. In the corners obscured by concrete and steel debris, pairs of eyes glimmering with a greenish fluorescence seemed to fixate intently on the hurried group. Shen Lichuan's grip tightened around the tactical dagger in his hand, fearful that those lurking in the shadows might spring forth and pounce upon him at any moment. In contrast to Shen Lichuan's evident tension, Grum and the others maintained a far more composed demeanor. This path is the most frequently traveled route for us to venture outside. It is quite safe during the day, Grum reassured upon noticing Shen Lichuan's anxiety. After circumventing the ruins, they came upon a relatively new perimeter wall, constructed of stone and earth, crudely reinforced with wooden stakes for defense. By the gate, two tall young men stood, armed with rifles and shields. Their features bore a striking resemblance to Grum's: flat noses, thick lips adorned with formidable tusks. Initially, their dark red eyes were focused ahead, but upon noticing Shen Lichuan's group, a flicker of wariness crossed their expressions, which intensified upon recognizing Grum. Stop. Who are you? The two demanded in unison, instinctively reaching for their rifles. It's me, Grum, he announced loudly, hoping to ease the tension. I'll speak with them. Please wait here, he whispered to Shen Lichuan and the others before stepping forward to converse with the sentinels. Perhaps due to some difficulty, Shen Lichuan observed Grum gesturing animatedly, while the guards frequently cast furtive glances in their direction. Yet there was no immediate indication of them being allowed entry. The guards continued to scrutinize him. Shen Lichuan shifted closer to Li Feng, seeking solace behind him. Although only 2 days had passed since his arrival in this unfamiliar realm, during which he had experienced a harrowing escape, he still felt a sense of disquiet and unease in this world that was so beyond his comprehension. Will this work? Chun Yao murmured softly. I can't shake off the feeling that things aren't going smoothly. Shen Lichuan leaned in, echoing her concern. According to Grum, he should be able to vouch for us to his village chief. But given the current situation, it seems something unexpected has arisen. Li Feng remained silent, his expression contemplative. Shen Lichuan watched as Grum gestured for quite some time before one of the guards dashed into the enclosure, leaving the other one still stationed, eyeing them warily. Grum concluded his discussion and approached them, his brow furrowed in displeasure. What's the situation? Shen Lichuan couldn't help but inquire upon seeing Grum's glum expression. They said they need to consult first. I can't just bring people in casually. Are you not going in with them? I'd rather not. Grum kicked at a pebble, though his gaze kept flickering towards the gate. The remaining guard, holding his rifle, remained focused on Grum and the group standing behind him. Before long, the guard who had entered returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man who shared the same flat nose, thick lips, and prominent tusks as Grum. Why does everyone here look so peculiar? Shen Lichuan pondered internally. He glanced at Chun Yao and Li Feng, then back at the approaching man, suddenly realizing that perhaps it was he. With his lack of any bizarre features, who was in the minority on this planet. Upon spotting Grum, the man's stern demeanor softened, though it quickly transformed into a frown, as if he had seen something troubling. He approached Shen Lichuan and the others, politely introducing himself. My name is Gelk, the chief of the Cliff's Edge tribe. I have heard from Bulge that you saved my child. I am truly grateful. He bowed slightly. I apologize for having you wait at the gate. To be frank, things have been a bit unsettled lately. The guards were hesitant to let anyone through. That I hope you won't hold it against them. It was our intrusion that was unwarranted, Li Feng interjected, sincerely articulating their request. Grum should have informed your guards that our camp was destroyed, and we have nowhere else to go. That we were hoping to find temporary lodging here. If it's not too much trouble. Of course. As he spoke, Gelk instructed the guard named Bulge to prepare rooms and meals for their guests, leading Shen Lichuan and his companions towards his home. I heard from Grum that you accidentally crash-landed here. Indeed. The three of us were aboard a ship headed to the central star system when we were ambushed. Our home planet lies on the outskirts of the galaxy, and our signal transmitter was damaged during the landing, preventing us from establishing contact. That I wonder if you have a communication station here that could assist us. A communication station? We don't have such a thing in our tribe. But I can help inquire if the opportunity arises. That would be immensely appreciated. We might be imposing on you for a while. During Li Feng's conversation with Gelk, Shen Lichuan discreetly shifted to Chun Yao's side and whispered, Chun Yao, have you noticed that the village chief has been watching you? Shen Lichuan had observed Gelk's lingering gaze as he exited. Though the chief attempted to conceal his scrutiny, it was evident that he was glancing at Chun Yao with a mixture of suspicion and appraisal. This struck Shen Lichuan as odd. If he were doubting their identities, one would expect a similar scrutiny directed at everyone. Perhaps, due to Li Feng's prior heroics, the chief's wariness towards him would be somewhat alleviated. Yet, Gelk's gaze seemed particularly focused on Chun Yao. Why was he scrutinizing her alone? Is he looking at me? Chun Yao, initially preoccupied, snapped back to attention upon hearing Shen Lichuan's words. She instinctively turned her gaze towards the chief. Meeting his observant eyes, perhaps feeling slightly guilty, Gelk stiffened momentarily before swiftly averting his gaze. Chun Yao's composure faltered. There's something on my face. Slowing her pace, she leaned closer to Shen Lichuan and whispered, Nothing at all. I noticed his peculiar gaze as soon as he emerged. There's an odd sense of wariness in the way he looks at you. Shen Lichuan stroked his chin, reflecting on the chief's behavior. Do you think it's because you're carrying a gun? He might perceive you as a potential threat. Really? That seems far-fetched. If it were truly about the rifle, why wouldn't he just mention it or ask us to leave our weapons with him? Are you foolish? Would you willingly surrender your weapon if asked? Of course not. But how about this? I'll hand you my gun, and you can carry it. Let us see if he keeps watching you. I'd rather not. I'm afraid I'd accidentally shoot myself. As Shen Lichuan and Chun Yao bickered, they made their way to the chief's residence. Along the route, the predominant structures were small wooden houses made of timber and thatch, or stone dwellings constructed from earth and stone. Occasionally, remnants of concrete buildings, weathered by time, could be seen barely holding up against the elements. Most of these structures have succumbed to the ravages of time, leaving some reduced to mere concrete walls with exposed rebar, while a scarce few retain the majority of their architectural integrity, allowing glimpses of their former shapes. Those well-preserved edifices have been painstakingly repaired with earth, stones, and various construction debris, giving rise to uniquely styled cottages. It appears that these quaint villas serve as residences for the more affluent members of the village. Among them stands the home of the village chief. A prominent example of such cottages, the house boasts 2 stories, with the ground floor devoid of walls, supported only by 4 sturdy pillars. Between the pillars, a wooden fence encircles a space housing peculiar creatures. They lack horns, their ears droop like those of an elephant, some even obscuring their eyes. Their stout legs end in hooves, and they are cloaked in thick blue fur, with necks so short they almost meld with their bodies. When they notice someone approaching, these animals huddle together, emitting low, mournful sounds. Observing Shen Lichuan's fascination with these creatures, Gloom stepped forward, picked up a stick from the ground, and gave the fence a firm rap. Quiet down, he exclaimed, Turning to Shen Lichuan to explain, these yaks tend to bleat incessantly at the sight of strangers. A couple of knocks will suffice. Yaks? How do they resemble cattle in any way? Shen Lichuan thought to himself, suppressing a chuckle. After reprimanding the animals, Gloom dashed upstairs, opening the door and beckoning Li Feng and the others to hurry along. Noticing Chun Yao and Li Feng pass by the yaks with an air of indifference, Shen Lichuan inquired, "Are these creatures present on our home planet?" "Not exactly, but there are quite a few on the surface farms, typically used for plowing and transporting goods. Is their meat palatable?" Shen Lichuan asked casually. Chun Yao shot him a disapproving look, making a gesture as if zipping her lips. "Why are you fixating on their meat as soon as you arrive? I was merely inquiring out of curiosity." Shen Lichuan quickly lowered his voice. "Is it not natural to wonder if something unfamiliar is edible?" Chun Yao, somewhat exasperated, replied in a hushed tone, "Last night, the canned food we had seemed to contain yak meat." "Really?" Shen Lichuan searched his memory intently, unable to recall the taste of beef. Although he couldn't remember the flavor of the canned meat, upon entering the village chief's home, he was greeted by the rich aroma of broth. As they entered, they found a wooden table at the center of the living room adorned with a steaming pot of soup. Surrounding the pot were stacks of yellowish flatbreads, while Gloom animatedly recounted his experiences to a middle-aged woman, gesturing excitedly. Upon noticing the newcomers, the woman immediately rose and approached them swiftly. Her eyes shimmered with tears as she clasped her hands tightly, her voice trembling with emotion. "You saved my son. You are our saviors." Her words were tinged with a hint of sobbing. "I don't know how to repay you, but if there's anything you need, we will do our utmost to assist." This left the group feeling somewhat awkward. Sensing the discomfort of Li Feng and the others, the woman refrained from saying more, composed herself, and invited everyone to dine. Though the meal consisted solely of meat, soup, and flatbreads, it marked the trio's first safe and satisfying lunch since arriving on this planet. "Is something amiss?" Li Feng, noticing Gelk's gaze frequently drifting towards Chun Yao, couldn't help but ask that there's something on my face. Chun Yao interjected. Fidgeting nervously, Gelk responded, "I was observing your arm. It appears to be a bionic prosthetic." "Indeed," she affirmed. "Then, what is your relationship with the mechanical cult?" "The mechanical cult?" Shen Lichuan mused, having never heard of such a term before. Slowing his chewing, he perked up, eager to listen. "But we are not followers of the mechanical cult." Li Feng interjected promptly, sensing Gelk's curiosity. "That's a relief," Gelk said, visibly relaxing. "To be candid, our relations with the mechanical cult and the mechanical beings are rather strained, hence my inquiries." After a brief lunch, Li Feng had matters to discuss with the village chief Gelk, so they remained in the chief's abode. Meanwhile, Shen Lichuan and Chun Yao were led back to their temporary quarters, a small wooden cabin arranged by the village chief. The cabin was modest in size, reminiscent of the prefabricated units Shen Lichuan had seen back on construction sites prior to his journey, with a simple layout that contained a bed covered in straw and animal hides. And beside the bed stood a wooden chest. The three rooms were separate yet adjacent, situated on the eastern side of the village. After bidding farewell to Chun Yao, Shen Lichuan lay on his bed for a while. But unable to find sleep, he decided to rise and wander outside. Chapter 10. Small talk. Just past noon, the Cliff Corner village was relatively deserted. The gravel path crunched underfoot as Shen Lichuan aimlessly strolled along. Observing the somewhat desolate yet vibrant village, he found the level of industrialization here quite astonishing. According to Chun Yao and Li Feng, this star system once boasted a highly advanced civilization, akin to the home planet base they had mentioned, where technology had progressed to the point of interstellar travel. Yet, the state of Cliff Corner Village resembled that of a rural county town from the early 21st century, with some of their equipment appearing even more archaic. Occasionally encountering indigenous locals, Shen Lichuan noted that their appearances were similar to Gloom's, possessing tusks and being somewhat taller than the average human. Most donned tribal garments crafted from blue or black animal hides. With occasional glimpses of other types of furs, the garments, armor fashioned from giant insect shells, shields, and old bolt-action rifles all seemed products of a pre-industrial era. Was there such a vast technological divide between planets? Shen Lichuan pondered. Turning a corner, he passed a small hut constructed from robust timber, its roof thickly thatched with straw and adorned with various animal furs at the entrance. A wind chime made of animal bones and colorful stones hung delicately. Inside, rough-hewn shelves crafted from tree trunks held an assortment of weapons, ammunition, and commonplace metal tools. By the doorway sat an elderly man on a wooden bench, clad in a coat stitched from various animal skins. Smoking a pipe rolled from tree bark, his half-closed eyes listening intently to the conversation of those outside. This elder appeared distinct from the villagers, his weathered face lined with wrinkles, and his deep-set eyes lazily scanning the surroundings. Lacking the tusks characteristic of the tribe, the skin exposed at the coat's sleeves bore no thick fur. In contrast to the villagers, whose fingers were typically short and stout with rough, hardened skin. The old man's hands revealed prominent veins, his knuckles calloused and uneven, nails tinged yellow and slightly jagged, yet undeniably human. Shen Lichuan found himself observing the elder with intrigue. Noticing Shen Lichuan's gaze, the old man turned his half-closed eyes towards him. Briefly scanning his face before lingering on the wrist mostly concealed by his sleeve, that he said nothing, merely inhaled from his pipe, his eyes resting for a few moments before shifting away to that moment. Shen Lichuan recognized the person speaking in front of the elder. Gloom, he called out tentatively. The figure turned, revealing indeed it was Gloom. What a coincidence. What brings you here? I'm out helping my family buy some supplies. Upon seeing Shen Lichuan, Gloom waved cheerfully. Buying supplies? Shen Lichuan asked. Yes, let me introduce you. This is our village's shop. Gloom lifted a paper bag he was carrying. Don't let its humble appearance fool you. It contains a number of rare items from the Empire. The Empire? Noticing Shen Lichuan's puzzled expression, Gloom realized the outsider was unfamiliar with this land. Come, let me explain. The youth eagerly pulled over two small wooden stools, inviting Shen Lichuan to sit in the open space in front of the shop, launching into an enthusiastic explanation. Far to the northeast of our village lies the main city of the empire. My father says it's a bustling place, filled with towering buildings and endless food. Have you never been to the empire? Not at all. Gloom's voice dropped. That a round trip to the empire's main city takes nearly 10 days. You must traverse a complicated ruin, which was once a thriving metropolis. Unfortunately, it is now overrun with mutated plants and strange beasts, making it quite perilous. Is it truly that dangerous? How do they transport goods to the shop? By foot merchants. Each month, itinerant merchants accompanied by mercenaries transport goods from the empire, and subsequently, they return with our local wares. That I have heard that they possess a secure route of their own. After a brief pause, Gloom leaned closer to Shen Lichuan and inquired, May I address you as Brother Shen? Of course, Shen Lichuan replied with a smile, Brother Shen, if you ever venture to the empire, please be sure to take me along. The youth's eyes sparkled with anticipation. That I pleaded with my father for quite some time, but he steadfastly refused, claiming that the ruins are far too perilous. I cannot promise you that. You must speak to our captain, the very brother who rescued you. Noticing Gloom's disappointment as he puffed out his cheeks, Shen Lichuan affectionately ruffled his hair, finding the strands stiff and somewhat prickly. Do you know what the mechanical cult is? Recalling the serious expression of the village chief, Gurki, when he mentioned this term at noon, Shen Lichuan sensed that this information might be rather significant. The mechanical cult? Upon hearing this, Gloom's expression shifted to one of peculiarity. The elderly man, who had been lazily reclining in the shop while smoking, glanced up at Shen Lichuan's inquiry. I asked this. Something one should not inquire about. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Shen Lichuan felt a twinge of nervousness. Had he inadvertently broached a taboo of the tribe? Would he find himself in trouble? Had he known, he would have refrained from asking Gloom and perhaps feigned amnesia to extract information from Chen Yao instead. In that fleeting moment, several thoughts flashed through Shen Lichuan's mind. How about you pretend I never asked? Well, it's not that I cannot speak of it. Gloom lowered his voice. Brother Shen, do you truly not know about the mechanical cult? I do not, Shen Lichuan replied, also lowering his tone, answering honestly. To be frank, I have never encountered a member of the mechanical cult. Gloom concentrated, recalling, I have heard that they are a group that reveres artificial intelligence. They roam about, spreading their doctrine and recruiting followers to worship some deity. The Empire disapproves of this sect and strictly forbids any contact with its adherents. If one is discovered secretly practicing their faith, they would be apprehended and executed by the guards. Isn't Sister Chen Yao equipped with a bionic arm? Gloom gestured as he continued in a hushed tone. It seems that the followers of the mechanical cult have a penchant for body modification, which is also prohibited here. Thus, when my father saw Sister Chen Yao, he became somewhat anxious. However, Since you arrived from other planets, as long as you are not a believer, you should be fine. Is it really that casual? Just claiming you're not a member? What if someone professes disbelief but secretly adheres to their faith? Shen Lichuan was utterly astonished. They are quite fanatical. Gloom scoffed. It is said that the members of this cult firmly believe that all deaths are temporary, and the deity will grant them eternal life. How does that differ from a cult? Shen Lichuan sighed. Yet this revelation piqued his curiosity. He genuinely wished to witness the fervor of the mechanical cult's devotees firsthand. However, he only dared to entertain such thoughts privately, wary of the Empire's disdain for such curiosity, fearing he might be executed for it. Shen Lichuan instinctively touched his nose. Chapter 11. The strange elder realizing that his thoughts might be somewhat perilous. Shen Lichuan subconsciously reached for his nose at that moment. He sensed a gaze directed at him. He abruptly looked up. It was the elderly man reclining at the doorway, smoking. Previously, Shen Lichuan had only suspected. But now he was certain that the old man had been observing them, or rather, scrutinizing him. Awareness of this made Shen Lichuan's heart race slightly. The sensation of being watched was discomforting, heightening his alertness. Why was this old man observing him? Did he recognize him? Yet he soon dismissed this hypothesis. According to Li Feng and Chen Yao, this galaxy harbored numerous planets, making the probability of randomly landing on one he had previously visited exceedingly low, let alone encountering an old acquaintance. Moreover, if the elder truly recognized him, he would not be observing him in such a furtive manner. His actions resembled that of an observer. Was he examining him? Shen Lichuan fell into contemplation. Noticing Shen Lichuan's distraction, Gloom, who had been animatedly speaking beside him, abruptly halted, poking Shen Lichuan's arm in mild annoyance. Brother Shen, are you listening to me? Why are you silent? The unexpected contact jolted Shen Lichuan, snapping him back to reality. What's wrong? Nothing at all. Gloom, sensing something amiss with Shen Lichuan, looked puzzled. Following Shen Lichuan's gaze, he saw nothing unusual, just the shop and the elderly man smoking slowly. Are you looking at Uncle Bard? Do you know him? No. I don't know him. Shen Lichuan chuckled awkwardly. When people feel embarrassed, they tend to fidget, and Shen Lichuan was no exception. He rubbed his hands together, cleared his throat, leaned closer to Gloom, and lowered his voice, tinged with curiosity. Is that old man named Bard? He seems, quite different from you all. Indeed, Uncle Bard immigrated from the Empire. In their terms, our respective races are distinct, hence our different appearances. Redirecting his gaze, Gloom continued. Uncle Bard has lived in our tribe for a long time. When my father was still a child, he managed this shop. From the Empire? But didn't you say the Empire is quite prosperous? Why would he move here? How would I know? I've asked Uncle Bard about this before, but he never revealed why. That is rather peculiar. I agree. The Empire is so splendid. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't move. After exchanging a few more words and gathering the information they sought, Shen Lichuan bid farewell to Gloom and began to make his way home. Before leaving, he casually stole a glance at Uncle Bard, hoping to gauge his reaction. However, the old man seemed to be asleep, lying motionless in the chair, not stirring until Shen Lichuan had walked far away. Shen Lichuan pondered the revelations he had gleaned from Gloom, as well as the enigmatic elderly man named Bard. Lost in thought, he nearly collided with Li Feng, who was poised to knock on his door. You weren't in your room. Spotting Shen Lichuan returning from outside, Li Feng expressed surprise. Good thing you didn't head back. Come to my room. I need to discuss something with you. Sure. Upon hearing this, Shen Lichuan turned on his heel and headed towards Li Feng's room. Where's Chen Yao? I've already called for her. You're the last one. Chapter 12. The upcoming plan. Once everyone was seated, Li Feng promptly began to share the details of his conversation with Village Chief Gerke. As for the camp, we certainly cannot return. Li Feng clasped his hands, his tone grave. Based on Village Chief Gerke's previous experiences with the insect nest, these mutated giant insects, once awakened, will not fall into slumber for a considerable time. They will remain active for a while to feed and reproduce, continuing this state of activity until the weather turns cold, at which point those patrolling for territory and food will gradually return to their nests. When winter arrives, all the insects will enter a dormant phase until external forces awaken them again. Does this mean we have to stay here until winter? Chen Yao raised her voice in disbelief. That would be the worst-case scenario. Our supplies and medical provisions are left at the camp. We fled too hastily to grab anything, not even a shovel. Shen Lichuan pondered for a moment before asking. Must we retrieve the supplies left behind? If we only need to contact the base, cannot we seek assistance from the empire governing the Cliffside tribe? I inquired about it. The empire overseeing the Cliffside tribe is called the Starshine Empire. To my knowledge, our home planet's base has had no dealings with this empire. We know nothing about their affiliations or their attitude towards us, or, more broadly, towards outsiders from other planets. Approaching them recklessly may not yield favorable results. Moreover, the temperament of those from the empire is quite peculiar, Chen Yao added. Many empires have bizarre taboos. For instance, in my previous dealings with the Cassandra Empire, their people consider anyone with a bionic prosthetic an abomination and will shoot them on sight. Recalling this incident, Chen Yao still felt a chill. They refused to listen to any explanation. I nearly lost my life to a bullet. Given the empire's unpredictable temperament, I propose we refrain from hastily engaging with them for now. Li Feng interjected, pausing momentarily before continuing. Our signal transmitter remains at the camp. While we can forego the supplies, we must retrieve the transmitter. So, we truly have to wait until winter, until those insects hibernate. Before we can return for the signal transmitter, after being exposed to the elements for such an extended period, it is likely to suffer even greater damage. Sensing the complexity of the situation, Shen Lichuan propped his chin on his hand, letting out a frustrated click of his tongue. Why not seek assistance from the Cliffside tribe? They've had considerable experience dealing with this swarm of insects. Chen Yao suggested. I share that sentiment. Li Feng concurred, nodding thoughtfully that my plan is to remain here for a while. That I have already arranged accommodations with Chief Gelk, who has graciously offered us free lodging. However, for food, weapons, and other essentials, we must earn our keep ourselves. Although Chief Gelk proposed to provide us with these necessities at no cost, I declined his offer. Pausing, Li Feng observed Shen Lichuan and Chen Yao's expressions, noting their lack of dissent before continuing. I am unsure how long we will stay here, and if we continually rely on Chief Gelk for supplies, it may eventually burden his family. We can exchange labor for weapons, food, and other daily necessities, or trade our hunts for what we need. As for the situation at the camp, I plan to return tomorrow to assess the number and types of insects roaming the surface. With winter still a considerable time away on this planet, I aim to acquire the signal transmitter swiftly, to establish contact with the base as soon as possible. Chief Gelk has already pledged military support. Should we engage in battle with the insect swarm, he will provide us with a contingent of warriors and the necessary weaponry. After finishing, Li Feng glanced at Chen Yao and then at Shen Lichuan, stating, if either of you has alternative ideas, please feel free to share. I have no objections, Chen Yao replied. Neither do I, Shen Lichuan added. I took a stroll around the village and discovered a shop that sells firearms and ammunition. We could procure weapons from there. You've already familiarized yourself with the area? Chen Yao inquired, intrigued. What intriguing items do they have in the shop? Unfortunately, nothing particularly remarkable, Shen Lichuan frowned, recalling the peculiar old man in the shop. He initially intended to inform Li Feng and Chen Yao about the old man's continuous observation of him, but hesitated, shifting the topic. However, I heard from Gloom that the shopkeeper was once affiliated with the Empire. Perhaps we could glean some information about the Empire from him, or even find a way to establish contact. An individual from the Empire. Li Feng's gaze darkened upon hearing Shen Lichuan's words. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, we should seize the opportunity to engage with him to ascertain the Empire's stance towards outsiders. Additionally, we require repair parts for the signal transmitter, which may be available for purchase from the Empire. Shen Lichuan, however, paid little attention to the ensuing discussions about scouting the camp, the trio's plans to acquire resources through labor or hunting, and other arrangements. His mind wandered, detached from the conversation, as he sat there, half listening. While his thoughts drifted elsewhere, he could not fathom why he felt compelled to conceal the old man's peculiar behavior. It was an instinctive urge that caused him to swallow his words at the last moment. Once their discussion concluded, Li Feng distributed a bag of evening provisions to both Shen Lichuan and Chen Yao before declaring the meeting adjourned, carrying the bag of bread back to his room. Shen Lichuan continued to ponder the matter, lying in bed, contemplating what the old man named Bader was truly observing. Was it his face? Shen Lichuan felt certain that was not the reason. Frustrated, he rubbed his face, sensing he had overlooked something crucial. During his conversations with Gloom, Shen Lichuan distinctly felt the old man's gaze upon him twice. The first instance occurred when the topic of the mechanized cult was mentioned. The old man merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, perhaps due to his own sensitivity to the term. The second instance was when Shen Lichuan found himself startled by a dangerous thought. With this recollection, he instinctively touched his nose. Lowering his gaze, he noticed his wrist, where his sleeve had slipped down due to his action, revealing the tightly bound black wristband. The black wristband? Suddenly, Shen Lichuan was jolted back to reality. Was it possible that the old man had scrutinized him because of this item? In the past few days, he had encountered numerous phenomena that exceeded his previous understanding, compounded by the harrowing experience of barely escaping the insect swarm at the camp, causing him to completely forget about this small device resembling an electronic watch that he had salvaged from his escape pod. Although he had forgotten this unexpected acquisition, he had been unconsciously concealing his wrist beneath his sleeve. It was only in the afternoon that a portion accidentally slipped out. Could it be that the old man's interest in him stemmed from having seen the wristband, reflecting on the past 2 days spent with Chun Yao and Li Feng? He realized he had not noticed a similar device on either of them. It seemed they bore no such item that a thought crossed Shen Lichuan's mind. He should not disclose the existence of this wristband to Li Feng and Chun Yao. He could not articulate why he felt this way, but his intuition warned him against inquiring about the wristband. Feeling somewhat guilty, he turned back onto his bed. Having only been in this world for 2 days, how had he managed to fill his mind with so much? He covered his face with his hands and let out a long sigh. After lying there for a while, allowing his emotions to settle, Shen Lichuan sat up again and opened the bag of food that Li Feng had given him. Inside were 2 coarse, yellowed flatbreads and a piece of jerky. The flatbreads were identical to the ones he had eaten at noon, the only difference being that he had soaked them in broth earlier. Whereas now he was chewing them dry, he took a bite of the bread. Without the broth, it lacked that soft, tender quality, presenting a coarse texture that was somewhat hard and gritty. However, with a few more chews, he surprisingly detected a hint of sweetness inherent to the flatbread. Not too bad, he thought. At least it was edible. He had managed to survive another day. As he chewed, Shen Lichuan contemplated his next actions. Regardless of what lay ahead, he resolved to explore how to procure food the following day. The thought of food made him nostalgic for the compressed biscuits and canned goods he had consumed on his first night in this world. It seemed Li Feng intended to return to the camp to investigate the situation. If time permitted, Shen Lichuan wished to accompany him. Although he considered himself inept in combat, who knew what useful items he might discover? Perhaps he could also check the shop for anything he might need. Remembering the shop, Shen Lichuan pulled his sleeve down to cover the wristband, secretly contemplating the need to find an opportunity to probe the old man. He might possess knowledge about the purpose of this non-functioning little device. Chapter 13. The next plan, 2. Early the following morning, Shen Lichuan awoke to the pangs of hunger. The half of the flatbread he had brought back the previous night lay carelessly on the box beside his bed. After completing his morning routine in a daze, he grabbed the remaining piece of flatbread, munching on it while pondering the day's plans. Although he had committed to obtaining supplies through his own efforts the night before, he had no concrete ideas on how to proceed. Chewing on the flatbread, he rummaged through the information Li Feng had shared just yesterday. The Cliffside tribe was located in the southwestern region of the empire, on the fringes of its jurisdiction. Despite its somewhat remote location, the surrounding environment provided natural protection for the tribe. To the northwest, the tribe was enveloped by lush forests and rugged mountains, with the continuous mountain range and the exotic flora within the woods forming a natural barrier against external threats. The flatlands to the south had been cultivated by the tribe's inhabitants, where they grew 2 common crops of this world, grayroot tubers and foxtail grass. The grayroot tuber is highly adaptable, requiring minimal soil fertility, drought-resistant, heat-tolerant, and boasts a rapid growth cycle with high yields, allowing for harvest every 3 months. Serving as a primary food source for the tribe. Foxtail grass, on the other hand, is utilized by the tribe's residents for fabric and weaving materials. In times of food scarcity, it can also serve as fodder for livestock. Clearly, agriculture and animal husbandry form the foundation of the Cliffside tribe's survival in this land. However, not everyone could rely solely on these means for sustenance. The yaks, vital strategic resources for farming and transporting goods, were particularly valuable in this land devoid of other transportation methods. The number of yaks within the tribe was limited, and most ordinary families did not own one. Consequently, these tribespeople resorted to more perilous means to procure essential supplies and resources. Some dared to venture into the ruins, scavenging for remnants of technological artifacts and other valuable items in hopes of obtaining resources to improve their quality of life. The abandoned devices scattered throughout the ruins, broken mechanical fragments, and recyclable raw materials and construction debris, once symbols of a glorious civilization and extraordinary technology, were merely viewed by the cliffside tribespeople as debris that could be sold to the local shop in exchange for usable supplies and weapons. These treasure seekers, delving into the depths of ruins in search of lost treasures and relics, are commonly referred to as scavengers in the wasteland. They rely on collecting refuse that can be exchanged for valuable items or weaponry. Conversely, another group has taken on the role of hunters, subsisting on the flesh and hides of mutated creatures to barter for supplies. Regardless of the method employed, all goods ultimately find their way to the village shop for exchange. The shop. Murmured Shen Lichuan. It seems I should first visit the shop to ascertain the local prices and the items they are acquiring before deciding my next course of action. Swallowing the last morsel of bread, Shen Lichuan stepped outside, following the route he had memorized during yesterday's wanderings, heading straight for the shop. In this world, most mutated creatures are nocturnal. By day, they typically conceal themselves amidst the ruins, caves, or in shadows untouched by sunlight. Occasionally, mutated animals may appear, yet they are usually singular occurrences, such as rats or cockroaches, and unless they swarm, they pose little threat. Moreover, the areas populated by humans have been scoured multiple times, making sudden appearances of mutants in densely populated places exceedingly rare. Despite this, the inhabitants largely adhere to a routine of remaining inactive until the sun rises fully at this hour, just as dawn begins to break. Both people and yaks are still steeped in slumber. With a surge of impulsiveness, Shen Lichuan stepped outside, but as he walked, a growing sense of calm washed over him. Observing the desolate village, he began to feel he might have acted foolishly. Would the shop even be open at such an early hour? Yet having ventured out, turning back now seemed unappealing. He steeled himself, convincing his mind that since he was already here, he might as well take a look. After all, perhaps some elderly folk might be early risers. To his surprise, he was indeed in luck. The shop door was ajar, revealing the familiar assortment of goods inside, with an elderly man behind the counter leisurely counting bullets from a box. Upon noticing Shen Lichuan's arrival, the old man merely lifted his eyelids slightly. Buying something? Let me see. In response, the old man did not elaborate further, lowering his gaze while continuing his methodical counting of bullets. The morning air carried a hint of chill, and the light outside had yet to fully illuminate the interior. The kerosene lamp flickered on the counter, its flame gently swaying, casting a warm and soft glow that created small shadows upon the wooden crates. Shen Lichuan's fingers tapped absent-mindedly, his gaze rapidly scanning the items displayed and hanging in the shop, his thoughts racing. Whether he chose to tempt fate in the ruins or engage in combat with mutated beasts outdoors, acquiring food while ensuring his safety necessitated weaponry, an indispensable resource. Currently, he possessed only a tactical dagger, adequate for personal defense or as an impromptu tool. However, should he encounter a large mutated spider, like the one before, or any other formidable foe lurking in the ruins, the dagger would prove utterly inadequate. Shen Lichuan needed a firearm. A rifle or a shotgun would suffice, as long as it could serve him in a critical moment. With this in mind, he cleared his throat and pointed to a gun hanging on the shop wall, inquiring, "How much for this gun?" It was a handmade shotgun, with a wooden stock and a metal barrel that bore faint signs of wear. The old man paused his task, glanced at Shen Lichuan, and replied in a measured tone, "Are you certain you can afford it?" Taken aback, Shen Lichuan's gaze flickered, his expression somewhat awkward. Noticing his reaction, the old man's eyes glimmered with understanding, and he shifted the conversation to an unrelated topic. An outsider. Are you? With nothing to conceal, Shen Lichuan simply nodded. Then that makes sense. The old man chuckled softly, continuing, "Since you are an outsider, I presume you have no money on you. However, it won't hurt to inform you." He paused, his tone becoming casual. "This gun costs 80 silver coins." Silver coins? Is this what you mean? The old man reached beneath the table, seemingly searching for something, and soon tossed a small silver disc into the air. It arced gracefully before landing gently in Shen Lichuan's palm. It was a slightly worn metallic coin, glinting dully. Its size was akin to that of a button, with a rough texture and irregularly toothed edges, tinged with a light rust. The front of the silver coin bore its denomination, while the back was engraved with a mechanical gear, accompanied by unique anti-counterfeiting codes and stamps, with several visible cracks adorning the gear. This silver coin, which circulated from the empire, was easily recognizable. durable, and, given the local technology, exceedingly difficult to replicate. This coin was the currency of exchange in this wasteland, regardless of what one wished to purchase. This little item was essential. Observing Shen Lichuan as he inspected the coin, the old man smirked and extended his hand before him. Once you've had your fill, return it to me. After returning the silver coin, Shen Lichuan, still unsatisfied, pointed once more at the gun on the wall and asked, "Is this old gun truly 80 silver coins? It doesn't sound like an exorbitant amount. 80. Outsider, do you consider that expensive or inexpensive?" Sensing Shen Lichuan's lack of understanding regarding the local currency, the old man chuckled, placing the counted bullets back into their box and closing the lid. He then looked into Shen Lichuan's eyes and elaborated. The price of gray root potatoes is 1 silver coin per pound. Mutated animal meat fetches 3 silver coins per pound, and a yak can be sold for 200 silver coins. The old man fixed his gaze on Shen Lichuan. "Young man, 80 silver coins is a reasonable price for you." After stating this, he disregarded Shen Lichuan's reaction and resumed organizing his merchandise. Shen Lichuan sheepishly rubbed his nose. To be honest, he couldn't even muster a single silver coin. However, this at least informed him of the amount he would need to acquire in the near future, at least 80 silver coins. A considerable sum indeed. So, what can I trade to earn silver coins from you? Upon hearing this, the old man paused his work. He scrutinized Shen Lichuan from head to toe, his narrowed eyes carrying a hint of appraisal, seemingly assessing what kind of labor this outsider could undertake. With a slight grin, the old man replied leisurely, "Food, fuel, metal, cadavers of mutated animals and giant insects exoskeletons, as well as discarded machinery, energy cores, or even intact chips." As he spoke, he spread his hands. "As long as it is functional and deemed valuable by the itinerant merchants, I accept it all," although it sounded as though numerous items could be exchanged for silver coins. Obtaining these goods was no simple task. What about the prices? That depends on the quality and condition of the items you bring. Quality items in good condition will fetch a higher price. Those that are damaged, incomplete, or rusty will receive a lower offer. Rest assured, my prices are fair, and I do not deceive either the young or the old. After leaving the shop, Shen Lichuan pondered his plans to amass wealth. As an ordinary laborer who had toiled his entire life, he recognized that he lacked the nimbleness of Li Feng or the advantageous skills possessed by Chen Yao. Thus, his ability to generate wealth with his own hands would heavily rely on a stroke of luck. Tisk, feeling the gravity of his situation, Shen Lichuan couldn't help but click his tongue. Since relying solely on himself posed difficulties, it would be wiser to attach himself to someone else and be a competent appendage. He resolved to follow the captain today. Wherever the captain went, he would follow. With this determination, Shen Lichuan approached Li Feng's door and raised his hand, preparing to knock. Before he could do so, the door swung open, revealing a surprised Li Feng standing before him. "What is it?" "Captain, I have something I wish to discuss with you." Shen Lichuan rubbed his hands together, a smile on his face as he said, "May I accompany you today?" Li Feng hesitated for a moment. Clearly, he had not anticipated Shen Lichuan's request. Shen Lichuan distinctly remembered that Li Feng had mentioned last night his intention to reconnoiter the insect nest at the camp today. Compared to venturing alone into the unknown ruins, risking his life in search of treasure, or confronting mutated beasts armed only with a tactical dagger, the prospect of accompanying Li Feng to the camp was undoubtedly the wisest choice. With a stroke of good fortune, he might even scavenge some corpses during a skirmish between the captain and the insects or mutated plants. Even if no battle occurred, he could forage for berries or seek out other valuable curiosities in the forest, thus securing a modicum of reward. Shen Lichuan silently prayed, please agree, in light of my earnest and sincere request, grant me this favor. You know, I intend to return to retrieve the signal transmitter." After a moment of silence, Li Feng finally spoke. "That place is unsafe. It would be dangerous for you to accompany me, but I understand that I am weak and lack combat prowess. But I assure you, I will not be a hindrance. I will be as cautious as possible and not trouble you." Shen Lichuan's tone grew urgent. Li Feng remained silent, his gaze heavy as if weighing something in his mind, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. "Please, take me with you." Shen Lichuan clasped his hands together, his eyes filled with hope. "Besides, weren't you planning to go back to get the signal transmitter?" Contemplating the primary objective of returning to the camp, Shen Lichuan hastened his speech to articulate a reason that Li Feng would find irresistible. "I can assist you in locating the signal transmitter, and in the process, I can also assess its state of damage, as well as inspect the emergency landing pod for any salvageable components that may be repurposed. The words of Shen Lichuan effectively stifled the rejection that was about to escape Li Feng's lips. His assertion held merit. Although Li Feng possessed agile skills and extensive combat experience as a mercenary, he lacked proficiency in mechanical devices, whether it was the spacecraft, the emergency landing pod, or even the signal transmitter he had brought along. The training at the base had only imparted to him the knowledge of how to operate these devices and to make preliminary assessments of some basic alarm signals. However, disassembling and repairing them constituted a significant gap in Li Feng's expertise. Chen Yao, serving as a biologist and partial medical personnel, was adept in biology and medicine, yet she too did not surpass Li Feng in mechanical knowledge. Casting a deep glance at Shen Lichuan, Li Feng swallowed his initial refusal, inhaled deeply, and slowly spoke. Since you are insistent on going, I shall bring you along. However, remember to remain vigilant at all times. Complacency is not an option, that Li Feng admonished sternly. You must follow my orders without question, prioritizing your safety above all else. Understood. Upon hearing Li Feng acquiesce to his request, Shen Lichuan finally relaxed, exhaling a long breath and mentally commending his own cleverness. Chapter 14. Return to the camp. Although Shen Lichuan's spontaneous bravado had successfully secured him a place at the captain's side, he was internally uncertain about whether he could fulfill the roles he had claimed. In his past life, he had studied a field tangentially related to mechanics, yet his technical skills were merely sufficient to pass his graduation exams. What? You intend to accompany the captain back to the camp? Chen Yao exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. She pointed at Shen Lichuan, her voice stammering. Are you out of your mind, or is he? Before she could finish, she directed her finger towards Li Feng, urgently questioning. What are you thinking? He hasn't even recovered from the aftereffects of his abrupt awakening, and you intend to take him back to the nest? We possess only a single firearm. What will you do if we encounter those repugnant creatures? Chen Yao's chest heaved violently as she exhaled a breath of frustration and, with unwavering determination, declared, I do not consent. You would be better off accompanying me. She turned to Shen Lichuan and added, I initially planned to go alone. Once Chen Yao had vented her frustrations, Li Feng took over the conversation. My original plan was to return and ascertain the situation at the camp regarding the nest, while simultaneously locating the signal transmitter to bring back. However, Shen Lichuan's proposal has inspired a new idea. Pausing for a moment, Li Feng continued, the supplies we previously carried have been left behind at the nest, and the camp we had intended to establish will likely be rendered obsolete. In light of this, it may be more prudent to seize the opportunity to dismantle the emergency landing pod there and exchange it for usable resources. This notion seemed reasonable. Noting Chen Yao's silence, Shen Lichuan once again employed his persuasive rhetoric on Li Feng. Are you recalling past events? Upon hearing Shen Lichuan mention the possibility of assisting in the disassembly of the emergency landing pod, Chen Yao expressed her surprise. This caught Shen Lichuan off guard, as he had been so focused on securing a place by the captain's side that he had forgotten to feign amnesia regarding this matter. After managing to placate Chen Yao, Shen Lichuan and Li Feng finally stepped outside. Chen Yao, wishing to avoid the revolting creatures, intended to venture towards the ruins in hopes of a stroke of luck while investigating the technological level of this planet. She took a tactical dagger for protection and returned the rifle to Li Feng. Be careful and watch your safety. Bidding farewell to Chen Yao, Shen Lichuan followed behind Li Feng, harboring a complex array of emotions as they re-entered the forest. As noon approached, sunlight filtered through the clouds and illuminated the treetops. The light pierced through layers of overlapping leaves, forming bright beams that danced upon the forest floor, illuminating their path. The brilliant rays bestowed a soft golden hue upon the forest's vegetation, rendering it less ominous than before, and masking the multitude of deadly traps concealed within. Li Feng gripped his firearm in one hand while wielding a torch in the other, guiding Shen Lichuan carefully through the woods. With his exceptional spatial memory, Li Feng skillfully navigated Shen Lichuan around numerous previously explored perilous zones. Occasionally encountering some ravenous mutated plants, Li Feng utilized the torch to fend off their advances. Fortunately, most of the creatures they encountered were rather sluggish predators, resembling the plants that had previously preyed upon Gloom. These carnivorous plants lay scattered throughout the forest's darker corners and wetlands, their tentacles or traps typically concealed among dense foliage or buried within the earth. They released scents to lure prey or relied on colors to deceive them. Once a victim drew near, the plants utilized their own adhesive properties, suction, or traps to capture them. However, the mobile stems and leaves of these plants were limited, confining their hunting range. As long as they circumvented these areas, they would not awaken the slumbering predators. In the unfortunate event that they accidentally provoked these plants, it would not pose a significant threat. Almost all encountered flora exhibited a fear of the intense heat of flames. By using the torch to disperse the tentacled branches when they approached, they could swiftly evade danger. The only troublesome adversary was the flexible, agile vines, specifically the peculiar vines that had ensnared the enormous spider, granting Shen Lichuan and Chun Yao an opportunity to escape. These vines, capable of detecting prey through air vibrations, disguised themselves as ordinary tendrils. Lying in wait in inconspicuous corners, their speed and agility made them adept at capturing any unwary creature that ventured too close. Crouching low, Li Feng moved cautiously through the underbrush, keeping his eyes and ears attuned to the surrounding sounds. Listening intently for any anomalies, Shen Lichuan trailed behind Li Feng, scarcely daring to breathe for fear of disrupting his judgment. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the once bright light dimmed under the canopy's cover. In the hushed woods, only the barely perceptible sounds of their breathing and the soft rustling of footsteps could be heard, heightening the atmosphere's tension and oppression. Shen Lichuan felt his heartbeat quicken, his breath becoming somewhat labored. After an indeterminate passage of time, Li Feng, who had been leading the way, suddenly halted. He raised a hand to signal Shen Lichuan to stop. The abrupt change jolted Shen Lichuan's mind back to clarity, and he blinked rapidly, whispering, "What is it?" Li Feng remained silent, slightly tilting his head to indicate that Shen Lichuan should look ahead. Peering over Li Feng's shoulder, Shen Lichuan narrowed his eyes, and through the gaps in the underbrush, he was confronted by the sight of a colossal spider, or rather, the exoskeleton of a giant spider. Chapter 15. A windfall. Its hardened exoskeleton was remarkably well preserved, just as Shen Lichuan had first seen it, with the intricate patterns of its shell still visible, retaining its original shape and sheen. However, it was now an empty shell, a hollow remnant lying there like an abandoned black armor, silently resting. The appendages once used for hunting and sensing were reduced to mere hollow stubs, their shriveled condition indicating that the internal muscles and tissues had long since been devoured by the encroaching vines. The elongated legs extending from the cephalothorax lay twisted and collapsed upon the ground, their shells severed at the joints due to the absence of muscles and tissues, resulting in fragmented limbs. The once robust abdomen had caved in deeply, leaving only a thin, leathery cavity, its translucence reminiscent of parchment. Suspended from the shell, this desolate carcass stood silently in the stillness of the forest, devoid of any insect sounds. The horrifying sight sent a jolt through Shen Lichuan's heart. This was the first time he had confronted death so closely since arriving in this world. "We are perilously close." Li Feng furrowed his brow, cautiously surveying the surroundings in an attempt to locate traces of the vines that had consumed the spider. Finding nothing out of the ordinary, he slowly picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it toward the giant spider's remains. The stone arced through the air, eventually landing atop the carpet of fallen leaves, bouncing a few times and producing a soft rustling sound. Though faint, the noise resonated clearly within the silent forest. Li Feng crouched in place, alert, and waited for several tense seconds, seeing that there was still no movement. He cautiously rose to his feet and began to move forward. Upon noticing this, Shen Lichuan snapped back to reality from the shock of witnessing the corpse. He prepared to follow, but as he shifted, Li Feng turned back and whispered, "Stay still, I will take a look." "Very well," Shen Lichuan replied, adjusting his position and resuming his crouch. Watching as Li Feng approached the spider's remnants. Li Feng halted, meticulously circling the remains, confirming that no spectral vines lurked nearby, before beckoning Shen Lichuan to approach slowly. "If we can haul this back, it might fetch a considerable sum." Lowering his voice, Shen Lichuan pinched his nose to block the faint, acrid odor permeating the air, meticulously scrutinizing the intact remains before him. The external exoskeleton of the head, the sharp pincers, the sturdy carapace on the back. According to Bard, the valuable parts of these creatures were indeed these hard shells. Given the completeness of this carcass, it should yield quite a number of silver coins. With this thought, his yearning for wealth overshadowed the fear lurking within. Shen Lichuan's tone brimmed with barely contained excitement. "Captain, let us take this thing back? Such a complete shell must be worth a fortune. To be honest, Li Feng felt somewhat tempted as well. These shells and exoskeletons were excellent materials for crafting rudimentary defensive equipment in the Cliffside tribe. However, the issue was not that Li Feng was unwilling to retrieve them, but rather, this carcass was far too large for them to drag out of the forest. Yet, leaving it here would be an utter waste. Shen Lichuan was not ready to give up. Money. This was all money. What did everyone lack at this stage? It was money. Initially, Shen Lichuan had been grateful for his decision to follow the captain back to the forest camp. Otherwise, he would have missed out on this significant windfall. Yet now, this unexpected fortune could only be gazed upon but not claimed, which left Shen Lichuan feeling discontented. Couldn't they think of some way to bring it back? A solution did indeed exist. After a moment of contemplation, Li Feng proposed, "We could devise a method to detach the most valuable external skeleton and the dorsal carapace to bring back." Detach? That could work. Shen Lichuan rolled up his sleeves, eager to get started. "Wait a moment. Don't rush." Seeing Shen Lichuan's eager expression at the prospect of riches, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "Let us finish what we need to do first, and we can dismantle it on our way back." All right. Upon hearing this, Shen Lichuan, who had been riding high on excitement, deflated like a punctured balloon, his spirit visibly dampened. In truth, he felt that they could already head back. There was no real need to check on the camp's situation. Secretly muttering to himself, Shen Lichuan nevertheless steeled himself and followed Li Feng as they carefully navigated around the spider carcass. Proceeding cautiously forward, previously, when they had unearthed this giant spider, Shen Lichuan and Chun Yao had turned tail and fled. Not far away, the spider, whose head Shen Yao had blown off with a shot, had met its demise ensnared by those vines. The discovery of this spider's empty shell here implied that they could not be far from unearthing the entrance to these insects' lair. Reflecting on the earlier events, he recalled that they had initially been pursued by numerous insects of varying sizes trailing behind the giant spider. Perhaps sensing the dangers of the forest, only the agitated spider, enraged by the gunshot, had given chase, while the others seemed to have halted not long after. Shen Lichuan quickened his pace to catch up with Li Feng, sharing his recollection. After listening to Shen Lichuan's analysis, Li Feng nodded, signaling his understanding. It seemed these insects possessed a degree of intelligence, capable of sensing danger and making simple judgments rather than blindly following biological instincts. Navigating around a few low shrubs, Li Feng and Shen Lichuan finally approached their previous camp. Chapter 16. The missing signal emitter. Calculating the safe distance in his mind, Li Feng cautiously led Shen Lichuan through several low thickets, striving to minimize any noise. Upon reaching a vantage point where he could peer into the camp, Li Feng halted, carefully raising his head to survey the situation. Shielded by the foliage, sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the transformed clearing before them. The once grassy area had become a quagmire, with numerous trails of insect movements crisscrossing the ground. And two giant mantises dragging their abdomens loomed ominously, wandering across the clearing. The makeshift earthen stove erected in the center was now unrecognizable. The stones that once formed the stove had been knocked down by the forceful impacts of these wandering giant insects. Resembling nothing more than a heap of meaningless rubble, not far from the stove, the wooden stakes meant for anchoring had been reduced to half-buried remnants, and the carefully stored survival supplies and other provisions had vanished, leaving behind only a few crushed cans embedded in the ground and a conspicuously filthy yellow packaging bag. The foundation pit that Shen Lichuan and Chun Yao had excavated was no longer visible, replaced by a vast abyss leading into the unknown. The soil surrounding the cave entrance appeared to have been violently torn and hollowed out by some immense force, with clumps of dirt and grass scattered along the trails of the insects' movements. Sunlight barely penetrated the depths of the chasm, casting a faint glow at the entrance. Even in this dim light, Shen Lichuan could still make out shadows flitting through the darkness and the occasional glimmer of green bioluminescence from the insectoid compound eyes. It was needless to say that aside from the two mantises wandering above, numerous unseen insects were scuttling within this excavated pit. Shen Lichuan couldn't help but marvel, although the situation here was far more tranquil than he had anticipated. On the surface, he only needed to contend with those two formidable creatures. He scrutinized the chaotic scene, attempting to locate their target mission. However, after straining his eyes, he realized he had not caught sight of the signal emitter. Why can't I see the signal emitter? Do you remember where you placed it? Shen Lichuan whispered. Before he could finish, he felt a heavy pressure on his head as his vision suddenly blurred. And someone forcefully pushed his head down. It seems they've noticed us. Li Feng's voice was low, as he held his breath and listened intently, able to discern the dull scraping sound of something dragging along the ground. Shen Lichuan too heard the sound. It grew increasingly pronounced. Without a doubt, that damn giant mantis was approaching their thicket. Li Feng tightened his grip on the rifle, subtly adjusting the barrel's direction, his index finger resting lightly on the trigger while the other hand silently engaged the safety catch. His muscles tensed, adopting a defensive posture. Should the insect draw near, he would need to react and fire in the shortest time possible. Shen Lichuan lowered his head even further, barely daring to breathe. Controlling his body to remain silent, the two men held their breath, intently discerning the insect's movements. The sound drew closer, then paused, as if its source was assessing the surroundings. Fortunately, there was no wind at that moment. All they could smell was the scent of damp earth mingling with a faint, rancid odor. After a brief silence, it seemed nothing had been spotted, and the rustling sounds gradually receded from the thicket. Li Feng waited for a long moment, carefully listening to the surrounding noises before tentatively lifting his head to cautiously confirm the situation through the gaps in the foliage. Sensing the danger had passed, Shen Lichuan mimicked Li Feng's actions, cautiously peeking out to observe the state of the camp. The two giant mantises had returned to their original path, while a few smaller beetles emerged from the cave entrance, scouring the ground for something before retreating back inside. Shen Lichuan closely observed the behavior of these beetles, sensing they were likely rummaging for cans and crumbs of compressed biscuits buried in the dirt. Did you see the signal emitter? To avoid raising his voice too high, Shen Lichuan exaggeratedly manipulated his facial muscles, striving to control his vocal cords to produce a sound. Li Feng frowned, slowly shaking his head. Shen Lichuan turned to look at Li Feng, noticing his fingers rubbing against the rifle barrel, his heart racing. He couldn't help but wonder if Li Feng intended to eliminate these insects to unearth the elusive signal emitter. Although, given Li Feng's skills and marksmanship, it seemed feasible to dispatch these insects in a short period. As he pondered, Shen Lichuan noticed one of the mantises had turned, its body shifting from a side profile to face him directly. Its enormous compound eyes almost consuming its entire head, suddenly locking onto Shen Lichuan's gaze. The mantis's eyes were a deep black, set into the sides of its triangular head, exuding an intense darkness that glimmered with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. The surface of its eyes, not entirely smooth, was covered in layers of folds, creating an illusion of absorbing all light. Shen Lichuan found himself transfixed by those eyes, feeling as though they were ensnaring his line of sight. Clutching his gaze like an abyss, the overwhelming pressure. Son, you must have been awestruck by it, your body instinctively reacting. Li Feng explained that I called out to you several times, yet you remained unresponsive. So I had no choice but to cover your eyes to shield your gaze. However, I truly felt that it had seen me. Did you fixate on its eyes? Seeing Shen Lichuan awkwardly nod, Li Feng understood. This was the crux of the matter. The compound eyes of insects possess a uniquely intricate structure, not to mention magnified many times over. If you stare intently into their eyes, your gaze is captured by countless little pupils, leading to the illusion of being scrutinized. Yet, in reality, it did not perceive you. Shen Lichuan felt a twinge of fear as well as frustration. Initially, he had come here, clinging to someone else's coattails, claiming he could be of assistance. But in the end, he had managed to help not at all, and had nearly caused trouble instead. Enough of this overthinking, Li Feng comforted, giving Shen Lichuan's shoulder a reassuring pat. Have you located the signal transmitter? Clearing his throat, Shen Lichuan awkwardly shifted the topic. And no, upon mentioning this matter, Li Feng's expression turned slightly grave. The camp was too chaotic. I couldn't discern where the signal transmitter was. Attempting to evade the patrol routes of those insects to search for it is simply impossible. Li Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow. Given the current circumstances, retrieving the signal transmitter would not be an easy feat and would inevitably lead to a direct confrontation with the insect nest. However, with their existing weaponry, their firepower was woefully insufficient. No matter how urgent the situation, they could only deliberate further. What if we devise a way to lure the insects away from the ground? Seeing the troubled look on Li Feng's face, Shen Lichuan contemplated for a moment and offered his suggestion. Lure them away. Precisely. as long as we can attract the insects on the ground and near the entrance without alarming those deeper within the nest. Using something they desire, we could buy ourselves some time to search for the signal transmitter. Recalling the beetles he had seen earlier, a spark of inspiration ignited in Shen Lichuan's mind. He instinctively felt that the behavior of those beetles was driven by a search for food, and they appeared quite indiscriminate, seemingly not picky at all that if food could be used as bait. Could it not temporarily divert the insects from the ground and the shallow caves? Shen Lichuan briefly shared his discovery and speculation with Li Feng. After listening to Shen Lichuan's words, Li Feng pondered thoughtfully. This plan seemed feasible, but the challenge lay in determining what to use as bait and ensuring it would indeed attract the insects without causing any further disturbances. This required more careful consideration. I believe we can procure some food that attracts insects, and then lead them to a location farther from the camp. This way, we can utilize that window to search for the signal transmitter. Once found, we can retreat immediately. Even if those insects happen to notice us on their way back, they likely won't pursue us into the forest. Shen Lichuan was still earnestly articulating his thoughts when he suddenly noticed Li Feng halt his steps. Assuming Li Feng had spotted some abnormality, Shen Lichuan immediately fell silent, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. However, Li Feng merely turned a corner and continued, picking up where Shen Lichuan had left off. If we are to divert these insects, we must familiarize ourselves with the terrain nearby and plan our route. Subsequently, Shen Lichuan observed Li Feng lift his chin, signaling him. Shall we take a different path back? Initially intent on returning directly. Dismantling the remnants of the giant spider along the way to salvage its exoskeleton and carapace for currency, the duo's return route transformed into a reconnaissance mission around the insect nest. Driven by the mindset of having come this far, the clearing of the camp was not particularly vast, and as they passed the emergency landing pod, Shen Lichuan took the opportunity to dismantle some metal and small recyclable parts. As for the other items in the emergency landing pod, they decided to seek another opportunity to dismantle them later. Upon seeing the emergency landing pod, Shen Lichuan felt a twinge of anxiety. He had indeed used the pretext of dismantling mechanical equipment to follow along and scavenge for supplies, acquiring some materials, yet failing to locate the signal transmitter. Initially, he had thought that this matter would conclude without needing to rely on his flimsy excuse. But whether intentional or coincidental, they had fortuitously encountered the emergency landing pod while scouting the terrain. Upon reflection, Shen Lichuan felt that Li Feng had done this deliberately, leading him past the emergency landing pod to test whether he genuinely possessed the skills to dismantle mechanical equipment. Yet, it was also peculiar to that time. Shen Lichuan had already resigned himself to the possibility of being exposed. Although he had studied electronic mechanics in his previous life, the technology on this planet was vastly different from what he had learned. Even if he hadn't forgotten his studies and could dismantle a generator, he certainly couldn't claim to understand a device like an emergency landing pod. However, when he actually tried his hand at it, aside from feeling a bit lost at first, he found his body almost instinctively guiding him, allowing him to dismantle a few components. The rest, he managed to gloss over due to a headache. Unable to recall clearly, his cover was temporarily preserved. The two of them eventually reached the riverbank where Li Feng had previously caught fish. The water was gentle, shimmering under the sunlight, and upon closer inspection, several fish with scales as translucent as crystal could be seen gliding gracefully through the water like phantoms. Was this the relative of the fish that had been swallowed earlier? Shen Lichuan couldn't help but gaze a bit longer. Noticing Shen Lichuan's unwavering attention on the fish in the river, Li Feng tentatively inquired, "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat?" "Ah, no." Shen Lichuan awkwardly touched his nose that he thought it likely that Li Feng assumed his fixation on the fish indicated hunger. But that was quite the misunderstanding. He explained that he simply found the fish quite visually appealing to Li Feng, who had been memorizing the route, glanced at the fish in the river and remarked casually, "There seem to be quite a few more fish than a couple of days ago, Dodo." Uncertain of how to respond, Shen Lichuan replied dryly. The two fell silent, merely trudging upstream against the current. Compared to the forest, the mutated plants by the river were significantly fewer, and aside from the fish, which became more numerous as they ventured further, they had yet to encounter any other mutated animals. Perhaps due to the influence of the insect nest, this area felt eerily quiet. Observing the surrounding topography, the original earth slope on the right gradually became steeper, and after walking for about 1 or 2 kilometers, they found themselves enveloped in the shadow of the mountain. Shen Lichuan looked up, only to see slender vines cascading down from the summit, layering over the exposed rock formations. Occasionally, weeds and tender shoots sprouted through the cracks in the rock. Peeking out among the vines with delicate young buds, Shen Lichuan couldn't shake the feeling that this scene was somewhat familiar. "This is where you cut the vines last time." Perhaps sensing Shen Lichuan's curiosity, Li Feng spoke up, in no wonder. Shen Lichuan clicked his tongue, realizing that he had indeed cut those vines before. His gaze followed the cliff's edge downward, scrutinizing the small cliff, which was approximately 20 meters high. The top of the cliff jutted out, forming an angle of about 70 degrees with the base, and numerous slender, flexible vines hung down like curtains, gently swaying in the breeze. The base, likely due to years of being shielded from sunlight, had not sprouted many plants. Only a few clusters of weeds, taller than a person, and slender saplings grew close to the mountain. The rock layers of the mountain were adorned with patches of moss or other bryophytes, densely covering the original color of the rock. Shen Lichuan examined the area thoroughly, increasingly feeling an indescribable sense of incongruity. The entire mountain slope was tilted, although it formed a small cliff. It was merely due to the slight protrusion at the top. After scrutinizing several times, he finally discerned the source of his unease. According to the natural formation of the mountain, it should have sloped downward to form a sharp angle. Yet near the base, despite being largely concealed by weeds, Shen Lichuan was certain that this portion of the mountain was a straight vertical drop. Upon closer inspection, he could even see an unusual corner where the rock layer met the mountain. This was exceedingly strange. Chapter 18. Discovery of ruins. Shen Lichuan's curiosity piqued at that moment. He cautiously took a couple of steps forward, his gaze meticulously scanning every inch of the mountain. The moss spread across the rock layers had some patches that were already gray and shriveled, while others were lush and vibrant, perhaps due to the slight depression in the rock layer that collected more rainwater. Wait a moment, a depression? As he scrutinized closely, he indeed discovered faint, almost imperceptible traces at the top of this vertical mountain, vaguely visible through the layers of moss, resembling some kind of pattern or symbol. Moreover, an unexpected intuition surged within Shen Lichuan, leading him to boldly speculate that this might be some form of writing. With this thought, Shen Lichuan's heart began to race. He organized his thoughts internally and conveyed this discovery to Li Feng. After a brief discussion, the two decided to investigate further. The dense weeds at the base of the mountain not only obstructed their view, but also hindered their approach to the mountain itself. Li Feng found a long branch and began to sweep and poke through the thicket, confirming that there were no hidden insects or snakes before signaling to Shen Lichuan that it was safe to proceed. Observing the situation, Shen Lichuan lifted his foot, intending to trample the wild grasses or forge a narrow path leading deeper into the thicket. However, the stems and leaves of these wild plants were remarkably resilient, their dense intertwining making it exceedingly difficult for him to find footing or leverage. After a brief struggle, he resignedly withdrew his tactical dagger, mimicking Li Feng's method, and began to slice through the stems and leaves from their base. The duo spent some time clearing a small path for themselves, finally approaching the mountain's base. From a distance, the smooth rock face appeared unblemished, yet up close, it was shrouded in a thick layer of dust and gravel, with patches of desiccated moss clinging to its surface. Running his fingers along it, Shen Lichuan could discern subtle irregularities, slight protrusions and depressions beneath the rough and hard exterior, likely remnants of erosion from rain and wind. As he drew nearer, he had to tilt his head back to glimpse the moss atop, its patterns obscured by the angle. He pressed his palm against the surface, probing in search of useful clues. But all he perceived was a faint chill emanating from the rock face. Compared to other parts of the mountain, this section appeared more orderly, almost as if it had been meticulously polished. Shen Lichuan noticed Li Feng pressing his ear against the stone and striking it with a rock. "Did you hear anything?" he inquired, noticing a change in Li Feng's expression. "This is no ordinary mountain," Li Feng replied, his tone growing serious. As if formulating a hypothesis, he gestured for Shen Lichuan to come closer and struck the stone again, inviting him to listen to the muffled thud it produced. "Can you discern it? The sound is somewhat dull, suggesting that behind this rock face, there is likely a hollow structure." Shen Lichuan, feeling somewhat bewildered, shifted his position for a closer fit with the stone and took the rock from Li Feng to strike it himself. "Well, I can't really tell if it's hollow," he admitted, his face betraying his confusion. Seeing this blank expression, Li Feng refrained from further explanation and continued with his deductions. This could be the entrance to a concealed structure. The door has been artfully camouflaged, blending seamlessly with its surroundings. Without careful examination, it would be nearly impossible to detect a concealed structure, Shen Lichuan echoed, intrigued. Indeed, during the old century, many constructions employed various methods to hide themselves underground or in remote areas, particularly laboratories and facilities that were sealed off or abandoned for myriad reasons. Pausing, a flicker of excitement sparkled in Li Feng's eyes. According to records from that bygone era, such structures often housed cutting-edge technology and equipment. Some archaeologists have even unearthed well-preserved large-scale experimental facilities and data within. I wager that to achieve such intricate camouflage, there must be something hidden within this mountain. As he spoke, Li Feng slapped Shen Lichuan's shoulder enthusiastically. This is fantastic. If we can open this door, we might just discover a way to directly contact the Mother Star base. Upon hearing this, Shen Lichuan's thoughts began to wander. He suddenly recalled the tales Gloom had shared regarding tombs and deities. Initially dismissing them as mere fanciful legends meant to amuse local children, he now pondered whether there was a grain of truth to them. Could this door have some connection to the Cliffside tribe? Moreover, if memory served correctly, Gloom had mentioned that this forest was once a site for their rituals, concealing the remains of a deity beneath it. Shen Lichuan pursed his lips, broaching the subject, prompted by Shen Lichuan's reminder. Li Feng recalled Gloom's earlier mention of the origins of the insect hive. That a moment of silence enveloped them both. If Gloom's assertions held any weight, then this unexpectedly discovered relic's entrance likely concealed a facility left behind from before the mechanical crisis, which had now become a parasitic nest for the swarm. The convoluted situation ultimately necessitated addressing the insect problem. Li Feng had initially aimed to locate a signal transmitter and gradually devise a means to repair it. Now, the discovery of this ancient relic compelled him to reassess his strategy against the swarm. That if possible, he aspired to obliterate the hive and delve into the mountain's interior to explore this vestige from the old era. Regardless of whether it was an abandoned laboratory or an obsolete base, or even another concealed structure, Li Feng surmised that it would certainly contain preserved records and equipment. With a stroke of luck, they might even uncover a functioning signal transmitter, or at the very least, some minor devices or chips. Compared to the daunting task of scouring the vast expanse of land for suitable components to repair the transmitter, this ancient relic, potentially a laboratory or underground base, appeared far more enticing. Regardless, one could not bypass the repulsive swarm if they wished to establish contact with the Mother Star base. To uncover what lay behind this door. Eliminating the insect tide was the sole solution. Yet, upon reflection, a comforting thought struck Li Feng as he patted Shen Lichuan's shoulder, his tone lightening. If the hive can thrive within, then it's likely that there are no intelligent mechanical entities inside. Those are quite common in ancient relics and are far more formidable than the insect hive. Chapter 19. Bloodstains by the river. The day was well past its midpoint, and the two took a moment to rest, replenishing their energies with some food before retracing their steps to the side of the giant spider carcass. Perhaps the violent tremors caused by the insect tide had drawn numerous predatory vines to the area. Today, both Li Feng and Shen Lichuan returned to this location twice without encountering those elusive hunters. They exerted some effort in removing the spider's head exoskeleton entirely, dismantling several intact sections of its back shell, and binding them with ordinary vines to carry on their backs. Initially, Shen Lichuan intended to return the same way through the woods, but Li Feng halted him. It's rather risky to backtrack with such a heavy load. Weighing the burden on his back and stretching his arms, Li Feng reached this conclusion. The weight was not particularly heavy, but Shen Lichuan, emulating Li Feng's motions, found it quite cumbersome. The bones and shells possessed distinct shapes and, due to their material, were exceptionally hard. Simply tying them together with vines and carrying them made even the slightest shift uncomfortable, rendering his movements somewhat awkward. This predicament made it undeniably challenging to navigate stealthily through the forest teeming with mutated plants, especially with many vines that were exceptionally sensitive to vibrations and possessed an agile, unpredictable nature. Shen Lichuan was confident in his ability to control his own body, yet he lacked the same assurance regarding the cumbersome load he bore. What should we do? He pondered, unwilling to part with the readily available silver coins. He had no desire to make a special detour just to return for these treasures from the sky. Let us take a different route. Li Feng suggested, looking up to ascertain their bearings before stepping westward down a different route. Shen Lichuan was genuinely taken aback, were it not for his certainty that Li Feng had descended alongside him. He might have suspected that Li Feng had previously scouted the terrain in secret. Wait, on the first day of their fall, Li Feng had indeed explored the surroundings. Do you know of other paths? When did you learn this? You never mentioned it before. Shen Lichuan hurriedly followed, straining to glean any insights. Not exactly familiar, Li Feng replied, that I made several rounds in this vicinity this morning, not having encountered any dangerous plants or animals. I didn't feel the need to caution you to tread lightly. I was merely keeping an eye on my surroundings, moving forward without restraint. While conversing with the village chief yesterday, he mentioned a river beside the farmland to the south of the tribe. The forest west of the cliffside tribe isn't too far. Perhaps that river adjacent to the farmland is the one we saw earlier, at the bottom of the cliff. Although Shen Lichuan found Li Feng's reasoning sound, he hesitated to venture forth solely on conjecture. He was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Let us give it a try. If it leads to a dead end, we can always come back. We'll eventually find a way out, Li Feng reassured, sensing Shen Lichuan's skepticism. Observing Shen Lichuan's half-open mouth and his expression of doubt, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle, despite claiming it was merely a guess. He felt quite confident that following the river's flow would lead them correctly. The pair continued until they approached the riverbank, where Li Feng halted. Just a few steps further lay the flat riverbank, which, due to the accumulation of silt, appeared relatively even with sparse vegetation, offering a clearer view and making it easier to traverse than the dense thickets. Instinctively, Li Feng hesitated to expose himself and his companion in such an open terrain. Turning to caution Shen Lichuan, don't wander too far out. But the riverbank is much easier to navigate, Shen Lichuan protested, his small eyes filled with perplexity. Why forego the easier path, choosing instead to complicate matters? Moreover, the view by the riverbank is somewhat better. If we encounter mutated plants, won't it be easier for us to see them? Just do as I say. I don't wish to waste my breath explaining too much to Shen Lichuan. Li Hong bluntly told Shen Lichuan to be quiet. Well, who made us rely on him for support? Shen Lichuan began to comfort himself in frustration. The path, covered with vegetation, was indeed difficult to traverse. Following Li Hong, they walked and paused intermittently. After nearly 2 hours, they still had not glimpsed the end of the forest. Tugging at the vines draped over his shoulders, Shen Lichuan felt as though his legs were growing numb. Lost in thought, he suddenly slipped, biting down hard on his lip to stifle a gasp, and instinctively reached out, grabbing the vine on Li Hong's back. What happened? First, he heard a sudden rustling noise behind him, followed by something gripping the vine he was holding with such force that it nearly toppled Li Hong to the ground. Regaining his balance, Li Hong turned to assess the situation behind him, only to find Shen Lichuan half reclined on the ground. Clutching the vine tightly, his face a mask of shock. I slipped. Using the vine for leverage, Shen Lichuan stood up, flexing his ankle to ensure it was uninjured before letting out a sigh of relief. Lowering his gaze, he wondered what he had stepped on. I feel as though I stepped on something. That he trailed off abruptly. Following the trace where Shen Lichuan had slipped, he discovered a patch of semi-dried blood concealed beneath fallen leaves. How could there be blood here? Li Hong pushed Shen Lichuan aside and stepped forward, dipping his finger into the substance, sniffing it, then rubbing it between his fingers. It had a faint metallic scent, unmistakably blood. The deep red liquid had mostly seeped into the soil, with the remainder in a half-dry, viscous state, its edges slightly blurred from the liquid spread. Noticing Li Hong's serious expression, Shen Lichuan realized the gravity of the situation. It seemed the blood had not fully congealed. Could something have been injured here not long ago? With this thought, Shen Lichuan crouched down, his hands searching the ground as his eyes darted around, trying to discern any unusual traces. Indeed, he found something. Not far from where he had slipped, there were clear signs of a heavy object being dragged across the ground, by parting the broad leaves nearby. He could see that the surrounding vegetation had been violently disturbed, as if something had crashed through in that direction. Shen Lichuan shared his discovery with Li Hong, indicating the trail to him. The vegetation there was denser and taller, and judging by the direction of the disturbance, it seemed to lead deeper into the forest. Chapter 20. Encounter with the corrupted kind. The surroundings were eerily quiet, save for the faint sounds of wind and water. Li Hong and Shen Lichuan carefully controlled their movements, searching the area without making a sound, hoping to uncover more unusual signs. Not far from the bloodstain, They indeed found some peculiar indications. The ground, concealed beneath branches and leaves, was littered with wood shavings, and 2 torn strips of fabric stained with blood hung from a nearby bush. Clearly, a fierce struggle had taken place here, besides the drag marks pointing deeper into the forest. Li Hong and Shen Lichuan also discovered less distinct shallow marks by the riverbank, suggesting something had been dragged out of the water. Li Hong's gaze turned toward the opposite bank, where shadows of trees flickered, and he discerned similar drag marks faintly visible along the shore, evidence that something had been pulled from the woods into the river. It appeared that the creator of these marks had come from the other side of the river. It was uncertain whether they had arrived alone or in a group. The two crouched low, cautiously following the footprints beneath them. The soil, mixed with organic matter, felt soft underfoot and easily left imprints. After walking a few steps along the trail, they stumbled upon what resembled footprints in the ground. The impressions were deep, having been made directly on the bare soil, unfettered by leaves, making them exceptionally clear. This was made by a person? Shen Lichuan pondered, uncertain of his deduction. The footprints were large. When he compared them, they appeared to be slightly larger than the shoe size of an average adult male. And the shape did not resemble that of a shoe, nor did it match any animal tracks he was familiar with. Li Hong studied the marks. A faint suspicion forming in his mind, he picked up some of the dry soil. Its texture indicated that the person who left the prints had departed a while ago. Following the marks, they crawled forward, and after traversing several meters, they suddenly heard a low growl nearby. The sound was rough, resonating only a few times before swiftly fading into the dense foliage. It did not resemble any animal's vocalization. Shen Lichuan mentally sifted through the various animal sounds he could recall, but none seemed to match. The two quickly removed the animal shells they were carrying, concealing them among the lush vegetation, then crouched down, lowering themselves further and hiding in the thicket. The wind brushed past their ears, swirling behind them. In a mere moment, they saw something emerge from the shadows of the woods. The figure appeared to be over 2 meters tall, robust in stature, its body cloaked in dark fur, with its facial features obscured by the thick coat, rendering them indistinct. However, they could make out a pair of glowing red eyes scanning the surroundings. As the figure drew closer, Shen Lichuan finally discerned its true form. That it bore a resemblance to a human body, with sinewy muscles visible beneath its pale skin. Hunched over, it seemed to possess irregular bony protrusions along its back that quivered slightly with its movements, emitting a disconcerting cracking sound. Long arms hung at its sides, and its short, stout fingers bore sharp claws that raked across the tree trunks, leaving deep gouges. Its mouth was slightly ajar, revealing a row of serrated teeth, with dried blood still clinging to the edges. It sniffed the air, seemingly searching for scent. That moment, Shen Lichuan couldn't help but admire the hiding place Li Hong had chosen, perfectly positioned downwind, allowing the breeze to carry away their scent, preventing this strange creature from detecting their presence. Li Hong's initial suspicions were confirmed. The creature was indeed a corrupted kind. Just as the streets might harbor displaced scavengers, this planet too was home to wandering corrupted kinds. This group could be classified as a species of wild men, said to have once been humans who, after losing their homes and wandering across various planets, underwent genetic pollution and mutation, ultimately transforming into their current, grotesque forms, known as the corrupted kind. This tribe survives by raiding and plundering. Unlike interstellar pirates, they possess low intelligence, but are tough and resilient. When confronted with small settlements, a group of corrupted kinds can bring about catastrophic destruction, and even with advanced weaponry, if the numbers are sufficient, they can wreak havoc. The corrupted kind hardly reproduces. They merely congregate and roam, seizing resources from others. Some factions have attempted to domesticate the corrupted kind, but all efforts have ended in failure. Their low intelligence makes it difficult for them to comprehend human commands, and their unpredictability and formidable destructiveness render taming them an exceedingly challenging endeavor. While not highly intelligent, the corrupted kind possesses an innate instinct for combat and survival, allowing them to adapt swiftly to various environments. Whether in deserts, swamps, or perilous ruins, Li Hong never expected to encounter a corrupted kind outside the village of the Cliff Corner tribe, which had been settled for generations, although he had only seen one. His intuition told him it was unlikely to be alone. There must be others nearby, but he could only speculate about their numbers. The corrupted kind, wielding a battle axe, sniffed the air and wandered off. Once the area fell silent, Li Hong beckoned Shen Lichuan. and the two quietly made their way toward the spot from which the corrupted kind had emerged. Chapter 21. Encounter with the Corrupted Kind, Part 2. At this point, the duo had strayed far from the riverbank they had previously been at. Shen Lichuan felt a twinge of anxiety. Should more creatures like the one they had just seen suddenly appear, they would be nearly defenseless. In the midst of his apprehension, Shen Lichuan caught a faint whiff of blood mingled with an unpleasant, strange odor in the air. He tightly covered his mouth and nose to avoid gagging on the acrid scent. Gently parting the enormous broad leaves that obscured his view, he found himself gazing upon a somewhat flat expanse. The ground was trampled and disordered, with plants crushed and piled haphazardly in the center. A small area had been forcefully cleared, littered with partially burnt deadwood that still emitted wisps of smoke. Further in the distance, Shen Lichuan spotted several locked wooden crates, varying in size, aside from the intact locks. Most of the boxes had suffered significant damage from external force. Two had nearly been smashed to pieces, and through the broken boards, he could vaguely discern metallic tubes glinting in the light. Guns were contained within those crates. Guns? Hearing Li Hong's confirmatory tone, Shen Lichuan blurted out in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and scrutinized the severely damaged crate, where the metallic tube was visible, if it indeed was a gun barrel. It would make sense. Shen Lichuan swallowed hard, discreetly pinching his arm. The pain confirmed it was not a dream. Today was indeed a day of unexpected fortune. Can we take these with us? It is quite difficult. This is the camp of the Wuhai tribe, or rather, a temporary encampment. The dying embers of the campfire suggest that the Wuhai tribe has not departed for long. Scattered throughout the camp are discarded white bones, along with a half-eaten cow's head, still fresh and clad in its skin. The other end of the camp, a filthy, fur-covered yak, its expression one of sheer panic, is tethered to a stout tree trunk. Curled up on the ground with its tail twitching restlessly, Shen Lichuan even spots a partially obscured human leg bone behind the yak, still bearing remnants of flesh. Ugh! Shen Lichuan can hardly contain himself. As nausea rises in his throat, he clamps his mouth shut, gritting his teeth to force the wave of sickness back down. Perhaps alerted by the sound he made, the already wide-eyed yak vigorously flicks its tail, shaking its head and twitching its ears before suddenly letting out a shrill cry. Oh no! Without needing a reminder from Li Feng, Shen Lichuan immediately releases his grip on the broad-leaved plant and nimbly retreats along their path. Uncertain if it is merely his imagination, he perceives a rustling sound around him, as if something is darting swiftly among the branches, retreating to the thicket where they had previously hidden the spider's shell. Shen Lichuan holds his breath, crouching behind Li Feng, keenly attuned to the sounds of their surroundings. After a considerable wait, they finally exhale deeply, relaxing. Shen Lichuan drops to the ground, pressing his palm tightly against his chest. That was exhilarating. He reflects. Recalling the earlier scene, he feels a flicker of excitement within. With a yak, firearms, and hidden treasures waiting to be uncovered, if they could seize this opportunity, it would be akin to striking it rich overnight. Shen Lichuan cannot help but envy the treasure-seeking prowess of the Wuhai tribe. What a substantial haul they must have made to acquire such valuable items. His eyes gleam with anticipation as he gazes intently at Li Feng. Receiving the message conveyed through Shen Lichuan's gaze, Li Feng feels somewhat helpless. Attempting to snatch items from the Wuhai tribe with their current firepower would be an arduous challenge. Moreover, judging by the haphazardly piled goods within the camp, Li Feng would wager that this group of Wuhai had raided some merchant caravan to amass these valuable possessions. Not to mention, the sleek, robust yak is clearly not something that an average household could afford to keep. The question remains, how many of these Wuhai are there, and what kind of weaponry do they possess? Fortunately, the Wuhai generally lack intelligence. They cannot learn to use the firearms and ammunition stacked in wooden crates. Reflecting on the number of bones he had observed earlier, Li Feng estimates that the Wuhai tribe cannot be particularly numerous. The Wuhai have no habit of storing food. They are gluttonous in their eating habits, consuming whatever they can without restraint. Once the food is depleted, they simply migrate to seek out their next hunting ground. The presence of a single yak serves only to indicate that this group of Wuhai has gorged themselves and currently has no plans to relocate in search of food. Regardless, in this dense jungle, one can never know when they might encounter a grotesque, low-intelligence humanoid. Hence, the two do not linger, hastily gathering their belongings and continuing along the river's path. Fortunately, they do not walk for long before emerging from the jungle. Before them lies the expansive shadow of farmland to the east. At last, they are nearing home. Chapter 22. Testing the waters. Did you bring this? upon seeing the spider shell sprawled on the ground. Bader's voice rises in pitch, his astonishment unmistakable. After all, compared to the rugged inhabitants of the cliffside tribe, who have roamed the wasteland for ages, Shen Lichuan's frame appears somewhat frail, not the sort to take on a giant spider single-handedly. Just tell me if you want to trade. Without further explanation, Shen Lichuan tosses the rope he had been holding onto the ground, dusting off his palms and raising his chin with an arched brow, stating, "You mentioned yesterday that as long as I could procure something useful, it could be exchanged for silver coins. Can this be traded?" Taking a puff of smoke, Bader steps out from behind the counter, holding the smoking rod in one hand while bending down with the other to examine the shell on the ground. This is quite intact. He exhales a cloud of smoke, smacking his lips, and leans back in his chair, rhythmically tapping the old smoking rod against the wooden surface. The materials that can be made from this are limited. Most are inexpensive consumables, and the products crafted from this will not fetch much in silver coins. Even if the price were to rise, it wouldn't soar too high. Glancing at Shen Lichuan's expression, Bader's tone carries a hint of resignation. "Having managed this shop for so many years, I wouldn't deceive you regarding prices." All right. After securing the shell beside the shop, Shen Lichuan does not immediately demand silver coins from Bader, instead surveying the items on the shelves, other thoughts flitting through his mind. Instinctively, Shen Lichuan's hand rubs against his wrist through his clothing. As dusk descends, the shop's entrance is deserted, the only sound being the dull thud of the smoking rod against the wood. Perhaps this is an opportune moment to engage in conversation. Clearing his throat, Shen Lichuan lightly taps the counter to draw Bader's attention. Seeing Bader look up, Shen Lichuan licks his lips and asks, "Are there many who come to sell such giant insect shells?" "Not many people dare to engage with these insects anymore," Bader replies, taking a puff of smoke. "After all, these shells generally only serve to create basic defensive armor, but a complete beetle shell could be polished into a handheld shield." But he elongates his words, subtly sizing up Shen Lichuan. Continuing, "In tribes like this, as long as one does not face firearms, the defensive capabilities of these shells are not lacking. That I have heard that the inhabitants of this tribe used to have quite a bit of interaction with these insects. They have fought a few battles. Do you know if these insects have any weaknesses?" At this, Bader stops smoking. That he removes the smoking rod from his mouth, sits up a little straighter, and gazes intently at Shen Lichuan, a smirk playing on his lips. "You ask me, did you not just eliminate one of them? Its weaknesses, do you not know?" Realizing that his method of probing for information was too blunt, and having been caught in his intentions, Shen Lichuan clears his throat, feeling a bit embarrassed as he rubs his nose and furtively glances outside. It was merely a stroke of luck. "Are you planning to exterminate their nest?" "Not exactly. We lack that capability." Sighing, Shen Lichuan leans against the counter, cradling his face in his hands, saying, "You see, we left some things there and intended to retrieve them. But now it's crawling with insects, which is quite troublesome." His gaze remains fixed on Bader, trying to glean something more from his expression. Bader does not shy away from his gaze. He shifts into a more comfortable position. The sunlight streaming into the shop casts shadows over his face, rendering it somewhat indistinct. Insects, no matter how large, ultimately carry only the genes of insects within, creatures that prefer to burrow into damp, dark corners. What weaknesses could they possibly possess? Afraid of fire? Can burning them kill the insects? You could give it a try. Though he does not offer a definitive answer, Shen Lichuan instinctively feels that this is the right response. If these insects are indeed afraid of fire, why do the people of the cliffside tribe not simply burn their nests? Burn? Why would they willingly set that place ablaze? Is it because of that legend? Something about the resting place of the divine? Upon mentioning this topic, a sudden silence envelopes the surroundings. Bader does not respond, merely leaning forward slightly, fixating on Shen Lichuan's eyes. "Do you know that legend?" The intensity of his gaze makes Shen Lichuan somewhat uneasy. "I heard Gloom mention it before. When he emerged from the forest, he said it was a place of their former sacrifices." Seemingly dissatisfied with the reaction he sought, Bader relaxes his posture, placing the smoking rod back in his mouth, puffing out a long cloud of smoke. "I see. That is merely a tale spun by our forebears." Having reached this point in conversation, Bader taps his smoking rod against the counter, shaking off some ash, and concludes the topic. "Have you found what you wish? Choose quickly. I still have accounts to settle." Shen Lichuan, catching the hint, shifts the conversation. "I would like a few pounds of gray root potatoes, please." Bader turned around and rummaged beneath the counter for a while. Soon, he produced a bag of prepared gray-rooted potatoes, along with a small, dark cylindrical object. which he handed to Shen Lichuan. "What is this?" Shen Lichuan inquired, picking up the cylindrical object and inspecting it. One end featured a deep blue glass plate, while the other sported a peculiar conical protrusion. Encased in a small protective cover, "This is a BAPE, or a bug aggregation pheromone emitter. I believe it would be of use to you. A bug aggregation pheromone emitter." Shen Lichuan was somewhat perplexed, examining the small cylinder, unable to locate any switch. Its function is as its name suggests. It releases a chemical substance known as aggregation pheromone to attract those colossal insects. Observing Shen Lichuan's expression, Bade added with a meaningful tone, "This is quite a rare trinket from the Empire, and I'm offering it to you for a mere 10 silver coins." Chapter 23. Discussion. Meanwhile, at the village chief's residence. "Are you saying there are Wujia species nearby?" This news was hardly favorable. Gelk pressed his forehead, his brows furrowed, pacing anxiously within the room. "Not particularly close. I supposed we stumbled upon their temporary camp on our way back to the city. The tracks indicate they crossed the river from the opposite bank. But it's uncertain which direction they will migrate." Li Hong calmly relayed his speculations regarding the Wujia species. "They are approximately 2 kilometers from the farmlands that I suspect they may have plundered a merchant caravan. As there are several cargo crates stacked in their camp, along with the tied yaks. A merchant caravan. A merchant caravan." Gelk mumbled, seemingly lost in thought. "It's not yet the time for the Empire's merchant caravans to arrive. They must be from elsewhere. I will inform the tribe about this matter. You all should avoid that area for the time being, hoping that this cursed Wujia species does not continue its southward migration." Aware that his anxiety was futile, Gelk understood the situation of his tribe. While they were not incapable of engaging the Wujia species, starting a conflict would only exacerbate their already precarious circumstances. Even a minor skirmish could lead to casualties and resource depletion. This year, the Empire had increased taxes, and the tribe's existing food supplies and resources were barely sufficient to meet their obligations. Engaging in battle with other tribal forces might yield spoils to compensate for the losses, but confronting the Wujia species, those creatures, with their tough hides and thick flesh, disregarded any strategy. Once provoked, they would latch onto their assailants like rabid dogs, unwilling to relent until death. After bidding farewell to Gelk, Li Hong walked heavily towards his resting place. Initially, he had hoped to persuade Gelk to exterminate the Wujia species with the few crates of goods, thereby allowing the three of them to join the conflict, possibly gaining weapons as a reward for their friendship. However, after testing Gelk's attitude towards the Wujia species today, it seemed highly likely that the entire Yajiao tribe would choose to avoid confrontation. Frankly, Li Hong did not wish to relinquish those crates of goods. They were in dire need of firearms to deal with the insect nest, and that crate of seemingly valuable firearms was precisely what they desired. Yet relying solely on their 3-person team to eliminate the Wujia species was nothing short of wishful thinking. What should they do? In the room, Shen Lichuan neatly laid out the remaining 2 coins on the table. Chun Yao had returned a while ago and was sitting by the fire, burying the gray-rooted potatoes that Shen Lichuan had brought back into the woodpile. 2 silver coins. You spent the whole day outside and only managed to acquire 2 silver coins along with this bag of gray-rooted potatoes. Chun Yao pouted, clearly dissatisfied with Shen Lichuan's haul for the day. Those shells didn't he exchange for much silver. Fidgeting with the bug aggregation pheromone emitter, or BAPE as Bade called it, Shen Lichuan felt a twinge of unease. He was uncertain whether this device was as effective as the old man had described, but it certainly sounded like something they could use. 10 silver coins, if it truly produced the results that the old man boasted about, would be an absolute steal. Yet, there was no opportunity to test it. Didn't you bring back anything else to eat? Didn't you find anything in the jungle? Surely there were some berries. At least, even if they can't serve as a main meal, they could at least be a dessert. Didn't you remember to bring some back? Just getting back in one piece is already quite an achievement. Hearing Chun Yao's tone, which was tinged with disappointment, Shen Lichuan felt more guilty. Rubbing his hands together, he forcibly changed the topic. "Wow, you have no idea what I encountered today. That I came across a monster." "Do you know what a monster is? Isn't it just the Wujia species?" Chun Yao nonchalantly picked up a twig, stirring the gray-rooted potatoes in the fire to ensure even cooking. "We had those back on our home planet. What is so surprising about that? I've even killed a few." With that, Chun Yao shot a proud glance at Shen Lichuan. "Had I been there, I would have surely fired a couple of shots and blown its head off." "Well, you need to have a gun for that, and not just one, but a whole swarm of them. A potential horde." Shen Lichuan spread his hands towards Chun Yao, gesturing at their empty-handed state. Are you planning to smash its head with your fists? Chun Yao was momentarily speechless. That was indeed true. Back on their home planet, everyone typically carried a gun. Whenever faced with danger, one would simply raise their weapon and shoot without hesitation. Unlike now, where the three of them possessed only a single rifle. No matter the threat, they could only turn tail and flee. It was said that all fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. It was truly pathetic, reflecting on the days of abundant ammunition compared to now. Chun Yao felt a surge of indignation as she stabbed the half-cooked gray-rooted potato, creating a dark hole in its surface. When will we ever have guns again? There will be. It is possible. Shen Lichuan crouched down, leaning closer to Chun Yao with a conspiratorial AI or as long as you defeat that Wujia species, you could claim a whole crate of guns as a reward. If I could take down that Wujia species, would I still be interested in that crate of guns? Chun Yao rolled her eyes, nudging Shen Lichuan with her elbow, urging him to cool off. Just as they were joking around, Li Hong stepped into the room. What are you two so animatedly discussing? We're talking about the treasures of the Wujia species, Chun Yao quickly interjected. What's on the table? Upon entering, Li Hong immediately noticed the two gleaming silver coins laid out on the table. Momentarily taken aback, the money from trading the spider shells, and after buying some things, only 2 silver coins remain. Shen Lichuan observed Li Hong's expression, his voice growing fainter, clearly lacking confidence. 2 coins is still decent. Originally, he had not held high expectations for the trading capacity of those shells, and Li Hong casually pocketed the coins, clearing the table. Come, let us eat something. Just in time, the gray-rooted potatoes in the fire were perfectly roasted. Chun Yao, seeing the table cleared, quickly placed 2 gray-rooted potatoes on it, their crisp exterior promising delicious flavor. The three gathered around the table, sharing food while exchanging their respective information. Chun Yao had accompanied the Yajiao tribe to the ruins during the day, but had not made any significant discoveries. She had merely taken a cursory glance before returning. The area near the ruins, close to the Yajiao tribe, had been thoroughly scavenged for scrap metal and parts, leaving behind only large pieces of construction debris, which were not particularly valuable and difficult to transport. Due to frequent activity, the number of aberrations was relatively low at the edges, mostly limited to less threatening species such as rats and cockroaches scurrying in various corners. The deeper one ventured, the more noticeable the signs of aberration activity became. Without weapons, Chun Yao did not dare to go too far. The entire layout of the ruins was a convoluted maze, making navigation challenging. From the layout, it appeared that this area was once part of a city, with 2 broad main roads leading deep into the ruins. However, due to seismic activity or other reasons, these roads did not extend very far before abruptly ending, the broken sections revealing massive, bottomless pits. The terrain there was quite complex, with numerous paths and branches that I examined them closely, but did not see any notable markings or indications of which paths the itinerant merchants or mercenaries took. They must have their own system of navigation, or perhaps possess maps that a few paths seemed to be frequently traversed, but I dared not venture too deep. With suitable weapons in the future, we could explore these routes. And with time, we would surely uncover a consistent travel route. Even if we locate the signal emitter, it would be challenging to find usable parts here in the Yajiao tribe. It seems inevitable that the three of us will engage with the Empire sooner or later. Discovering the path to the Empire in advance would save us considerable trouble later. Speaking of the signal emitter, we must confront the situation with the insect nest once more. Although we are not currently in the active period of the nest, the entrances are still patrolled by gigantic insects due to external disturbances. When we visited today, we observed 2 massive mantises surveying their territory. Shen Lichuan recalled the appearance of the mantises and continued. I also saw beetles at the entrance, and they appeared to be foraging for food. The compressed biscuits and canned goods we previously left at the campsite have suffered from some damaged packaging, with remnants of food buried in the soil, seemingly excavated and carried away by those beetles. The mantis's crawling ability is not as formidable as that of the spider, nor is its speed comparable. However, its threat level is considerably higher than that of the spider. If only the mantis is active on the surface, it may be easier to divert it than the spider. The signal transmitter may be buried underground. And as long as we can draw the surface insects away, we will have more time to locate it. After a pause, Li Feng added, as long as it hasn't fallen into the nest of insects. Diverting the insects? Chun Yao furrowed her brow, pondering that if luring these creatures were so simple, the people of the Cliffside tribe would have done so long ago. rather than allowing the insect nest to develop to its current state. Or perhaps after mulling over the enticing scheme previously mentioned by Shen Lichuan, Li Feng deliberated a few times before cautiously suggesting, or perhaps we could devise a way to utilize the group of fowl remains temporarily stationed by the riverbank. Chapter 24. Luring. Utilizing the foul remains? Shun Yao raised her voice in surprise. We only have one gun among the three of us. Why provoke that group of monsters? If we can find a way to instigate a conflict between these monsters and the insects, we might gain some advantage, such as the box of firearms we have our eyes on. Shen Lichuan interjected, if the insects can eliminate the foul remains, it seems we don't need to wipe them out entirely. As long as they engage in battle, those boxes at the campsite will be ours as long as we can incite a chaotic clash between the two parties, regardless of which one triumphs. The three of us can stealthily seize the items we desire. The most ideal outcome would be for both camps to be left unguarded, allowing us to acquire the boxes and search for the signal transmitter. Once we secure the weapons, we can use our firepower to eliminate the insect nest. That IT sounds easy enough, but the reality is far from simple. According to Li Feng's estimates, the foul remains camp is approximately 4 kilometers away from the insect nest. And this distance, combined with the complex jungle terrain, makes it a challenge to provoke an encounter between the two. Not to mention the giant insects patrolling the territory outside the nest seldom stray far from their domain. Caressing the babe in his pocket, the words rolled around in Shen Lichuan's mouth for some time. Noticing the atmosphere growing increasingly silent, he steadied himself, pulled out the shiny cylindrical device he had been fiddling with, and placed it on the table, saying, "Why don't we give this thing a try? What is this?" The small object Shen Lichuan produced was quite unfamiliar to Chen Yao, who snatched it up and examined it closely. It was a small cylinder about 6 centimeters tall, with a dark body that felt like hard plastic. A special coating gave it a smooth, rounded appearance, while the top featured a deep blue glass panel embedded with waterproof sealing strips. The bottom had a conical protrusion with a hole, protected by a transparent cover. "Where did you get this little gadget?" "I bought it for 10 silver coins, 10 silver coins. No wonder you returned with only 2 silver coins and a bag of gray root potatoes after your outing. You actually purchased this. What purpose does it serve?" Seeing both Chen Yao and Li Feng gazing at him, Shen Lichuan scratched his head and began to stammeringly recount the myriad details that Bard had shared with him. "Bard at the shop told me this device is called an insect aggregation pheromone dispenser, or BAPE for short. IT releases a synthetic chemical substance, somewhat akin to an artificial pheromone that attracts similar insects according to Bard. This synthetic chemical will be released into the air through the conical nozzle at the bottom in an aerosol manner, drawing giant insects closer by twisting the bottom adjustment ring. One can control the size of the nozzle opening and thus regulate the pheromone's release concentration. The deep blue glass panel at the top serves as a solar charging unit, providing continuous power support for the device's operation, controlling the BAPE to release high-concentration aggregation pheromone liquid every 15 minutes. The effective range of the device is at least 1 kilometer, and when the knob is turned to its maximum, the range can exceed 2.5 kilometers. Is this thing really useful?" Chen Yao asked skeptically. Reaching to open the bottom protective cover, preparing to twist the adjustment ring, "But don't open it yet," Li Feng intervened, taking the BAPE into his hands with care to avoid attracting nearby insects. Initially, the three were troubled about how to divert the ground insects, but now, with this pheromone dispenser, the task seemed considerably simplified. They reorganized their thoughts and roughly established their plan for the following day. The next day, "Let us part ways here." Holding the BAPE, Li Feng reiterated the combat plan. "I will take the pheromone dispenser and lure the insects to the foul remains camp, while Chen Yao and Shen Lichuan will hide nearby, waiting for the insects to vacate the cave before searching for the signal transmitter." No problem. With that, Shen Lichuan took Chen Yao by the hand, and they found a dense thicket to conceal themselves. They were positioned to the north of the insect nest, with the cliff direction further north, placing them in completely opposing directions from the foul remains camp. After a night passed, the number of giant insects moving outside the nest had increased significantly, with 2 giant mantises continuing their patrols on the ground, accompanied by several beetles and slightly smaller spiders. Li Feng crouched low, carefully circling around the spot where Shen Lichuan and Chen Yao were hidden. Taking his position southwest of the insect nest, he opened the bottom cover of the BAPE, cautiously twisting the adjustment ring to create a small opening for the release nozzle. The red LED light at the bottom flickered a few times. indicating that the sensor had detected the presence of insects within its range. After waiting for half a minute, Li Feng turned off the device and looked up to assess the situation in the clearing. The giant insects, which had been moving along their designated paths, gradually stiffened and halted their movements, while the patrolling mantises slowly turned their heads, their forelegs trembling as if sensing something. The spiders and beetles remained equally still, with the beetles' antennae waving through the air, searching for more information. Noticing the insects responding to the synthetic pheromone released by the bape, Shen Lichuan felt a surge of joy and moved cautiously outward. Estimating his distance from the insect nest, he observed Li Feng moving further away. Chun Yao anxiously squeezed Shen Lichuan's arm. Do you think this will succeed? They are reacting to that device. Perhaps it will work. With his eyes focused on the signal transmitter in hand, Shen Lichuan felt the tension in the air heightening his excitement. Before they set off, Li Feng had borrowed 2 long-range communication signal devices from Gelk, which were essentially simple signal devices capable of long-distance connection, with only buttons and indicator lights. By pressing the button, one could control all signal devices on the same frequency to flash their corresponding indicator lights. While keeping an eye on the behavior of the insects, Shen Lichuan also watched the signal device in his hand, fearful of missing any incoming messages. After waiting for a while, the signal device emitted a faint beep, followed by a flicker of the red indicator light. This indicated that Li Feng had reached the designated position and was preparing to activate the bape signal. The minute amount of pheromone that had previously dissipated into the air had evaporated, and several insects began to emerge from the cave, following the scent of the pheromone, patrolling the ground as they sought out the airborne signal molecules. Observing this, Shen Lichuan quickly pressed the button on the communicator to signal that everything was normal and that they could proceed to the next step. Receiving the signal, Li Feng twisted the control knob to the maximum setting. Being approximately 1 kilometer away from the insect nest, the potent pheromone sprayed into the air, and Li Feng felt as though he could smell the peculiar acrid odor that signified the presence of insects. This time, he did not turn off the bape, but instead waited for the first wave of pheromone to finish releasing, then adjusted the nozzle to a smaller opening, maintaining a moderate spraying concentration, allowing the device to continue releasing pheromones every 15 minutes. Over time, the giant insects in the clearing began to move restlessly, touching one another as if exchanging signals at the cave entrance. More and more insects began to peek out, joining the chaotic scene. The concentration of pheromones in the air deepened, and the agitated insects swayed their antennae, cautiously beginning to move slowly in Li Feng's direction. It's working, Shen Lichuan thought joyfully. Promptly pressing the button on the communicator, the two waited for some time, watching as no more insects emerged from the cave entrance. Shen Lichuan transmitted the signal, lowering his voice, given the situation. It seems unlikely any more insects will crawl out of the cave. Once they've disappeared, we can go down to find the signal transmitter. Chen Yao signaled an okay gesture, and the two held their breath, watching as the insects continued to crawl further away. Chapter 25. Luring. This should work, right? After watching the last insect vanish into the depths of the jungle, the two squatted in place for a few more minutes. The area around them was eerily quiet, devoid of any sounds or glimpses of insects peering from the cave entrance. Shen Lichuan gazed at the ominous cave, his mind wavering. Should I throw a stone to test it? Seeing Shen Lichuan about to pick up a stone, Chen Yao quickly intercepted him, saying, "No, if you throw that, what if the noise attracts the insects lurking deep within the cave? Then, shall we go directly to search?" Shen Lichuan cast a glance at the communicator in his hand, noting that the dim indicator light was extinguished, suggesting that Li Feng's plan was progressing smoothly. Clenching the communicator tightly, Shen Lichuan exchanged a knowing look with Chen Yao before taking a deep breath. Summoning courage within himself. It's all right. It's all right. You can do this. Subsequently, the two of them crouched low, stealthily emerging from their hiding place among the bushes and making their way into the clearing. 1 step, 2 steps. As they approached the entrance of the insect nest, Shen Lichuan and Chen Yao felt their hearts leap into their throats. They gently placed their feet on the ground, holding their breath, their muscles taut and ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Yet nothing occurred. After a 3-second pause, Chen Yao lightly tapped Shen Lichuan's arm, exhaling in relief. "Hey, it's fine. The stench from those insects has diminished considerably." Saying this, she quickly crouched down, meticulously searching the surroundings. How did it end up like this? The heavy atmosphere dissipated, and under Chen Yao's influence, Shen Lichuan felt considerably lighter that he picked up a small stick. Rummaging through the uneven soil, occasionally tossing aside a piece of torn compressed biscuit packaging, so you remember where the captain placed the signal transmitter? After searching aimlessly for a while, Shen Lichuan's patience began to wane. The clearing was not large. Though it was in disarray, most of it consisted of fallen stones and broken wood, with remnants of packaging materials scattered about, through observation over the past 2 days. Shen Lichuan noticed that the insects merely roamed the surface, with only the beetles venturing out to forage, while no other creatures approached this area. The larger mounds of earth had been overturned by Shen Lichuan and Chen Yao, revealing nothing beneath. Even the loose layers of soil yielded no signal transmitter, but they did uncover 2 medical syringes previously retrieved from the crash landing pod, distractedly glancing at the communicator in his hand. Shen Lichuan shifted to another spot, continuing to pry at the earth with the stick. Think carefully. Only you and the captain handled this device. Where did you two put it? Next to the compressed biscuits and cans. Chen Yao said with a grimace, pointing at the small pit she had just excavated. That IT must be here, but there's nothing beneath. All that remained were a deformed can and an excessive amount of shredded yellow packaging. Not to mention the mud mixed with canned soup and biscuit crumbs. Shen Lichuan found himself at a loss for words that he glanced at the communicator again. He had agreed with Li Feng that if the insects that had been lured away began to return, a signal would be sent to him. The device remained silent, indicating they still had time. Could it have been kicked elsewhere? They had thoroughly searched the perimeter of the clearing, leaving only the area around the insect nest's entrance. Surely it couldn't have been buried there. The perimeter of the entrance was piled with dirt, with clear insect footprints in some places. Summoning his courage, Shen Lichuan leaned in, extending his neck to peer into the dark abyss of the hole, which seemed like a gaping chasm ready to devour everything that he pulled back, gently patting his chest, exhaling deeply. Good news. There was nothing inside. Saying this, he kicked aside some dirt with his foot. Let us move quickly. If it's not here, we'll abandon the search and retreat. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Feng held the babe, raising his arm to direct the release nozzle upward, continuously spraying pheromone mist. Fortune favored him today, as his path lay in the wind's favor, carrying pheromone molecules behind him, guiding the giant insects trailing in his wake. He mentally estimated the distance, keenly observing his surroundings. Thanks to the previous reconnaissance with Shen Lichuan, Li Feng adeptly navigated through the jungle, startling the fish in the river into swift retreats. There were no dangerous mutated plants or foreign species on this route. After advancing a short distance, Li Feng would pause, listening intently to the sounds behind him, ensuring the rustling of insects accompanied his movements before continuing forward with the babe held aloft. He extended his arm, holding the insect aggregation pheromone dispenser, careful not to let its scent cling to him. Progressing in this manner, he calculated his distance from the ruinous species camp. Approximately 800 meters away, Li Feng tightened the babe's adjustment dial, switching off the release nozzle, and cautiously crept towards the camp from memory. Instead of following the riverbank, he deliberately veered into the denser vegetation. Every 50 meters, he would reactivate the pheromone dispenser, leaving a concentrated trail of pheromone molecules in the air to prevent the giant insects from losing their way. The denser the foliage, the noisier the passage of the giant insects, which would better attract the attention of the ruinous species. Furthermore, in the event of a confrontation, the thick vegetation would provide Li Feng with optimal cover for retreat. The rustling sounds behind him grew steadily closer, indicating that the giant insects were closing the distance. Thankfully, these creatures were not particularly acute of smell. Li Feng inwardly rejoiced that the insects lacked keen olfactory senses. Otherwise, evading their attacks at such close quarters would have been impossible. That he moved forward, following his recollections, but still found no trace of the ruinous species. Had they relocated? Taking a deep breath, he steadied his nerves. Panic was not an option now. The rustling noise seemed to emanate from right behind him. Too close for comfort, Li Feng gripped the pheromone dispenser tightly, his palms beginning to sweat, and hurriedly advanced, his eyes darting around in search of signs of the ruinous species. Nothing. Where could they be? His memory could not be faulty. The ruinous species camp had to be nearby, yet why was there not a whisper of sound? The ruinous species were highly aggressive. If they were active in the vicinity, the unmistakable noise of the giant insects would surely draw their attention. Why, then, was it so silent, despite being so close? Suddenly, a sharp crack resonated as a stem snapped beneath a foot. Li Feng's heart raced, Disregarding the potential danger of encountering the ruinous species, he flipped open the protective cover of the babe's release nozzle and made a decision in his mind, straightening up. He took a few strides out of the thicket, only to find himself mere steps away from the ruinous species camp. Familiar crates, scattered white bones, and a tree trunk that had once tethered a yak. Now devoid of the beast, leaving only a pool of congealed blood, the desolate camp held no sign of the ruinous species, the extinguished fire pit hinting that its occupants had long since departed. This is a deed. Li Feng felt a chill run down his spine, his mind momentarily stalling. As the crackling noises behind him continued unabated, he tightened his grip on the pheromone dispenser, contemplating a hasty escape. Lamenting the loss of such a useful tool in a fleeting moment of reluctance, he maxed out the adjustment dial at the bottom, swinging his arm in preparation to discard the babe, in the rush of wind. He heard a deep, guttural howl from behind. Chapter 26. Chaos. The dark bottle flashed a frantic red signal. It indicated that a multitude of insects was closing in, with the release nozzle cranked to maximum. A dense mist of insect aggregation pheromones erupted into the air with a hiss. Just then, a deep roar echoed from behind, followed closely by the sharp cries of the insect horde. Hearing these sounds, Li Feng's heart soared. Instead of abandoning the babe, he quickly stepped behind the nearest sturdy trunk, hastily tightening the adjustment dial and covering the release nozzle with its protective cap. He then crouched down, using the vegetation as cover, and retreated to a safer distance, peering through the gaps in the leaves to observe the unfolding situation. The ruinous species camp was indeed deserted, appearing as though it had been vacated for quite some time. The yak that had been left as a food reserve seemed to have long since been consumed by this group of ruinous species. Li Feng had only miscalculated one detail: the ruinous species had not strayed far. The earlier deep howl had emanated from this very group. The dense foliage obscured Li Feng's view, making it difficult to see clearly, but he could hear the continuous roars and the dull thuds of heavy objects hitting the ground. It appeared a confrontation had erupted. This must be quite the skirmish, he murmured to himself. He waved his hand to stir the air, uncertain whether he had inadvertently picked up any pheromones. The battle on that side was fierce, leaving no creature to spare a thought for his concealed presence. After a moment, confirming that no creatures were approaching, he stealthily navigated to the edge of the camp, parting the branches to find a crate with a large hole right beneath his nose. Since I'm here, I might as well snag some supplies, Li Feng thought as he deftly extracted two nearby firearms, swiftly slinging them over his back and departing from this perilous area. After putting some distance between himself and the chaos, he paused to listen to the sounds of the battle. Hearing no commotion, he retrieved his communicator to send a signal to Shen Lichuan. Upon receiving a confirmation signal in response, he chose a narrow path and quietly distanced himself from the battleground. Navigating carefully through the jungle, Li Feng reached a higher ground on a hillside with a clear view, allowing him to observe the chaotic battlefield between the ruinous species and the giant insects from afar. Although the distance was not insignificant, the lofty vantage point offered an expansive view. Through the scattered shadows of the trees, Li Feng could distinctly perceive the silhouettes of colossal insects. The hard exoskeletons peculiar to those creatures glimmered with a chilling light under the sun, their movements shattering numerous plants in their wake. Against the backdrop of verdant greens and earthy browns, the pale skin of the wuhai species stood out conspicuously, the clash of colors stirring up clouds of dust. Even from such a distance, Li Feng could hear the sharp sounds of impact, in contrast to the chaotic and indiscriminate tearing of the giant insects. The attacks of the wuhai species appeared more systematic. Their muscles bulged as they raised the sharp bony spines on their spines for defense. When an insect lunged at them, the wuhai would thrust their quivering spines into the soft abdomen of the insect, driving their sharp claws deep into the tender flesh or aiming for the vulnerable joints of the insect's limbs. Makeshift metal and wooden weapons crashed heavily against the hard exoskeletons of the insects, with some of the smaller ones being crushed outright by sheer force, their punctured bodies sent flying, splattering yellowish-brown bodily fluids far and wide. One spider swung its massive pincers, as sharp as an iron axe, cleaving through the oncoming mace. Under the tremendous impact, the spider staggered back a step, only to quickly recover and pounce you. In the original plan, the signal transmitter was never the sole option. It was indeed not worth sacrificing lives for a device that could be replaced. Observing the genuine remorse displayed by the two, Li Feng softened his tone and began to relay the situation on his end. The colossal insects and the waste species that had been lured away were engaged in a fierce battle. After careful observation, I noted that the odds were not in favor of the waste species. The giant insects showed no interest in the crates belonging to the waste species camp, so we could afford to delay our retrieval of those crates until tomorrow. After a morning filled with perilous adventures, all three were somewhat fatigued, lacking the energy to engage in any further activities. After a brief period of rest, they decided to return home. The river route was certainly impassable. There was a strong possibility that both parties were still embroiled in combat. Whether they encountered the enraged giant insects or the agitated waste species, it would certainly spell trouble for them. The only viable option for their return was to navigate through the forest filled with mutated plants. The return journey was fraught with danger. The trio cautiously made their way through the woods. Ever vigilant of the sounds around them, it took them considerable time, but they eventually emerged from the forest without incident. Upon reaching the entrance of the cliffside tribe, the day was still young, coinciding with the time when most of the tribe had just finished their lunch. The guard at the entrance, cradling his rifle in the warm sunlight, appeared drowsy today as he squinted into the distance. He noticed figures approaching and forced himself to focus, only to realize it was Shen Lichuan and his companions. "You're back so early," he murmured, rubbing his eyes and lazily adjusting his posture. Greeting them with a hint of formality, the guard's weary gaze swept over Shen Lichuan and Chen Yao. It suddenly halted. His previously lethargic demeanor instantly transformed into one of alertness. Rubbing his eyes again to confirm his sight, he pointed incredulously at the two newly acquired weapons strapped to their backs and exclaimed, "Where did you get those guns? They look brand new." Hearing the guard's astonished tone, Shen Lichuan noted the envy etched on their faces and immediately stood taller, proudly lifting his chin and patting the newly acquired treasures. "You're curious about this?" He elongated his words, casting a glance at Li Feng's expression. Seeing no sign of disapproval from Li Feng, Shen Lichuan raised an eyebrow triumphantly and, in a feigned whisper, said, "I found them in the fields." Upon hearing this, the two guards wore expressions of disbelief, as if to say, "Are you trying to fool us?" Noticing their skepticism, Shen Lichuan shrugged nonchalantly, ostentatiously removing the gun from his shoulder and adjusting his grip while walking away under the envious gaze of the guards. Chapter 28. Returning to the waste species camp. Upon returning to the camp, Li Feng withdrew 2 silver coins he had previously stored in his pocket and handed them to Shen Lichuan. His voice low and steady. "Shen Lichuan, see if you can exchange these 2 coins for some food that we expended quite a bit today and need to replenish our energy." Shen Lichuan accepted the meager coins. Squeezing them in his hand, he sighed and nodded. "All right, I'll head out right away." The 2 silver coins would only fetch a single pound of flour at the shop. Clearly, that was insufficient for 3 people to be satiated. On his way, Shen Lichuan recalled a few gray root potatoes left over from yesterday. Together with the leftover potatoes, they should be able to manage a decent meal. He murmured to himself, "Ditto, and some berries I picked along the way." Returning to his room with the flour, he found Chen Yao eagerly rubbing her hands in anticipation. Upon seeing the small bag of flour in Shen Lichuan's hand, her expression froze, the smile on her face faltering. "Is this all?" Chen Yao asked, her voice tinged with disappointment. Shen Lichuan forced a smile. 2 silver coins, just 2 silver coins. Getting a pound of flour is already quite fortunate. 1 silver coin had proven to be a challenge for Shen Lichuan. Chen Yao sighed, her earlier excitement evaporating. This is hardly enough. After a morning spent in trepidation, coupled with the high energy consumption of her bionic body, she felt ravenous, her stomach practically gnawing at her. She felt certain she could consume a pound all on her own. Shen Lichuan placed the flour on the table and retrieved a bag of small gray root potatoes from the corner of the room. Shaking out a few. "Look, we still have a few gray root potatoes left. If we mash these and mix them with the flour to make cakes, we should be able to produce quite a few." Chen Yao nodded, though she felt a twinge of helplessness, yet recognized there was no better alternative. Without further ado, they set to work, first cooking the gray root potatoes, then mashing them and mixing them into the dough, dividing it into several evenly sized portions. Next, they washed the berries they had picked on the return journey and slowly simmered them in a pot until they turned into a simple jam, albeit without any sugar, rendering it a tad more tart than eating the berries raw. Chen Yao placed the prepared jam between the dough cakes and set them on a hot stone slab to cook slowly. As time passed, the cakes gradually turned golden, releasing a delightful aroma of sweet and sour berries, and the simple pastries were ready. The three gathered around to enjoy the pastries. To their surprise, the tart jam made an unexpectedly delightful filling, its slight sweetness counterbalancing the flour and gray root potatoes' earthiness. With each bite, the crispy crust was infused with the fragrance of berries. That you've got quite the skill, Lichuan praised. Why this time? It was nearing afternoon, and having finally enjoyed their first hearty meal, the three felt the fatigue creeping in from their limbs. The morning's venture had drained their energy, and realizing it was not too late, they collectively decided to rest well in their room, replenishing their strength, and planned to head to the waste species camp to scavenge for supplies the following day. Shen Lichuan returned to his room and collapsed onto the bed. His mind, exhausted from the day's exertions, struggled to process anything further. Clutching his newly acquired gun, he closed his eyes, and before long, he drifted into a deep sleep. The next day, as dawn broke brightly, the three of them packed their gear and set out once more towards the waste species camp. The sun hung high in the sky, with sunlight filtering through the treetops, filling the air with the fresh scent of damp earth. Unlike their previous cautious demeanor, Chen Yao and Shen Lichuan were brimming with enthusiasm, their steps light, their eyes sparkling with excitement. They bore no resemblance to individuals traversing a perilous wasteland or jungle. Instead, they felt as if they were on a spring outing, chattering animatedly behind Lichuan. What do you think we'll find this time? Shen Lichuan inquired, barely able to contain his excitement since landing on this planet. Aside from the initial encounter with the insect tide, which had been genuinely thrilling, the rest of his time had been spent either scavenging or en route to do so. Honestly, our luck has been remarkable, he mused, his mind filled with images of the large crates he had seen at the waste species camp, envisioning the treasures awaiting him today. Absolutely. These 2 guns the captain secured for us must fetch a handsome price on this planet. Chen Yao chimed in, her hands eagerly caressing the heavy semi-automatic rifle slung across her back. Leaning closer to Shen Lichuan, she whispered, if we can trade these items, that robbed merchant caravan was certainly not your average traveling merchant. I wonder how those savage waste species managed to ambush such a caravan. It seems so illogical. Who cares about logic? In the end, the goods are ours. Shen Lichuan waved dismissively. Today, we're going to rake in a fortune. And tonight we'll feast. I want to eat a whole roasted cow, Chen Yao exclaimed, her excitement palpable, her eyes gleaming with desired. Lichuan, walking ahead, quietly listened to the animated conversation behind him, feeling somewhat exasperated. Clearly, the two held exceedingly high hopes for this scavenging expedition. However, this was far from a leisurely treasure hunt. Their destination lay amidst the battlefield of the waste species and colossal insects, where danger lurked at every turn. They might encounter unrestrained giant insects or remnants of the waste species that had survived the conflict. Furrowing his brow, he maintained his pace, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. As they neared their destination, Lichuan turned his head, quietly admonishing Shen Lichuan and Chen Yao to silence. Hush, stay alert. There may still be enemies here. Instantly, Shen Lichuan and Chen Yao stifled their excitement, exchanging a silent glance. Though they were thrilled, they quickly recognized that despite the calm appearance of their surroundings, the situation ahead remained uncertain, and no one could predict what dangers might lie in wait. As the trio cautiously approached their destination, the scent of blood in the air grew more potent. They navigated through the underbrush with utmost care, and at last, they caught sight of the aftermath of the battle. A once verdant forest had transformed into a chilling crimson wasteland. The ground was strewn with plant debris and irregular remnants, while the surviving flora bore the vivid stains of blood and the bodily fluids of the giant insects, creating a bizarre tapestry of colors. The soil here was soaked with blood and a foul, yellowish substance, presenting a mottled and eerie dark hue that a careless step upon it elicited a nauseatingly soft texture. What is this? Shen Lichuan's voice trembled. Clearly shaken by the horrific scene before him, the mingled stench of blood and the foul odor of insects assaulted his senses, overwhelming him. The strange odor made his face turn pale, and he instinctively covered his mouth, struggling against the urge to vomit. Ultimately, he succumbed, retching violently. Chapter 29. Unpacking. Though Chen Yao did not succumb to vomiting, her complexion was far from healthy. Her face was as pale as a ghost, and her features were tightly knit in a grimace. Clearly struggling against overwhelming nausea, she uttered not a word, desperately covering her mouth and nose, striving to maintain her composure. Her breaths came in quick succession, each inhalation laden with the acrid stench of blood and the noxious odor of decay, provoking an involuntary urge to retch. The surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, as if the very air had become stagnant. Shen Lichuan forced himself upright, covering his mouth, a chill racing through him as he dared not tread upon this dreadful ground. His gaze darted about, attempting to avoid the repulsive remnants strewn across the terrain. Yet, no matter how he diverted his eyes, he could still discern the scattered fragments of plants and irregular, dismembered limbs on the ground. Although the scene was revolting, it appeared to have been hastily cleaned. Devoid of the anticipated carnage, there were no visible corpses nor the remains of colossal insects. The ground bore clear signs of deep, dragging marks, and based on their direction, Li Feng surmised that the missing bodies had likely been dragged back to the lair of the living giant insects, serving as a reserve of sustenance. Scanning the area, only a few fragmented remains emitted a suffocating stench of decay. It seemed that the war here had long since concluded. Li Feng's voice was low and steady as he endeavored to channel his emotions to calm Shen Lichuan and Shen Yao. Shen Lichuan attempted to suppress the tremor in his voice. "Are we not going to pass through here?" The lingering odor at the tip of his nose was relentless, and despite his efforts to fortify his resolve, he found it impossible to compel himself closer to such a sight. Observing the pitiable state of Shen Lichuan and Shen Yao, Li Feng remained silent for a moment before conceding, "Let us take a detour." With that, he turned and stepped away from the battlefield, veering deeper into the jungle. Shen Lichuan and Shen Yao hurriedly followed suit. Navigating through the underbrush, they distanced themselves from the filthy locale. The revolting odor that clung to Shen Lichuan's nostrils gradually diminished, and the air here barely allowed him to breathe normally. Shen Lichuan attempted to steady his emotions, striving to banish the horrific images from his mind. However, the recent scene had left a potent impression, and the excitement and anticipation that once filled him and Shen Yao had dissipated, leaving them both listless. Shen Lichuan even felt his limbs growing weak. Upon reaching the lair of the decayed remnants, the surrounding shrubbery was dense and towering, perfectly concealing the previous gory spectacle. The camp retained the same appearance as it had the day before. With several boxes haphazardly piled in a corner, it appeared that the decayed remnants had only damaged the exterior of these boxes. Upon discovering that they contained no food of interest, they had left them untouched. Li Feng exerted some effort to pry open the lock on a wooden box containing weapons, lifting the lid to reveal 2 automatic rifles and a heavy semi-automatic rifle, identical to the firearms he had given Shen Lichuan and Shen Yao the previous day. The bottom of the box was lined with a dozen boxes of 5.56mm ammunition compatible with the 2 types of firearms. After counting, Li Feng noted that each box contained 20 rounds, totaling over 200 bullets. This discovery brought a flicker of joy to Li Feng's heart. The issue of weapons was temporarily resolved, and he turned his attention to another slightly smaller box nearby. This box had also been damaged by the decayed remnants, and through the gaping hole, he could see a metallic container inside. Li Feng smashed the outer wooden box, revealing a hefty aluminum alloy case. The surface of the aluminum box bore several noticeable dents from external impacts, and the lid had warped from the force, causing the once sealed container to buckle and distort. Some areas of the lid gaped open slightly, while others remained stubbornly wedged shut. "What is this?" Li Feng wondered, bending down to retrieve the deformed aluminum box, which felt sticky and moist, as if it had been soaked in some liquid. Tilting the box, he even managed to pour out a few drops of brown liquid from the opening. The box was somewhat heavy. Li Feng set it down, took out his tactical dagger, and pried at the seams for a while before finally lifting the warped lid. Inside were neatly stacked blocks of compressed water gel, each encased in a special material and individually placed in specially designed transparent packaging. Li Feng carefully picked up one of the gel blocks through its packaging, observing that it displayed an unusual gray-brown hue, what should have been a translucent light blue. "What is this?" Shen Lichuan, with keen eyes, noticed Li Feng extracting something entirely unfamiliar, igniting his curiosity. "This is compressed water gel," Li Feng replied. "Compressed water gel?" Shen Lichuan had never heard of such a thing. Li Feng rotated the small block in his hand, explaining, "It is a concentrated form of purified water, created using advanced technology for convenient transport. Despite its small size, once opened, it can rapidly expand into 20 liters of clean water." His voice carried a hint of regret as he continued, "These compressed water gel blocks are strategic materials, typically used for interstellar travel or long-range combat. Unfortunately, judging by the color of these gel blocks, they appear to have been contaminated and cannot be used directly. Flipping the small block over, Li Feng noticed a distinctive slogan printed on the bottom of its packaging. Lichuan Company, the most expensive tears in the apocalypse. He let out a sardonic laugh, placing the small block back into the box. Exchanging glances, Shen Lichuan and Chun Yao revealed traces of disappointment on their faces. Chun Yao furrowed her brow, asking, "Can these gel blocks still be used?" "They need to be purified before they can be utilized," Li Feng replied as he returned the small block to the box and closed the deformed lid, succinctly concluding, "This is a supply convoy transporting military provisions. Or perhaps a weapons dealer engaged in smuggling. This explains the presence of these brand-new advanced weapons in the boxes." Li Feng surveyed the camp, noting the 4 wooden boxes, 2 large and 2 small, uniform in design. "This is the same batch of goods that all there is," Li Feng murmured, his expression tinged with doubt. Although the provisions they had discovered thus far were worth a considerable sum, whether in terms of war supplies or weapon smuggling. Any operation of this nature should not consist of such a meager quantity of goods. Chapter 30. A distress signal. At this point, Shen Lichuan had opened the small box before him, reaching inside to retrieve a smooth, silvery metallic sphere, approximately 10 centimeters in diameter, which felt as though it was made from a composite of carbon fiber and metal. He held the sphere in his hand, examining it. "What is this?" Unable to discern its purpose, he passed it to Li Feng, saying, "Captain, do you recognize this?" Setting aside his previous thoughts, Li Feng took the sphere, weighing it in his hand, and discovering an exceedingly concealed switch on its surface. "This is a T7 electromagnetic pulse grenade," he explained. In layman's terms, it is a disposable small-scale electromagnetic pulse bomb robot. "I know this one," Qin Yao interjected. "This type of bomb robot is designed specifically to incapacitate electronic devices, communication systems, and power networks. Its defining features are speed and agility, enabling it to swiftly traverse enemy lines and reach designated locations to trigger an EMP explosion. It is ideal for missions involving raids, reconnaissance, and the destruction of enemy electronic facilities. This is a piece of technology left behind by the Federal 7th Scientific Research Institute," Li Feng continued, his finger hovering over the activation switch. "Its effective range is 15 meters, with a duration of 3.7 seconds. Within 3 seconds of activation, it can incapacitate all electronic devices within a 50-meter radius." Li Feng carefully set the sphere down, adding, "While the primary function of an EMP is to disable electronic devices, the electromagnetic pulse is equally effective against giant insects. A short burst of high-frequency electromagnetic pulses can disrupt the nervous systems and muscle responses of these creatures, diminishing their mobility and even temporarily paralyzing them." "Isn't that fortuitous?" Shen Lichuan exclaimed, excitement mounting. "That if we toss one of these into the insect nest, those bugs will be at our mercy." "What a delightful surprise." Shen Lichuan gingerly placed the EMP robot on the ground and rummaged through the box again, pulling out a more lightweight and compact metal briefcase. The case was exceptionally sturdy, coated with a waterproof layer. After a brief search, he heard a satisfying click as the case sprang open. Inside, 4 gray-blue spiral canisters were neatly arranged. The transparent design of the bottles allowed the faint glow of the liquid within to be clearly visible. That a simple label adorned the bottles, reading Project Hivemind Beta, resembling some sort of code. "What is this?" As Shen Lichuan reached for one of the canisters, Chun Yao swiftly intervened, stopping him. "You can't just grab a drug you know nothing about. What if it's toxic and leaks upon breaking?" Caught off guard by Chun Yao's mechanical prosthetic arm's forceful strike, Shen Lichuan clutched his slightly reddened hand and protested, "If you don't want me to touch it, then don't hit me so hard. You know how strong you are." With a sharp glare directed at Shen Lichuan, Chun Yao dismissed the look of grievance on his face and turned her attention to the several vials of liquid before her. "Project Hivemind Beta," she mused, rummaging through the recesses of her memory. The phrase struck a familiar chord, reminiscent of a scientific initiative's code name. "The name of this project," Chun Yao murmured softly, a flicker of confusion passing through her eyes. "This name seems quite familiar. I must have heard it numerous times before." Observing Chun Yao deep in thought, Shen Lichuan continued to rummage through the box in front of him. After a moment of searching, his hand brushed against a crumpled piece of paper that he extracted it, revealing a tattered letter. Noticing Li Feng's gaze upon him, Shen Lichuan instinctively handed the envelope over. Li Feng lifted the envelope and opened it. revealing an incomplete distress signal. Portions of the paper had been torn away, but the visible text read, "Urgent distress signal. We redacted. Are trapped. Redacted ammunition, redacted depleted, redacted rescue." The letter bore a conspicuous emblem of a faction, and the reverse side contained a series of coordinates indicating a specific location. With a mere glance, Li Feng recognized the simplified insignia. It was the emblem of the Free Federation. Seeing Li Feng pause slightly, Shen Lichuan, somewhat bewildered, exchanged a look with Chun Yao and inquired, "What does this letter mean?" Li Feng unfolded the letter and handed it to Shen Lichuan and Chun Yao, his expression grave. "That I have seen this mark before. It belongs to the Free Federation. This is an emergency letter from a member of the Free Federation, but without a header, we cannot ascertain which faction it was intended for." Indeed, it was unmistakably the mark of the Free Federation. After examining the letter closely, Chun Yao nodded, her expression turning serious. The appearance of this distress signal here suggested that the location from which they were trapped was likely not too far away. Pressing her lips together, Li Feng carefully folded the half-sheet of paper and tucked it into his clothing. "Our base has a mutual aid agreement with the Free Federation. Once we establish contact with the base, we must relay this information." This letter, in some respects, solidified Li Feng's suspicions. The convoy that had been beset by the polluted creatures was indeed transporting strategic supplies, and it was highly likely that their ultimate objective was to rescue the members of the Free Federation ensnared at the designated coordinates. Regrettably, those who had managed to traverse this jungle had fallen prey to the creatures. The final box was opened, revealing a set of tightly sealed high-density biobatteries, which could serve as energy cores for older models of power armor or be utilized on spacecraft to power specific functional instruments, such as the cryogenic chambers used for hibernation, like the one Shen Lichuan had once occupied. After tallying their bountiful haul, the trio divided the firearms among themselves, slinging them onto their backs, and then found a somewhat intact wooden crate to consolidate all the supplies. They fashioned makeshift rollers from several logs, preparing to transport everything back to the Cliff Corner encampment. This expedition had yielded rich rewards, alleviating their immediate needs and providing several unexpected delights. The only regret was that the box of compressed water gel blocks had been contaminated. The polluted gel could not be used directly as clean water and would require purification first. As for the few unknown gray-blue spiral tubes and the tattered distress letter, they would have to be unraveled at a later time. Chapter 31. Change of plans. The sun hung high in the sky, its rays filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground as Shen Lichuan and his companions dragged their supplies. The sound of their footsteps rustling softly through the woods. Suddenly, the clear river nearby erupted with a splash as fish leapt out of the water, their tails striking the surface and sending glistening droplets flying. Sparkling like jewels in the mottled sunlight, the fish, leaping high, displayed scales that shimmered with iridescent colors under the sun, a fleeting yet breathtaking sight. The vibrant scene breathed life into the previously perilous and silent jungle. Shen Lichuan observed the lively river, where occasionally he glimpsed those graceful figures darting beneath the rippling waves. "Are there really this many fish in the river?" he murmured in mild astonishment. Indeed, there seemed to be significantly more than before. As a hint of curiosity crossed Chun Yao's face, just a couple of days ago, even spotting a single fish would have been a rare occurrence, as they had remained still at the bottom of the river, completely inactive. The unusual activity also caught Li Feng's attention, and he furrowed his brows in observation. The fish swam agilely through the water, but there appeared to be no other anomalies. "We should avoid approaching the water source," Li Feng warned his companions in a serious tone. "When things seem out of the ordinary, there is often danger lurking beneath. While I am unsure of the cause of this anomaly, it is always prudent to exercise caution and steer clear of potential hazards." When the trio returned to the Cliff Corner tribe, their haul sparked considerable excitement. Many were astonished at the speed with which they had procured their supplies. The remnants of the spider were one thing, but the guards had witnessed them return with 2 brand new firearms just yesterday, and today they had brought back an entire large crate. As Shen Lichuan walked through the village, he often caught the envious glances of the tribespeople, who gathered in small clusters, whispering about them. After placing the items back in their quarters, Li Feng led Shen Lichuan and Chun Yao to Chief Gelk's home. That it was essential to inform Gelk that the polluted creatures had been dealt with. Moreover, considering the new weapons they had brought back, Li Feng felt it was time to discuss the destruction of the insect nest with the Cliff Corner tribe. Chief Gelk's home was a simple wooden hut, its roof thickly thatched with straw. The midday sun blazed down upon the land, rendering the interior humid and stifling. Gelk sat at a wooden table, facing the door, his weathered face etched with fatigue and worry. Beside him stood Karoo, the captain of the tribe's guard, a burly middle-aged man with a full beard. Karoo held an old, long-barreled rifle, his expression stern and his gaze intense. Li Feng, Shen Lichuan, and Chun Yao sat opposite Gelk. The atmosphere in the room thick with tension. Respected Chief Gelk, Li Feng's voice was low and resolute. I hope you will consider my proposal with the utmost seriousness. Gelk fell silent for a moment. His expression complex as he seemed torn, several times on the verge of speaking, yet ultimately he sighed heavily. Noticing Gelk's troubled demeanor, Karoo straightened his posture and bluntly reiterated his stance. Chief Gelk, I oppose this proposal vehemently. The two sides found themselves in a stalemate. Let us rewind the clock a little, back to the moment these individuals first met. The news brought by Li Feng was decidedly good. The potential threat neighboring the Cliff Corner tribe had been entirely eliminated. Regardless of how the polluted creatures met their demise, it was indeed a joyous occasion that took Gelk by surprise. From Gelk's and the tribe's perspective, the sudden appearance of the polluted creatures had caught them off guard. And before they could react appropriately, or even begin to feel genuine fear regarding this threat, it had vanished without a trace, slipping away into the unnoticed shadows. This surreal sensation left Gelk somewhat disoriented, especially when Li Feng followed up with the proposal to gift Gelk and the Cliff Corner tribe the crate of compressed water gel blocks retrieved from the creature's den, as a token of gratitude for allowing them to take refuge in their midst. This unexpected boon further bewildered Gelk. While the Cliff Corner tribe might not necessarily have a use for compressed water gel blocks, given that their water source was conveniently located at the village's edge, such strategic materials remained high on the Empire's procurement list. Even the contaminated blocks could be purified by the Empire's facilities. The manufacturing process for compressed water gel blocks was incredibly intricate, and all products currently circulating on the market originated from a company named Clear Spring on the central planet. This year's climate had been particularly unusual, leaving Gelk troubled over his inability to meet the tax obligations owed to the Empire. With the crate of compressed water gel blocks, his tax dilemma would be resolved. Gelk felt a genuine sense of joy, holding Li Feng's hands tightly in gratitude, praising their team as the saviors of the Cliff Corner tribe. However, when Li Feng proposed that the Cliff Corner tribe send troops to assist in eradicating the insect nest on the mountain, Gelk sighed once more. It is not that I am changing my mind, but yesterday I received a communication from the Empire's coordination office. The message stated that the Empire would be sending personnel to conscript troops, and the Cliff Corner tribe must provide at least 100 soldiers, with the deadline set for the next tax collection day. The Cliff Corner tribe was not particularly large, and counting every eligible young adult, they barely had 200 who could fight at this point. Gelk's expression grew even more pained. We cannot afford to provoke the nest during such a critical time. Picking up Gelk's train of thought, Karoo's voice was gruff and deliberate. Moreover, the giant insects are not easy to deal with. Provoking them may not yield any advantages. You all know, he continued, that in the past, we have attempted numerous strategies to breach the insect horde's defenses, and we have lost many lives in those battles. After a brief silence, Gelk's tone took on a tone of resignation. If it were not for the Empire's conscription notice, I might have agreed to your proposal, as it was something I had previously promised you. But now, I am afraid I cannot. Shen Lichuan furrowed his brow, leaning closer to Chun Yao to whisper, Is 3 of us not enough? The trio was rather reluctant. Although we possessed weapons at our disposal, the sheer number of colossal insects inhabiting the entire nest was daunting, creating an overwhelming disparity in numbers that rendered the risks exceedingly high. Chun Yao's expression was far from pleasant. Li Feng, unwilling to concede defeat, endeavored to persuade Gerke and Karoo. We have uncovered usable weapons from the ruined spawn's encampment. Those 2 T7 electromagnetic pulse grenades could incapacitate the giant insects temporarily. If employed judiciously, in conjunction with appropriate tactics, we can minimize personnel casualties. Karoo interjected from the side. Li Feng, your plan sounds promising, but once the fighting commences, the outcomes are unpredictable. Your strategy cannot guarantee the results you envision. The risks are too great, and I must respectfully disagree. The atmosphere between the two parties became tense, akin to a drawn sword. Gerke finally sighed. Let me ponder this. I require a moment to contemplate your proposal. Village chief, upon noticing Gerke's softened stance, Karu impatiently interjected. Village chief. Just then, a guard burst through the door, his urgent demeanor preventing him from fully assessing the situation in the hall. He hastily exclaimed, Village chief. There's been an incident across the river. What? Chapter 32. The insect eggs. The hurried footsteps shattered the tense atmosphere of the hall. The guard, visibly anxious and panting, his forehead glistening with sweat, evidently having just undergone a vigorous sprint, drew the attention of the previously tense group. Gurki, frowning, was about to reprimand the guard for his breach of protocol when the guard's panicked voice erupted. Village chief. The water. There's a problem with the water source on the west side. What? The news was so surreal that Gurki momentarily questioned his hearing, but he sprang to his feet, hands braced on the table. Incredulity etched across his face as he raised his voice. A problem with the water source. What could possibly be wrong? Please clarify. What is happening? The guard inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Village chief. The villagers working in the fields, they exhibited abnormalities after coming into contact with the river water. Today was meant to be a tranquil day. The crops in the western fields were still in their growth phase. And this batch of produce was not only the sustenance for all the inhabitants of the Cliff Edge tribe, but also a portion of the resources to be submitted to the empire. As the villagers toiled in the fields, they drew water from the river beside the farmland to irrigate the gray-rooted yams and gray beans. Initially, no one noticed anything amiss. They merely observed that the river water appeared less clear than usual. But no one paid it much mind. It wasn't until someone washing clothes by the riverside discovered redness and tingling on their skin after contact with the water, with some even experiencing swelling and discoloration in their hands, that the villagers began to suspect a problem with the water. It was then that a keen-eyed individual noticed translucent, small round particles floating in the river, which were easily overlooked without close inspection. The unexpected discovery quickly incited panic, which spread throughout the entire tribe, spurred by the strange transformations experienced by those who had directly contacted the river water, culminating in the scene at the outset. Frantic villagers congregated in the village, some hastily reporting the incident, beseeching the village chief for a resolution, while the bolder among them fetched buckets to the river, scooping up water to bring to the chief's residence. Now, a bucket of this water sat upon the table in the hall. The weathered wooden bucket revealed translucent, pearl-sized spherical bodies floating within, gently quivering, their edges blurred by a faint, viscous membrane that rendered them indistinct in the water. If one were to describe it, Shen Lichuan felt it resembled a quail egg submerged underwater. Although the sphere appeared semi-transparent, its interior seemed tightly enveloped by a gelatinous substance, obscuring its contents. The surrounding individuals whispered nervously. And with audacity, Li Feng used a tool to retrieve one of the small spheres, tossing it onto the ground. The sphere flopped and rolled a few times, trembling as it did so. The membrane's surface appeared remarkably elastic. What is this? I don't know. I've never seen anything like it or those afflicted with the strange skin ailment caused by contact with this. It resembles the eggs of an alien species. What could possibly be inside? It looks repulsive. Could it be toxic? Will we have water to use in the future? The murmurs grew louder, many crowding at the chief's door, their faces awash with concern and fear. It indeed bore a striking resemblance to some form of biological egg. Li Feng scrutinized the desiccating object on the ground, now removed from the water. Eggs? Are they fish eggs? The sudden appearance of these entities in the river, coinciding with the earlier sighting of unusually active fish in the jungle, led Shen Lichuan to ponder whether the fish were spawning, thus resulting in this unusual gathering. However, it should not be so. Chen Yao had previously mentioned that these fish contained only trace amounts of toxin, which could at most induce paralysis. How could their eggs cause such widespread skin afflictions? Lost in thought, Shen Lichuan unwittingly voiced his speculations aloud. Fish? Karu, with keen ears, seized upon Shen Lichuan's ramblings. What fish are you referring to? The inhabitants of the Cliff Edge tribe in the hall momentarily failed to grasp the significance. You know, the ones with large eyes, long tails, and semi-transparent scales. Shen Lichuan gestured to indicate their size. The very beautiful fish we encountered in the jungle. Upon hearing Shen Lichuan's description, Gurki's eyes widened in realization. Are you referring to the floating fins? Floating fins? Shen Lichuan's expression was one of confusion. He had never heard this unfamiliar term before. Casting a pleading glance at Li Feng and Chen Yao, he found them equally puzzled. The ones you described. Residing in the jungle's water bodies, the floating fins. Their scales are semi-transparent, and they possess large purple pupils, Gurki clarified, a chuckle escaping him as he realized. So you call them fish. Gurki elaborated on these ethereal creatures, explaining that the people of the Cliff Edge tribe held a fondness for these agile aquatic beings. For the tribe's people who possessed faith, these floating fins were akin to messengers of the divine, and encountering them was believed to bring good fortune. Floating fins were seldom seen. They preferred solitude over congregating and generally avoided areas of frequent human activity. Thus, it was nearly impossible to encounter a floating fin in the river adjacent to the western fields. The eggs of floating fins do not resemble this, Gurki elucidated. The last time our tribe saw a large number of floating fins was ages ago, and shortly thereafter, we discovered the insect nest in the sacrificial grounds. Gurki, lost in reminiscence, abruptly halted, chewing over his own words, sensing that something was amiss. Just then, Li Feng pointed towards the eggs on the ground, his voice steady and low. Could it be possible that these eggs are the parasitic eggs of the giant insects? Li Feng's words struck like a thunderclap, instantly capturing everyone's attention. All gazes shifted to the eggs he indicated, observing that the ones separated from the water had completely shriveled, and soon, a mass of slender, pinkish-red larvae wriggled out from the deflated membrane, entangling with one another as they squirmed towards the damp areas. The air fell silent for a moment, only to be shattered by a chorus of screams reverberating throughout the hall. Panicked individuals stumbled backward, creating chaos. Amidst the din of screams, Li Feng swiftly seized a water bowl from the table, forcefully appending it onto the ground to trap the writhing mass of tiny worms. He then turned sharply to the paralyzed guard beside him, commanding, "Fetch a piece of burning coal." Chapter 33. The resolution. Before long, someone brought forth a piece of smoldering coal, crackling as it met the air. Li Feng grasped the coal in one hand and swiftly lifted the overturned bowl with the other, thrusting the searing coal onto the squirming black worms. The hissing sound echoed as the high temperature met the moisture, releasing a peculiar scent of cooked protein that rapidly permeated the room. The odor was somewhat acrid, prompting those nearby to wrinkle their noses, while Li Feng maintained a stoic expression, pressing the coal down firmly until the flames extinguished and the burning coal cooled. The once entangled mass of black worms had turned charred and shriveled, reduced to a desiccated, burnt protein substance. With the immediate threat neutralized, the previously panicked crowd gradually calmed, their screams subsiding, though the expressions of anxiety and fear remained etched on their faces. Some who had been closest were still wide-eyed in shock, instinctively patting their chests in a bid to soothe themselves. The collective gaze shifted from the charred remnants of the worms back to the wooden bucket containing the water. The remaining translucent, the sole source of water, has been contaminated, which means that until this pollution incident is resolved, the entire Yajiao tribe will be unable to access usable clean water. In this wasteland, clean water and food are incredibly precious and difficult to obtain resources. When the Yajiao tribe initially chose to settle here, they were drawn to the river that flowed forth from the jungle. Abundant, unpolluted fresh water, devoid of the nests of dangerous exotic species, was nothing short of a heavenly sanctuary for habitation. How has it come to this? What are we to do? The tremulous voice, laced with sobs, shattered the tranquility of the moment. The voice belonged to an elderly mother, whose child was among those infected after coming into close contact with the water source. The previously panicked crowd had thought this incident was merely a skin infection. Now, everyone was acutely aware of the true cause of this calamity. Those with swollen, painful skin were not suffering from a mere skin disease, but rather had been infected by parasites. Soon, even graver news followed. The villagers who had come into close proximity with the water source and exhibited various discomforting symptoms were rapidly deteriorating. Some began to vomit and run fevers, while others had already succumbed to unconsciousness, with visible signs of something moving within their veins. This was an unmistakable manifestation of parasitism. As the bad news continued to pour in, the situation grew increasingly dire and intricate. The entire Yajiao tribe descended into chaos, with everyone engulfed in panic. More and more helpless villagers gathered at the village chief's doorstep, anxiously pleading for a solution to the crisis. The chief buried his face in his hands, unable to comprehend how things had suddenly spiraled into this state. A series of blows had rendered this resolute middle-aged man nearly overwhelmed. Kalu, arrange for some empty houses to be prepared, and then relocate these infected villagers into those rooms for isolation. Please, summon Varuna. and ask her to see if there is any way to alleviate these people's symptoms. Additionally, send a few nimble individuals to care for the afflicted, commanded the chief. Kalu nodded, swiftly calling upon capable deputies to execute Gelk's orders. At that moment, Chen Yao stepped forward. I have studied some literature on parasitic insects at the base. There are no specific antidotes for parasitic diseases here, and I cannot cure these ailments. But I may be able to help devise a way to slow the progression of the symptoms. As a biologist with some medical knowledge, Chen Yao had encountered scientific literature on parasitic conditions at the base. To fully cure such a disease would require a highly targeted anthelmintic injection. It was clear that the Yajiao tribe had not stocked such medical supplies. More likely, they were wholly unaware of the existence of such ailments. After all, observing the Yajiao tribe's frantic demeanor indicated that this group of tribespeople had never experienced a situation like this before. Although she did not know how to cure insect parasitism without specific antidotes, perhaps she could assist in alleviating the symptoms of these infected villagers and prevent their conditions from worsening. Gelk lifted his head, looking at Chen Yao standing in the hall. His eyes shimmered with anticipation as he gazed at her, his tone brimming with hope. Can I trust you? Chen Yao's gaze was resolute as she nodded. I will do my utmost. With that, she acknowledged Li Feng with a nod, parting the crowd to make her way to the temporary aid station for the sick. The source of the pollution must be the insect nest upstream. Li Feng's calm and steady voice resonated in the hall. Hearing Li Feng mention this again, Kalu felt a surge of defiance bubbling within him, eager to retort. Before Kalu could speak, Li Feng continued. The Wujia species and giant insects had a confrontation. My teammates and I visited the scene, and not a single corpse was left behind. We examined the traces on the ground. All the bodies were dragged back to the nest by those insects. This behavior is quite evident. They were treating these corpses as sustenance, sparing even those of their own kind. Kalu still felt unconvinced. What does that even imply? It indicates that the nest, which was previously dormant, has been awakened and has now acquired ample food. Entering an active phase, as he spoke, Li Feng stepped forward, pointing to the wooden barrel on the table that contained the semi-transparent eggs, still slowly floating. These insect eggs are the evidence. That he scanned the room, trying to gauge the expressions of those around him, then locked eyes with Gelk, his gaze earnest and his tone sincere. The pollution of the water source makes purifying the water a formidable challenge, let alone that of flowing water. The current of the river continuously brings in insect eggs from the upstream nests. Purification alone cannot resolve the issue as long as the nests are eradicated. The flowing river will naturally carry these eggs downstream. Furthermore, these suddenly appearing insect eggs are likely the reason for the floating fins becoming active in droves. These eggs may very well be their food. Shen Lichuan nodded in agreement. During our previous 2 excursions into the jungle, we did not witness such a multitude of floating fins active. Only today, on our return journey, did we encounter them swarming in the river. To validate his hypothesis, Shen Lichuan volunteered to take a few bold and observant tribespeople into the jungle to confirm his theory. Before long, Shen Lichuan returned with these tribespeople, bringing with him a live floating fin contained in a barrel. He released the floating fin into the barrel of insect eggs, and the little creature, now in a new environment, swam about in a panic, splashing the water noisily. Many tribespeople stepped back a few paces, fearful of being splashed by the contaminated water. Soon, the little floating fin calmed down, chasing after the floating insect eggs in the barrel and consuming them. Everyone witnessed this, and those tribespeople who had accompanied Shen Lichuan into the jungle corroborated that they had indeed seen numerous floating fins in the river eagerly devouring the insect eggs. As long as the source of these parasitic eggs could be eliminated, the river would soon return to its former state. Li Feng pieced all the information together, waiting for Gelk to make a decision. The source of the insect eggs was the awakened nest. Given the current situation, could they truly afford to ignore the nest? Gelk's expression began to soften, and Kalu, who had previously held a firm opposing stance, fell silent. Indeed, compared to the pressures and demands from the Empire, the urgent crisis at hand took precedence. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Gelk closed his eyes and finally made a decision. Exterminate the insect nest. Chapter 34. Wandering parasites. The entire Yajiao tribe was thrown into disarray, with tension and panic permeating every corner. The temporarily vacated rooms housed all the tribespeople infected by the parasites, and the air was thick with the acrid stench of vomit and sweat, causing anyone who entered to wrinkle their noses in disgust. Varna, the village shaman, was not a doctor in the strictest sense, having undergone systematic and rigorous medical training. She had merely inherited all the knowledge from her predecessor and understood how to treat most common ailments with herbal remedies. Inside the makeshift infirmary, the infected tribespeople lay or sat in various positions. Some clutched their chests tightly, their faces contorted in agony, while others had already succumbed to unconsciousness, sprawled on the ground, their bodies occasionally twitching. Vomiting seemed to be a universal symptom. Those unable to expel anything resorted to retching up stomach acid, while those with severe infections had fallen into shock, appearing as if they were in a deep coma. Chun Yao could clearly see the writhing black filaments emerging beneath their skin, indicating that the parasites were rapidly consuming the host's nutrients. Domai. How could such a situation arise? Varuna, the shaman, was witnessing this bizarre spectacle for the first time. The entire temporary infirmary could only be described as hellish. Her aged face bore an unmistakable look of shock, her voice trembling slightly. I have never encountered such a condition. Are they possessed by malevolent spirits? What is gnawing at their flesh? They are merely infected by parasites, Chen Yao replied, wiping the sweat from her brow. Shaman, we must find a way to slow the development of these parasites. Do you have any ideas? She swiftly approached an unconscious tribesperson, lifting his eyelid to reveal a ring of distinctive blood vessels encircling his pupil. The sight was somewhat familiar to her. Chen Yao rifled through her memories. She had read about such a peculiar condition in biomedical literature concerning parasites at the base. Those cases mentioned a type of wandering parasite that, upon infecting a host, would rapidly hatch its eggs. The larvae would survive by pulsating through the bloodstream, relying on the iron ions and hormones in the host's blood for growth. The pupils of the infected would exhibit the unique ringed blood vessels characteristic of the parasite. With black filaments visible beneath the skin, during the larvae's growth, they would secrete a special neurotoxin, causing the host to experience symptoms such as vomiting and shock. In severe cases, the host might even develop skin keratinization. This keratinization was a sign of being assimilated by the parasites, indicating that the host had entered a countdown to death. Upon hearing Chun Yao's description, Varuna's expression grew graver, faced with this situation. She appeared somewhat at a loss, her voice tinged with intense anxiety. What are we to do? Chen Yao's mind swiftly recalled the content from the literature. Once these parasitic larvae mature, they will lay eggs within the host. However, if their energy supply is cut off within 48 hours, the larvae will enter a dormant state and can be gradually decomposed by the host's immune system. Decomposed by the immune system. Chen Yao seized upon the key term. Immune system.it is essential to understand that the inhabitants of the Cliff Corner tribe are fundamentally different from traditional humans like Li Feng, Shen Lichuan, and Shen Yao. Strictly speaking, they are all classified as humans, yet they represent a distinct subspecies within humanity. The individuals of the Cliff Corner tribe not only exhibit physical differences from traditional humans, but also possess other unseen attributes. For instance, they demonstrate more vigorous cellular metabolism, enhanced muscular explosive power, and formidable self-healing capabilities. Consequently, when humans are parasitized by such organisms, they experience frequent vomiting, fever, and shock, and also display earlier signs of skin keratinization. Even if initially minor. In contrast, these tribespeople at most exhibit symptoms of shock, and the skin keratinization does not seem to occur. Perhaps their inherent robust self-healing abilities have played a role in delaying the onset of parasitic infection. Eureka! A glimmer of inspiration struck Chen Yao. She could attempt to enhance their immune system metabolism to decompose these larvae. Metabolism. Chen Yao paced anxiously within the room, her mind racing through the literature for something that could rapidly and significantly bolster individual immunity. Suddenly, she recalled the healing serum that Shen Lichuan had found at the campsite. It was the most fundamental healing serum they had salvaged from the crash site, capable of curing the vast majority of common ailments. Its mechanism relied on temporarily enhancing the individual's immune system function, allowing the body's defenses to engulf and dismantle viral cells, thereby achieving a therapeutic effect. After the serums were discovered, they had been carefully stored in Chun Yao's bionic mechanical prosthetic storage compartment. Chen Yao retrieved the healing serum, barely allowing herself a moment to speak to Varuna before a painful groan echoed through the room. It was the sound of a severely infected tribesman who had already succumbed to shock. Chen Yao and Varuna turned to the source of the so. Li Feng elucidated the origins of the small robot in Shen Lichuan's hand, explaining that it could be programmed to follow a predetermined path, after which it would autonomously journey to its destination to detonate. Although its effective range was rather limited, surveying the surroundings, he noted that the leaders and elders of the Cliff's Edge tribe had gathered in the main hall. Their gazes fixed intently upon Karoo. Phone continued to articulate his thoughts. An electromagnetic pulse could disrupt the neural systems of the giant insects, rendering them temporarily incapacitated. With our numbers sufficiently robust, we could swiftly eliminate the giant insects once they succumbed to paralysis. The tactical discussions persisted into the depths of the night. Weariness etched onto every face. Time slipped away quietly, the lights of the Cliff's Edge tribe burning throughout the night, casting a glow that illuminated the darkness without pause. Chapter 36. The Expedition Warriors. At dawn, the sun had only just begun to pierce through the heavy clouds, dew clinging to the tips of leaves. While a chill lingered in the air, all the warriors of the Cliff's Edge tribe donned their gear, assembling in the open space at the village entrance. Their equipment was rudimentary. Some lacked even the simplest insect shell armor, resorting instead to thick leather to cover their exposed skin. Armed with various weapons, their expressions were grave, eyes resolute, all fixed upon Karoo, who stood at the forefront, rallying their spirits. Karoo's voice was deep and powerful, resonating in the crisp morning air. Warriors, we are about to embark on a journey of utmost significance. Our adversary is one with which each of you is intimately familiar. We have faced them numerous times, leaving behind less than favorable memories. Karoo surveyed the gathering, his tone rising in fervor. Our homeland, our territory, our water sources are under unprecedented threat. Those insects endanger our lives and now seek to dismantle the very foundations upon which we depend for survival, forcing us into despair. Should we retreat? No retreat. No retreat. The heavy memories of past experiences stirred within the warriors, many having taken part in the battles against the insect nests, bearing witness to the painful sacrifices. They roared in unison, their angry shouts drowning out Karoo's voice, causing the very air around them to tremble. Our ancestors flourished upon this land. They forged our home with courage and wisdom, their bodies resting beneath this soil. Yet now, those insects that have occupied our sacred ground, those that have shattered our spirit, seek to further encroach upon our living space. Karoo's voice surged with intensity, his eyes ablaze with fervor. They attempt to drive us from this land. He raised his arms high, shouting, "How can we accept such a fate? Warriors of the tribe, we will not accept." The chorus of defiant roars reverberated across the sky, each face reflecting an indomitable spirit ready to face death. Their voices, filled with righteous anger, proclaimed their unwavering resolve. That I know. Karoo pressed his hands down, calming the fervent crowd, that this will be a challenging battle. However, we do not fight alone. We have allies, new strategies, and weapons to suppress the insects. We possess courage, wisdom, and our unity, an invincible power that those insects lack. I stand before you not to underscore the difficulties of this war, nor to suggest its ease, but to affirm that this war is necessary, inevitable, and one that we must win. Karoo raised his rifle high, calling out, "Our kin need us. Our homeland requires our strength. That we cannot retreat. We cannot surrender. We must fight for the tribe, for our home. For our very survival. Fight, fight." The warriors lifted their weapons, their voices echoing like thunder, embodying their primal instincts and strength. Shen Lichuan stood at the forefront of the crowd, his blood seemingly ignited by the fervent atmosphere. With an automatic rifle slung across his back and AT-7 electromagnetic pulse bomb cradled in his arms, his eyes sparkled with determination, every vein in his body coursing with fervor, he could not help but join the rhythm. Raising his arms and shouting, "For the tribe, for our home," a throng surged forward, marching swiftly towards the direction of the insect nest. Silence enveloped them. All were tense, focused solely on the path ahead. The dawn had yet to break fully, the jungle still enveloped in slumber, a faint mist lingering in the air, the scent of damp earth filling their nostrils. Shen Lichuan took a moment to assess the river's condition. Despite the early hour, the floating fins in the water remained quite active. They clustered at the riverbed, scattering at the slightest disturbance. "The floating fins have multiplied," Shen Lichuan murmured, after a night had passed. Not only had the floating fins increased, but so had the parasitic eggs. The once crystal-clear river water had become murky due to the accumulation of these eggs. What yesterday required close inspection to discern now appeared plainly visible. The water teeming with glistening, sticky round eggs. If one were to describe it, Shen Lichuan's thoughts wandered. The water filled with eggs bore a resemblance to a bubble tea overflowing with toppings, those translucent. Elastic pearls crowding the cup, a shiver ran down his spine, and he felt fortunate that he did not suffer from trypophobia. Otherwise, the sight of those densely packed eggs would surely induce a sensation of unease. Leaving him nauseated, Lichuan and Karu observed the river's condition, a weight settling in their hearts. In just one night, the number of eggs had surged. If this continued, Karu closed his eyes, envisioning a grim scenario. A sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. The longer they delayed, the more the egg count would explode, exacerbating the detrimental effects of the insect nest. In just a couple of days, the number of eggs would reach a point where even the floating fins could not contend with them. By then, the entire Cliff's Edge tribe would find itself in an irretrievable crisis, possibly facing extinction before they could even migrate. Fortunately, he had refrained from stubbornly obstructing their progress, and he was grateful that these unexpected guests had remained insistent, even if their motives were self-serving. With this thought, Karu sincerely expressed his gratitude to Lichuan in a hushed tone. Thank you. To Lichuan raised an eyebrow, comprehending Karu's sentiment instantly, and replied with a smile. Let us save our gratitude until we have secured victory in this war. As they pressed onward, nearing the insect nest, Lichuan and Karu gestured for the advancing troops to halt. With agile precision, Lichuan ventured forth to scout the enemy's position, this time accompanied by Karu. A thin mist cloaked the jungle, reducing visibility, compelling them to approach cautiously to observe the current state of the insect nest's entrance. The clearing appeared unchanged, with two giant mantises roaming restlessly. The entrance was eerily quiet. Devoid of any insect activity, the previously bustling beetles seemed to have ceased their work. Seemed the corpses delivered ample sustenance to the nest. Lichuan furrowed his brow, with an abundance of food. The activity level within the nest had markedly increased, making it impossible to gauge the number of mature giant insects within. Recklessly penetrating deep into the nest would be ill-advised. There are just these two insects outside. Karu whispered. He took a step back, pressing his ear to the ground to listen for any subterranean movements. After a lengthy silence, he stood, shaking his head at Lichuan's questioning gaze. I can't hear anything. The ground is silent, save for these two mantises. The deeper layers must either be active, or all the insects are in a state of dormancy, given the current activity level of the nest. The latter seemed improbable. The original plan was to lure out the shallow-dwelling giant insects, and then detonate the T-7 bomb, incapacitating the swarm. Killing immobilized insects would be relatively effortless. One merely needed to strike their most vulnerable heads. However, the situation appeared to have grown more complex. With no signs of insect activity in the shallow layers, how could they draw them out from the depths? Speaking of which, Karu pointed to the moving giant mantises, cautioning against provoking them. Chapter 37. Prelude used this. With that, Lichuan produced the insect aggregation pheromone disperser that had proven effective previously. He shook the small vial, assessing the remaining synthetic insect aggregation pheromone inside, and remarked, There's still a good amount left. It should suffice. What is this? Karu frowned, eyeing the vial with a hint of skepticism. Is this the method you spoke of yesterday, during their discussions of the offensive strategy the night prior? Lichuan had suggested they could draw most of the giant insects together, concentrating them in one location before detonating the T-7 electromagnetic pulse bomb to incapacitate the swarm. However, he had only hinted at having a plan for luring the giant insects without providing details. Now, confronted with this unfamiliar bottle, Karu's eyes brimmed with curiosity. What purpose does this serve? Lichuan moved the BAPE device closer, scrutinizing Karu's expression. Noticing the sincerity in Karu's demeanor, he retracted his probing and set aside other thoughts. Explaining, this is an insect aggregation pheromone emitter, abbreviated as BAPE. It contains synthetically produced insect aggregation pheromones. This device can release a high concentration of pheromones into the air, which will convey special signals to the giant insects. Upon receiving these signals, the giant insects will instinctively gather towards the location with the highest pheromone concentration. That we previously used this device to lure the giant insects to the campsite of the decaying corpses, inciting them to fight. Even if this device is effective, can it penetrate deep underground to attract the insects residing there? Karu's doubts remained unassuaged. This indeed posed a significant issue, according to the original plan. Lichuan was to activate the pheromone emitter a distance away from the insect nest, allowing the surface and shallow layer insects to emerge gradually. before instructing Shen Lichuan to activate the preset T-7 electromagnetic pulse bomb robot to detonate the pulse bomb. The electromagnetic pulse would incapacitate the giant insects in a remarkably short period, providing sufficient time for the lurking warriors of the Cliff Corner tribe to eliminate them one by one. However, the current situation deviated entirely from their expectations. The replenishment of food not only activated the insect nest, prompting it to expand and reproduce, but also halted the previously active foraging behavior of the giant insects that frequently ventured out. Although BAPE has a broad effective range, it was primarily designed for open spaces where wind can disperse the pheromones over a greater distance, making it easier for insects to detect. Yet, this approach was utterly ineffective against the insect nest buried underground. Li Feng pondered feasible solutions while holding the BAPE. Observing Li Feng lost in thought, Karoo raised his gaze to the two giant mantises that were drawing nearer. They were dangerously close, despite their adept concealment behind the underbrush. The proximity incited immediate alarm within Karoo. Instinctively, he reached for the arrows in his quiver, his fingers nervously resting on the bowstring. Had he not found it impossible to silently eliminate the two giant mantises alone, he would not have remained here with Li Feng. Karoo's arrows were specially crafted with bone tips, featuring a hollow structure capable of infused refined liquids for specific effects. The arrows he held contained a unique liquid derived from a blend of extracts from mutated plant stems and biles from exotic species. Designed to induce a state of unconsciousness in biological targets, typically utilized for capturing mutated animals. However, this toxin proved ineffective against giant insects. Its anesthetic impact was considerably diminished, merely slowing their actions momentarily. Nevertheless, it was the only substance discovered by the Cliff Corner tribe that could exert a special effect on the giant insects. As the mantises approached, Karoo felt a surge of anxiety. He attempted to communicate with Li Feng through his gaze, questioning whether they should launch a direct assault, only to find Li Feng intently observing him. Not him, but the bow and arrow in his hands. Some time later, armed with an arrow infused with diluted insect aggregation pheromone liquid, Karoo remained somewhat bewildered. He drew the bowstring taut, aiming at one of the nearby mantis's compound eyes, and asked uncertainly, "Will this truly work?" "It will work, it will work," Shen Lichuan reassured him, crouched beside, configuring the T-7 electromagnetic pulse bomb robot's route. He casually attempted to soothe Karoo. "If it doesn't, it's no issue. We have the bomb robot. Just time it right to detonate it. Even if we don't achieve our desired effect, at most, we waste a bomb." Having finalized the T-7's programming and confirmed its settings once more, Shen Lichuan gestured towards Li Feng's direction. After carefully placing the T-7 on the ground, he patted another unit beside him, saying to Karoo, "There's another one here, so don't worry." Karoo took a deep breath, gradually increasing his focus, his eyes fixated on the locked target, lips pressed together to steady his breathing, perhaps sensing the pheromones wafting through the air. The two giant mantises visibly became agitated. Their antennae quivered in the air, attempting to capture more detailed information. Shen Lichuan watched as the mantises began to deviate from their original paths, his heart rate quickening. He observed them swaying their bodies, inching closer to Li Feng's hiding spot. However, the surrounding area was teeming with warriors from the Cliff Corner tribe, leaving little room for concealment. Li Feng, seeing this, felt a sense of helplessness, yet could only continue to shift his position to mislead the giant mantises attempting to locate him. This situation heightened Shen Lichuan's anxiety. He swallowed hard, his palms beginning to sweat. "Is it ready? Is the distance sufficient?" His fingers hovered over the T-7's activation switch, preparing to initiate the countdown. He found himself unable to assist further, only urging Karoo to maintain his aim. "Just wait a little longer, until they're closer." Karoo's hand remained steady, the sharp arrowhead aimed directly at the compound eye of the targeted mantis. The compound eye, soft and easily penetrated by sharp objects, was one of the giant insect's weaknesses. Karoo understood that panicking was futile. They must wait until the two giant mantises were sufficiently close to incite chaos. He steadied his breath, silently counting. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 38. Provoking battle in mere seconds, time stretched infinitely. Karoo half closed his eyes, drawing the bowstring to its utmost tension. The faint crack of the arrow slicing through the air resonated in his ears. By the time Shen Lichuan regained his focus, the arrow had struck precisely into the compound eye of the giant mantis. The bone arrowhead tore through the mantis's ocular tissue, and the pheromone-laden liquid rapidly disseminated. infiltrating its flesh that a small portion escaped from the gaping wound, quickly vaporizing and filling the surrounding air. The struck mantis emitted a piercing shriek, its wings trembling violently, its body quivering in response to the pain. The intense agony from its eye enraged the giant mantis, its remaining compound eye instantly engorged and glowing with bloodlust. The forcibly injected pheromones disrupted its rationality, causing it to whirl in place. Its glistening forelimbs raised high, thrashing wildly through the air. The pain and chaotic pheromone signals stirred its nerves, transforming it into a frenzied beast, venting its wrath into the air as its flailing limbs mercilessly struck the other mantis that failed to evade in time. The upheaval occurred in that fleeting moment. The rampaging giant mantis moved with astonishing speed, from being struck to descending into a frenzy, taking less than a second. Its companion had no time to react. Sensing the pheromones escaping into the air, the erroneous signals bewildered its senses. While it was still deciphering the information, it was caught off guard by the fierce blow. The sound of its hardened brown exoskeleton cracking echoed, and a yellowish liquid gushed forth. Success. A wave of joy surged through all witnesses of this sudden turn of events. The unexpected attack momentarily stunned the innocent giant mantis. Soon after, the sensation of pain restored its awareness, causing it to flap its wings and emit shrill cries, attempting to escape the range of the enraged mantis's attacks. However, the continuous release of pheromones relentlessly transmitted erroneous signals, ensnaring the giant mantis in a web of confusion. The originally one-sided assault devolved into a fierce melee, as the two giant mantises clashed violently, biting and tearing at one another, sending dirt flying and vegetation scattering in the chaos. The wound on the compound eye and the infiltrating pheromones stimulated the mantis's nerves, while the retaliatory strikes from its companion only intensified its fury. The tactile sensations of the attacks provided a target for its pent-up rage, the screeches becoming increasingly shrill as it opened its mouth wide, delivering a vicious bite to the victim's slender neck. The cacophony of anguished cries escalated, and the mounting wounds would only drive the irrational giant mantis into further madness. The victim was clearly outmatched. Retreating toward the entrance of the nest, its wings flapping rapidly, producing a sharp buzzing sound from the intense friction with the air. This was an alarm signal. Karoo had encountered these giant insects numerous times and was well acquainted with their vocal signals. He pressed his ear close to the ground, and soon enough, he could discern faint sounds emanating from beneath. Something was moving. The insects were stirring. The entire area reverberated with the cacophony of the two giant mantises engaging in combat, their sharp cries intertwining with one another, effectively masking Karoo and his companion's movements. Karoo, filled with excitement, straightened up and quickly gestured behind him, urging the warriors of the Cliff Corner tribe in ambush to remain alert and attentive to the unfolding situation. Shen Lichuan, too, felt a surge of exhilaration. His fingers trembled slightly above the activation switch of the T7 electromagnetic pulse bomb robot. He had once witnessed the emergence of a horde of colossal insects, the vivid memories igniting his nerves, causing him to swallow hard as the rhythmic pounding of his heart, reminiscent of a war drum, echoed in his ears. The two giant mantises continued their fierce struggle, though one appeared markedly weaker, struggling to withstand the furious onslaught of its enraged opponent. One side of its wings had been torn away, exposing a soft abdomen riddled with numerous lacerations, from which a yellowish-brown liquid mingled with emerald juices oozed forth, filling the air with a pungent, insect-like stench. Karoo crouched down once more, intently listening to the sounds beneath the ground, gauging the location of the swarm. The rustling noises drew ever closer, and Shen Lichuan could even feel the earth tremble slightly beneath him. "They're coming," Karoo whispered, tapping Shen Lichuan to signal that he could activate the T7 bomb. Shen Lichuan pressed his index finger against the switch with slight force, and the spherical device that had been lying quietly on the ground suddenly split open, extending four slender mechanical legs as if animated by a life of its own. It propped itself up and stealthily crawled towards the two still engaged giant mantises, following the predetermined route set by Shen Lichuan. It moved with the grace and agility of a nimble electronic spider, weaving through the complex terrain while deftly avoiding the falling debris from above. Concealed by the chaos of battle, the little bomb robot quickly approached its locked target. It deftly scaled the body of the giant mantis, wedging itself tightly at the joint of its body. Its four slender mechanical legs clung firmly, ensuring it would not be thrown off by the violent movements. The tremors from below became increasingly pronounced, as if something immense was stirring beneath the surface. The rustling sounds had begun to surround them, with the noise from the cave entrance being the most pronounced, even echoing with the sound of wings flapping. That was the response from the insect nest. The giant mantis, forced into combat, was already weakened, lying beneath its enraged adversary, its slender neck reduced to half, and one of its enormous compound eyes gnawed down to a mere remnant, its mandibles weakly opening and closing. That it sensed the signals from its companions in the nest, and its feeble limbs began to thrash violently. Its antennae bending backward in an attempt to capture more information. That it vibrated its remaining wing with great effort, striving to move towards the direction of the nest. That moment, the earth pile at the cave entrance began to quiver, as if some colossal entity was straining to break free from beneath the ground. Subsequently, countless slender antennae surged out of the cave, waving and quivering in the air, searching for airborne signals. Following closely were the gigantic compound eyes of the insects and their menacing mandibles that opened and closed. The giant insects emerged one after another from the depths, and the original cave entrance began to collapse under the sheer number of creatures pouring forth. From such a distance, Shen Lichuan could see the dark void beneath the entrance, densely populated with glowing specks. Those were the countless compound eyes of insects hidden in the darkness, radiating an eerie luminescence. Chapter 39. The swarm erupted forth, resembling a black torrent that instantly engulfed the surrounding ground. The collapse at the entrance deepened, and more insects emerged from the shadows, their compound eyes and quivering antennae creating an unsettling sensation for Shen Lichuan. He could not help but recall a shocking sight he had witnessed before his journey, an overwhelming mass of cockroaches layered upon a manhole cover. Illuminated by the dim glow of a street light, their glossy exoskeletons reflecting light, clearly visible as they scuttled about like a relentless tide. Even though Shen Lichuan was not particularly fearful of arthropods, that nightmarish image left an indelible mark on his memory. Now, as a similar scene unfolded before him, Shen Lichuan's complexion paled, feeling a churn in his stomach. Noticing Shen Lichuan's pallor, Karu quietly inquired, "Are you all right?" "I am fine," Shen Lichuan blinked, suppressing his discomfort. "Should we detonate it now?" "Wait a moment," Karu replied, his ears still pressed against the ground, refocusing on the raging giant mantises. Shen Lichuan observed that several more, a handful of young warriors from the Cliff Edge tribe, scoured the area among the insect carcasses, meticulously searching for any overlooked giant insects. The ground beneath their feet became damp and sticky, a sensation that greatly displeased Shen Lichuan, who pursed his lips tightly and tiptoed in distaste, following Li Feng toward the location of Kalu. As they drew nearer, the gaping maw of the cave revealed a stark landscape, littered with the gnawing marks of swarming insects on the exposed layers of soil and rock. The pit was eerily silent, with not a sound to be heard, as if the fierce battle above had not disturbed the tranquility of the depths below. The passageway leading into the cave was approximately 2 meters wide, sloping and twisting downwards into an abyss of darkness. It appeared that the mutated giant insects had not perfectly inherited the formidable climbing abilities encoded in their insect genes. Shen Lichuan scrutinized the underground tunnel, evidently excavated by the swarm, and remarked with a playful tone. Chapter 40. Facing the insect nest, the entire passage spiraled upward in a counterclockwise manner, with sunlight barely illuminating a small section near the entrance. The further they advanced, the weaker the light became, and visibility dwindled sharply, the air increasingly thick with the distinctive, nauseating odor of insects. With a reckless surge, they all flooded into the tunnel, a perilous venture indeed. After some deliberation, they decided to leave Kalu and the members of the Cliff Edge tribe at the entrance, while Li Feng and Shen Lichuan descended first to assess the situation within. As they rounded a bend, the faint light behind them vanished entirely, and both were swiftly enveloped by darkness. Gradually, as their eyes adjusted to the murky surroundings, they could barely discern the path ahead. They groped cautiously, proceeding with utmost care. After only a few steps, Shen Lichuan's hand brushed against something slimy on the rock wall. Instinctively, he twisted his fingers, feeling a distinct stickiness, slick and unpleasant. "That I seem to have touched something strange," Shen Lichuan whispered, tugging at Li Feng's sleeve to indicate the anomaly on the wall. Li Feng pressed his fingers against the rock face, cautiously exploring forward, and indeed, he soon encountered a slick, viscous liquid not far ahead. When he raised his hand, he could even feel the substance stretching like threads. Bringing his hand to his nose, a pungent, acrid odor assaulted his senses. This must be the secretion of the insect swarm. Li Feng remarked, his brows furrowed. At this, Shen Lichuan recoiled in disgust, shaking his hand vigorously. They turned another corner, and dim glimmers of bioluminescence became discernible deep within, approaching cautiously. They soon realized that the entire passage had been transformed. The original rocky walls had been superseded by a translucent biological membrane, pulsating at an alarmingly slow rhythm, as if it were breathing. The surface of the membrane was densely adorned with vertical rib-like protrusions, which Li Feng surmised might facilitate air circulation, supplying oxygen to the depths of the nest. Every few meters, irregular rings of bony spines emerged from the walls, their tips exuding the same viscous fluid. The glow emanated from these secretions. Gazing deeper into the passage, these luminescent spines resembled natural strips of light. Are we certain this is the passage we entered from? Shen Lichuan gasped, the sight before him taking his breath away. Is this truly the tunnel we came through, and not the throat of some extraterrestrial behemoth? For Li Feng, this was his first venture into the depths of an insect nest. Prior to this, he had only heard his old friends mention the term in passing. After all, with ample firepower backing them, insect nests and swarms were deemed the least threatening and least noteworthy of mutated organisms within the galaxy. Rated as a minimal danger, suspended at the top of the passage was a layer of translucent gel, encapsulating remnants of limbs, some reduced to mere fibrous tissue. The deeper they descended, the thicker the biological membrane lining the walls became. The increasingly dense luminescent fluid rendered the tunnel clearer, and beneath their feet, remnants of insects and fragmented exoskeletons began to appear. Shen Lichuan even kicked against a human skull, a discovery that startled him profoundly. This is truly perilous, he thought. Shen Lichuan stared in astonishment at the fluorescent veins extending from beneath his feet, momentarily frozen in place. Li Feng, observing the rapidly spreading green tendrils, felt a chill creep over him. His heart heavy with an ominous premonition. Just as he was about to caution Shen Lichuan to remain vigilant, a multitude of spindle-shaped dark blue insects suddenly emerged from the gelatinous substance on the ground. These dark blue creatures had seemingly lain dormant in the depths, awakened now by the luminous green glow. Each insect possessed 6 pairs of appendages. The first 3 pairs were long and covered in barbs, designed to grip the green tendrils tightly, while the latter 3 pairs were robust, raised high like pincers. They crawled out with alarming speed, drawn towards Shen Lichuan, as if compelled by some irresistible allure. Run, Li Feng shouted urgently, yanking Shen Lichuan backward. Terrified by the approaching swarm, Shen Lichuan kicked his legs frantically, attempting to shake off the rapidly climbing mycelial tendrils that ensnared him. However, his frantic movements only served to invigorate the glowing green filaments, illuminating the entire space with an intense brightness. The sudden light illuminated the dome above, and Shen Lichuan's pupils constricted as the scene before him sent his heart plummeting beneath the bright fluorescence. Li Feng too beheld the horrifying spectacle. The ceiling was enshrouded in a thick biological membrane, enveloping gigantic sacs that resembled oversized insect eggs. Many had already ruptured and dried up, hanging emptily, while a few remained, eerily reminiscent of pupae ready for metamorphosis. No, something is amiss. Shen Lichuan's voice trembled. There are indeed no mature giant insects here. They simply have not emerged. Yet, Li Feng's expression darkened as he scanned the surroundings. Noticing numerous large sacs lurking in the corners, under the fluorescent light, these sacs appeared to sense the external changes, trembling slightly and emitting a disconcerting clicking sound. That we must retreat, Li Feng urged, his voice tinged with urgency. This place is far more perilous than I initially anticipated. We need to leave at once. As he spoke, the green tendrils beneath Shen Lichuan's feet stretched further away, growing denser and thicker as they neared the insect nest. The fluorescence intensifying. Shen Lichuan intensified his struggle, but suddenly felt an overwhelming pull beneath him, as if the ground itself had given way. His shoes were ensnared by the mycelial strands, rendering him immobile. Pull me! Pull me! Shen Lichuan cried desperately. Li Feng gripped Shen Lichuan's waist tightly, exerting all his strength to drag him free from the viscous web of mycelium. The severed strands quickly withered and dimmed. Dark blue worms crawled up to Shen Lichuan's feet, and by the glow of the mycelium, he could see that some of the blue worms were clutching a cluster of translucent, spherical eggs beneath their abdomens. Shen Lichuan scrambled to his feet, hastily following Li Feng as they dashed toward the passageway. However, just a few steps out, a thunderous crash echoed behind them, shaking the ground violently, as if the entire insect nest were reacting in alarm. The green tendrils, sensing some signal, began to expand wildly, their luminous glow brightening to the intensity of daylight. Shen Lichuan turned to see countless compound eyes of giant insects stirring restlessly from the dome above. And beneath the fluorescent light, swarms of blue worms surged forth like a tidal wave. Shen Lichuan and Li Feng ran for their lives, the deafening roars echoing throughout the passage. The insect nest had fully awakened. And the sounds of skittering legs and rustling antennae filled Shen Lichuan's ears that he glanced back, witnessing innumerable eyes watching them from the darkness, glowing with an eerie green luminescence, with every ounce of his strength. Shen Lichuan pursued Li Feng, racing towards the end of the passage, his mind fixated on a singular thought: run faster, faster still, they must escape. Meanwhile, at the cave's entrance, Cam and the warriors of the cliffside tribe heard the booming sounds resonating from within the passage. "What is happening?" someone inquired, confusion evident in their voice. Karu pressed his ear against the rock wall, straining to listen to the commotion inside. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of alarm. "This is bad. Something is charging out." He turned to the gathered warriors of the cliffside tribe and shouted, "Grab your weapons and fall back. The insects are about to burst forth." Chapter 42. Detonate the second bomb. Upon hearing this, the warriors of the cliffside tribe reacted swiftly, arming themselves and retreating a few steps, their eyes fixed nervously on the passageway. Karu brandished a long axe, gripping the handle tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. He took a deep breath to steady himself, though his heart raced uncontrollably. The rumbling grew louder, and suddenly, two figures burst forth from the cave at lightning speed, none other than Shen Lichuan and Li Feng, who had ventured deep underground. In their frantic flight, Shen Lichuan gasped for air, stumbling several steps before regaining his footing. His chest heaved, face flushed, and despite his trembling hands, he clutched tightly to the T-7 electromagnetic pulse bomb he had carried with him. Shouting breathlessly, "Quick, retreat, let me set off the explosion." With that, he moved back slightly, crouching down to steady his hands as he began to adjust the settings. Li Feng racked the gun's bolt and shouted, "Fall back, they're coming." A fetid wind rushed from the depths of the passage, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. Just then, a piercing screech rang out as a gigantic mantis swiftly emerged from the tunnel. Its exoskeleton was still smeared with the viscous residue extracted from the flesh sacs, and its shell lacked the usual glossy brown hue. The warriors of the cliffside tribe rallied, brandishing their weapons as they charged at the massive mantis. Despite its size, the mantis moved with astonishing agility, swiftly swinging its forelimbs, the sharp blades slicing through the air, glinting ominously. "Watch out for its forelimbs," Karu warned loudly. One unfortunate warrior was struck by the mantis's limb, sent hurtling through the air to crash heavily onto the ground with a muffled thud. Witnessing this, Karu swung his axe fiercely at the giant mantis, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated sound of metal clashing did not resound. The blade easily pierced the exoskeleton, plunging into the mantis's soft abdomen. The softness momentarily stunned Karu. Regaining his composure, he continued to attack, shouting, "These creatures' shells haven't fully hardened. Don't be afraid. Charge in." He swung his long axe with rapid precision, severing the mantis's legs, and with a swift motion, decapitated it amidst its anguished cries. Soon, more giant insects surged forth from the passage, their wings buzzing as they screeched, charging toward the warriors of the cliffside tribe. The formation crumbled, and chaos erupted as the tribe members engaged in a fierce struggle with the swarm. "This is untenable. There are too many of them," a young voice shouted desperately. The agile swarm, despite their lack of hardened shells, wielded sharp mandibles and forelimbs that posed a significant challenge to the poorly equipped warriors of the cliffside tribe. As the number of insects pouring out of the cave increased, not only did the giant insects emerge, but also numerous dark blue worms crawled onto the ground. In the midst of the chaos, these small dark blue worms exploited any openings, quickly crawling up pant legs, their 3 pairs of powerful pincers clamping down on flesh and gripping fabric with barbed appendages that could tear away flesh with a single tug. Many warriors found themselves ensnared by these diminutive pests, their sudden, excruciating pain causing them to stumble and fall to the ground. Once on the ground, the the multitude of wriggling worms would swiftly climb onto them, gnawing and tearing at their skin. Some attempted to swat away the wretched creatures, only to have their hands caught in the pincers, blood gushing forth. The formation shattered, and numerous warriors were wounded in the fray. Li Feng, positioned above, aimed his gun, racked the bolt, and fired, repeating the motion relentlessly. Shen Lichuan, how much longer? As he watched the warriors of the cliffside tribe gradually succumb to the onslaught of insects, Li Feng's voice was tinged with urgency. Desperately inquiring of Shen Lichuan, who was hiding in a corner, adjusting the bomb. Right away, Shen Lichuan's fingers flew across the controls as he finalized the last setting, placing the T7 on the ground and pressing the activation switch. Everyone, shut your eyes. Drawing from previous experience, Shen Lichuan shouted a warning before pressing the button to detonate. Before his words had fully left his lips, a blinding light erupted, and everyone immediately shut their eyes. In the next instant, the familiar hum of the explosion reverberated, and an invisible shockwave radiated from the epicenter. The giant insects collapsed, and even the dark blue worms clinging to their legs and tearing at their flesh convulsed and fell from their trousers, landing on the ground. You damned pests! Seeing the small dark blue worms that had been torturing them also affected by the electromagnetic pulse bomb, the warriors of the cliffside tribe, enduring their suffering, ground their teeth and stomped down hard, splattering ichor everywhere. Karu swiftly swung his axe, forcefully striking down the now incapacitated giant spider before him, the blade slicing into its compound eyes, blood spraying forth. Without pausing, he quickly turned to another incapacitated insect. The effects of the electromagnetic pulse would not endure for long. Karu organized a portion of the group to swiftly exterminate the swarming insects outside the passage, particularly those pesky dark blue little creatures. Meanwhile, another contingent armed with Molotov cocktails accompanied Shen Lichuan to the subterranean nest of the insects. Exercise utmost caution. Within the nest, there are numerous eggs still in the process of hatching. Li Feng cautioned. Undoubtedly, the insect queen had sensed the intruder's encroachment. Otherwise, these freshly hatched colossal insects would not have rushed forth to defend their territory. As he contemplated the dense clusters of egg sacs beneath the nest, a layer of concern washed over Li Feng's eyes that he couldn't help but wonder if there were any recently hatched giant insects among them. After all, they no longer possessed another T7 electromagnetic pulse bomb. Ensure you grip the Molotov cocktails tightly and await my command to detonate, Li Feng instructed. There exists a peculiar fungal mycelium on the nest's ground. Be exceedingly wary not to become ensnared by it. And those dark blue insects, Shen Lichuan interjected. I noticed many of them were clutching eggs in their abdomens, presumably the parasitic eggs we encountered earlier. Be sure to secure your pant cuffs. We cannot afford to be parasitized by the eggs here. The group cautiously descended the passage, the stench of decay permeating the in the dim glow of the fluorescent light. Silence enveloped the passage, the ground slick with the viscous secretions of the colossal insects, producing a muffled, squelching sound beneath their feet. The translucent biological membrane covering the walls of the passage became increasingly animated, with rib-like protrusions arching upward, continuously supplying oxygen to the depths below. The luminescent green fungal carpet had not yet spread, though occasionally a few dark blue insects would dart out from the crevices of the bony spines, only to be swiftly crushed into a pulpy mess by the agile warriors of the tribe. As they progressed deeper, the number of dark blue insects swelled. Some crawled along the ground, while others lurked within the gaps of the bony spines, poised to ambush the intruders at any moment. Fortunately, their methods of attack were relatively straightforward. They would simply climb onto their prey and use their robust hind legs to bite as long as they remained vigilant and avoided close contact. The dark blue insects could be easily dispatched. Stay alert. Do not allow them to approach, Li Feng whispered, his gaze fixed ahead, unwavering. The attempts to infiltrate had fully awakened the nest, sensing the impending threat. Dark blue insects emerged incessantly from the shadows, producing a sound that sent shivers down the spine. The group stomped on the insects as if they were cockroaches. Upon spotting these dark blue pests, they would decisively crush them underfoot. Clearly, the effects of the electromagnetic pulse bomb had not reached this subterranean lair. The electromagnetic pulse bomb's impact has failed to affect the insects here, Karu remarked gravely. Everyone readied their weapons, prepared for any potential assault. As they ventured deeper, the situation grew increasingly dire. Upon reaching the passage's end, Shen Lichuan observed that the mycelium which had previously ensnared him, still lay scattered on the ground. It appeared that the fungal carpet had abandoned the mycelium extruding from its core. The tendrils had long since retracted, and the carpet's glow had dimmed. Even in this murky light, they clearly saw the enormous flesh sacs suspended from the ceiling, most of which had ruptured, their hollow shells dangling and dripping with repugnant slime. The ground was slick with thick mucus, and the mycelium writhed incessantly, some even climbing the walls. Not far away, the insect queen continued to lay eggs, though at a significantly reduced frequency. It lacks sufficient nutritional supply, Li Feng remarked, his gaze sharp as a blade. Fixating on the corpulent form of the queen, the once crowded swollen flesh sacs had diminished considerably. Their translucent walls now shriveled, revealing only a scant amount of nutritional fluid within. The outer layer encasing the active egg sacs had ruptured in many places, with the emerging larvae writhing in the thick mucus that had accumulated on the ground, seemingly feeding on the mycelium that had sprouted from the slime. Some egg sacs had torn open just enough to reveal plump, white larvae struggling to free themselves from their confines. The unrestrained footsteps of the group inevitably alerted the living entities within the nest. The glow of the fungal carpet intensified, and under the illumination, the conspicuously large insect queen loomed over the nest. Slowly shifting her bulk, she laid her last egg sac, retracting her elongated ovipositor back into her body. Immediately, she unfurled her vestigial wings, beating them rapidly. Her maw, lined with sharp teeth, gaped wide, emitting a piercing, jarring buzz. The entire space erupted in chaos, the air vibrating violently. The sharp, shrill sound waves assaulted the eardrums of the group, sending shocks through their nerves. The noise resembled rusty nails scraping glass, intermingled with the frequency of an infant's wail, sending chills down their spines and compelling them to cover their ears. It was unclear who fired the first shot amidst the auditory onslaught. A bullet was toward the queen, bursting open a gory wound on her bloated frame. The pain incited the queen to writhe violently, her head raised in a pained screech, the amber gel-like layer rupturing explosively, 12 nutrient tubes shooting from her abdomen, the ends splitting open into flower-like orifices. Those wielding firearms opened fire in unison, a deluge of bullets attempting to push back the queen. Oh, not stop. Target locked, Karu shouted, swinging his battle axe with force, decisively cleaving through the unhatched egg sacs. Beware of the tendrils, Li Feng exclaimed, swiftly seizing a nutrient tube that lunged towards Shen Lichuan. The moment his hand made contact with the fleshy appendage, it recoiled violently, and he quickly evaded its strike. Urgently warning, do not touch with your hands. The surface of these tubes is coated in acidic slime. Li Feng's voice was laced with urgency as he witnessed a nutrient tube about to lash out at Shen Lichuan. Instinctively, he leaped forward, pinning Shen Lichuan beneath him. The nutrient tube missed, crashing violently against the wall due to the force of its momentum. Fall back. Avoid its tendrils. Li Feng bellowed as he rose. He saw the nutrient tubes whip like razor-sharp whips, lashing out with corrosive liquid toward the members of the cliff tribe. Many were struck on bare skin, leaving behind a trail of painful blisters. Li Feng swiftly dodged, unsheathing his tactical dagger from his waist, and deftly slashed at the approaching nutrient tubes. The imminent danger heightened his focus, every muscle taut with tension. However, as the sharp blade met the fleshy appendage, a sharp sound echoed, and the dagger's edge became ensnared by the slime, splattering the foul, corrosive liquid everywhere. Shen Lichuan's heart raced as he drew the automatic rifle from his back, aiming at the writhing nutrient tubes before him, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Bullets flew erratically, the recoil of the weapon forcing him to stagger back. The nutrient tube struck by the hail of bullets erupted in a mist of blood, liquid and shredded flesh spraying in all directions. Li Feng, clutching his tactical dagger, relentlessly hacked at the nutrient tubes. The clash of metal against the sharp teeth of the mouthparts produced a resonant buzz. The already ruptured flesh sacs exuded an overwhelmingly nauseating stench, and the fungal carpet extended its slender tendrils, ensnaring the warriors attacking on the ground. The mucus churned and splattered, and everyone was consumed by a fervor for battle, fervently resisting the relentless onslaught of attacks. Of the 12 nutrient tubes, only 3 remained, the majority having transformed into an explosive mist of blood and debris, while others lay motionless on the ground, oozing liquid that attracted swathes of mycelium, greedily absorbing the cascading nutrients. The queen's appendages were firmly embedded in the nest she clutched, blood oozing from her wounds onto the ground. causing the previously dim fungal carpet to suddenly glow. The thick mycelium undulating like the tongue of some colossal creature, rapidly absorbing the blood streaming from the queen's body. The green luminescence spread, quickly transmitting from beneath the nest to fill the entire space, soon causing the surface of the fungal carpet to swell, as if suddenly sprouting hundreds of pustules. Scatter! Li Feng's roar coincided with the sound of the pustules bursting. The emerald acidic liquid poured down like a torrential rain. Two warriors of the cliff tribe, caught off guard, had their armor contaminated by the acid, instantaneously carbonizing. Karoo hurled a bone chain to ensnare the vascular tendrils above, swinging through the air, his bone blade sliced through two pustules. But the acidic liquid was absorbed mid-fall by the fungal carpet. These creatures could even reclaim their ammunition as the battle escalated into a fever pitch. The air thickened with the acrid scent of acidic blood. Many warriors found themselves splattered with this corrosive liquid, the intense acidity inflicting waves of unbearable agony. Amidst the chaos, the crowd became dispersed, and Shen Lichuan found himself cornered, pressed against a wall, gasping for breath. The exertion left his heart pounding, his chest heaving violently. He braced his weapon against a half-broken nutrient tube pressing against him. The severed end of the tube continued to convulse, foul liquid dripping from its jagged maw. Acidic blood trickled down the barrel of his gun, a few drops landing on Shen Lichuan's hand, searing into his skin. The acrid scent of burning flesh filled his nostrils, the pain surging like electricity along his spine. A primal growl erupted from Shen Lichuan's throat, the sharp sting igniting a surge of adrenaline within him. With a fierce push, he forced the nutrient tube back by half a foot. The magazine was emptied, leaving him to wield the gun like a club, fending off the relentless assaults of the nutrient tubes. Sweat dripped from his brow, veins bulging as he felt his strength rapidly waning. The population of the entire swarm is dwindling. Many of the egg sacs have not yet hatched and have already become a mass of mangled flesh. Numerous bullets penetrate layer upon layer of obstacles, detonating upon impact with the queen insect. The creature bears countless wounds, ceaselessly oozing blood. As time passes, the flow of blood diminishes, and the queen gradually weakens, her agonized shrieks fading into silence. The queen is nearing her end. Now is the time for concentrated fire. Karoo's voice, laced with blood, rang out as he picked up his fallen comrade's rifle, frantically squeezing the trigger in the direction of the queen. Bullets from every angle embedded themselves deep within her body, causing her to thrash her mandibles and emit a piercing scream. Under severe injury, her once firmly entrenched appendages in the nest began to loosen. A bullet struck her gaping mandibles, flesh erupting, and in her agony, the queen fiercely shook her head. It's done, someone exclaimed in astonishment. The queen's suffering seemed to disrupt the nutrient tubes under her control. The remaining 3 battered tubes suddenly convulsed, retreating beneath the nest. And before anyone could react, they forcefully plunged their mandibles into the viscous ground. The mycelium beneath froze momentarily, then began to proliferate wildly. The elongated tendrils quickly thickened and ensnared 3 warriors from the cliffside tribe nearest the nest, cocooning them in a rapid frenzy. Before they could even cry for help, they were swiftly wrapped into human-shaped cocoons. The struggling cocoons writhed violently, yet the mycelium binding them constricted rapidly, and soon, under the corrosive influence of the mycelia, they ceased to struggle, fall back, retreat. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Karoo reacted swiftly. Those nutrient tubes were supplying sustenance to the mycelium, catalyzing its growth. The massive centipede sensed the commotion in the surroundings. It lowered its body, mandibles opening and closing, consuming everything it could reach. Retreat to the corridor, prepare to throw the Molotov cocktails, quickly. Li Feng sheathed his weapon and hurriedly backed away. The mycelium, under the catalytic influence, grew rapidly, extending towards the location of the fleeing group. Realizing the urgency, Shen Lichuan also wished to escape. However, he was already quite close to the nest, and in such a short distance, he couldn't outrun the expanding mycelium, which ensnared him on the spot. The mycelium's growth accelerated, gradually catching up with the fleeing individuals, while the colossal centipede heard their frantic retreat and began to crawl towards the area of greatest commotion. We must not let it escape. Quickly throw the Molotov cocktails to stop it. Seeing the giant centipede move towards the corridor, Karoo's eyes widened in horror. He shouted, "Throw them now, or we will all perish here." No sooner had he spoken than some quick-witted individuals pulled out their Molotov cocktails, igniting them and hurling them at the monstrous centipede. The bottles shattered, flames leaping upon contact with the slime, quickly soaring high. The fire licked at the mycelium tendrils, rapidly invading their territory in the darkness. Countless Molotov cocktails ignited one after another. The flames crackling at the bottlenecks emitted a hissing sound, and soon, these fuel-filled vessels were hurled to the ground with a series of loud thuds. Erupting into massive fireballs that formed a sea of flames, the fire illuminated the underground space as bright as day. In the corner, layers of mycelium wrapped around Shen Lichuan, leaving only a small gap for him to glimpse the bright flames not far away. The sound of crackling oil was incessant, and at that moment, a tremendous explosion roared, the force of the flames in the blast nearly propelling Shen Lichuan away. Under the intense impact, his vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. The rapidly rising flames consumed the oxygen in the space at an alarming rate, while the accumulated slime on the ground contained a significant amount of long-stored biological oils. Causing the fire to spread swiftly, the explosive sounds of the burning oils echoing throughout the space. The high temperatures not only repelled the mycelium, but also halted the giant aberrant insect's advance. The scorching heat distorted the air. The intense flames reflected in Li Feng's eyes as he ran at the rear of the group. Turning around, he heard the resounding explosions within the space. This is bad. No one had anticipated that the underground nest would harbor a substantial amount of flammable gas. The flames ignited these long-dormant gases, and the resultant shockwaves caused the already loose soil to tremble precariously. The tunnel is going to collapse. Hurry. The warriors of the Cliffside tribe helped each other as they fled along the passageway. Chapter 45. The underground laboratory beep. Beep. The sharp, electronic sound continued to ring out persistently. So noisy, Shen Lichuan furrowed his brow, straining to open his eyes. It was pitch black before him, his mind a chaotic swirl. Instinctively, he attempted to stretch out his hand to silence the irritating noise. Just as he tried to move his limbs, a sharp pain shot through his arm. Hiss. He inhaled sharply, the pain jolting his muddled mind into clarity. As his consciousness returned, Shen Lichuan recalled the explosion in the nest, and that he had been knocked unconscious by the shockwave. I'm still alive? He was stunned for several seconds before it dawned on him that he seemed to be lying on the ground. A dull ache throbbed at his forehead, likely from hitting his head, and the intermittent pain in his arm indicated a possible fracture. Gathering his strength to regain control of his body, Shen Lichuan pushed himself upright, his right hand supporting his head, while his left hung weakly at his side. It was very dark here. After his eyes adjusted, he could barely make out some indistinct shadows. This appeared to be a confined space. The air carrying a dusty scent reminiscent of an ancient house suddenly opened after years of neglect. The ground was quite clean, and Shen Lichuan felt some withered, shriveled mycelium tendrils. Those must have fallen from his body. Additionally, there were some brittle sheets of paper, likely aged and crumbling with the slightest touch. Clearly, this was not the nest where Shen Lichuan had lost consciousness. As for the electronic sound that had awakened him, he glanced at his limp left arm. The black wristband quietly adhered to his wrist, its glass faceplate flickering with a faint blue light. Each time the pale blue light illuminated, the crisp electronic sound accompanied it. Shen Lichuan touched the glowing faceplate. The flickering blue light projected into the air, revealing a line of text before his eyes. Low energy. Device has entered low power mode. Please recharge as soon as possible. Shen Lichuan was somewhat bewildered. The strange device, which had been inoperable, had suddenly powered on without his knowledge and was functioning normally. How on earth does one use this? Shen Lichuan mumbled, wishing to silence the bothersome alarm. Yet no matter how he fiddled with the small device, touching it, pressing its glass screen vigorously, it yielded no response. And the floating pale blue text remained unchanged. The device on his wrist continued its incessant beeping, reminding Shen Lichuan to recharge, only aggravating his headache further. Abandoning the investigation of the wrist device, Shen Lichuan stood up, using the faint glow of the text to survey his surroundings. The room was spacious. Shen Lichuan leaned against the wall and walked around, finding no lighting fixtures. The instruments scattered throughout the room appeared to have been inactive for quite some time. The floor was littered with various papers, many of which had fallen from toppled cabinets against the walls. Shen Lichuan picked up a few sheets, but the light was too dim to discern the chaotic scrawl written upon them. In the center of the space stood a research table and desk, coated with a thick layer of dust. On the desk, a test tube rack held several shattered vessels, fragments scattered across the surface. with some test tubes still bearing traces of dried liquid at their bottoms. Unknown reagent bottles lay overturned nearby, their labels long since faded, leaving only mottled remnants. This appeared to be some sort of laboratory. Shen Lichuan pondered, "It seems I have unwittingly fallen into an ancient ruin deep underground." Before long, the floating pale blue text began to dim, eventually vanishing, leaving only the faint glow on the wristband. Without a light source, Shen Lichuan could only stay close to the wall, groping his way step by step in an attempt to find a door to exit this room. There was no light, let alone water or food. If he couldn't find a way out, Shen Lichuan feared he might succumb to being trapped here. He also wondered if Li Feng had noticed his absence. Shen Lichuan recalled the explosive sounds he had heard before losing consciousness, and the shattered debris he encountered upon awakening. It suddenly dawned on him that the space housing the insect nest had likely collapsed. The possibility that they believed themselves to be dead seemed increasingly plausible. After all, who could have anticipated that one might escape death in such dire circumstances? Ultimately, it was imperative to rely on oneself for salvation. With renewed determination, Shen Lichuan resumed his examination of the layout in this strange environment. He sighed, resigned to the task of locating an exit, while also hoping to uncover a blueprint of the entire underground facility. Generally speaking, research institutes located underground, especially in secluded areas away from populated zones, would be equipped with dedicated energy supplies to maintain the normal operation of the facility. Not to mention, even after all these years, the air within this abandoned underground complex continued to circulate. This alone assured Shen Lichuan that there was, indeed, usable energy sustaining its function, provided he could find the switch to activate it. After a considerable period of exploration within the room, he finally stumbled upon something resembling a door. The metal beneath his palm felt chillingly cold. Before he could investigate how to open this door, he noticed a small red light flickering in the darkness, which soon transformed into green. Following this, he heard two brief beeping sounds emanating from ahead, and the metal door he was touching swiftly slid open to either side. Shen Lichuan, caught off guard by the sudden movement, stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Shrouded in darkness, he squinted and perceived what appeared to be a long corridor. The corridor was spacious, with doors on either side. One was only slightly ajar, as if the sliding mechanism had jammed, rendering it impossible to open. The other door, however, was wide open, revealing numerous equipment cabinets, the majority of which were locked and inaccessible. In front of this door stood a control panel, with some indicators still faintly glowing. Though the light was dim to the point of being nearly imperceptible, this was precisely the central control room Shen Lichuan had been searching for. As he approached, he felt a sudden warmth at his left wrist. Quickly glancing down, he discovered that the screen on his wristband had unexpectedly illuminated, projecting a series of lines into the air. Connecting to control system. Connection complete. Configuring system settings. Configuration successful. Access granted. The final line of text flickered a few times before vanishing, and in that instant, all the indicator lights on the control panel sprang to life. Then, an electronic voice resonated within the control room. Insufficient energy. Would you like to proceed with restoring power supply? Chapter 46. Experiment records. The lights within the underground facility flickered on, restoring power to most of the expansive area. The door at the opposite end of the central control room was locked, leaving Shen Lichuan with no choice but to retrace his steps. Exiting from the other side of the research room led him to a documentation room, cluttered with a plethora of files and data documents. Due to prolonged improper storage, the majority of these documents had deteriorated. Shen Lichuan rummaged through them, attempting to locate any useful information, ideally a floor plan of the abandoned research facility. He sifted through the papers. He unexpectedly uncovered a volume of experimental records. These records were densely filled with incomprehensible experimental data that failed to pique his interest, and he was on the verge of discarding it when he spotted a small paragraph resembling a diary entry written on one page. The handwriting, inscribed with charcoal, was somewhat faded due to the passage of time. Today's progress has been quite unsatisfactory. The combinations of these genes are more complex than I had anticipated. Unsuccessful, severe rejection reactions. This has made us realize that gene has compatibility issues. Flipping back a few pages, he noticed another entry in the same handwriting scrawled in the margins. I have not stepped outside for an entire month. All because of that damn IT ruined the samples I painstakingly edited. All previous efforts wasted. How infuriating. He must be one of those sent by them to sabotage my plans that I will not let them succeed. The further he delved, the more forceful the handwriting appeared, with deep impressions left on the page, nearly penetrating through to the other side. It was evident that the writer was becoming increasingly agitated. Shen Lichuan muttered to himself. He continued to leaf through several pages, and the data within these records became increasingly chaotic, with many sections heavily crossed out and hastily annotated with new experimental data. One page was filled with scribbles and scratches, where he could barely discern a corner with the words, "Another failure." After flipping through several more pages, he finally discovered new text again. The handwriting had returned to normal, flowing smoothly, with the data clear and coherent. "My hypothesis is correct. The new gene editing. The embryos are developing exceptionally well. Let those mechanical scum witness this. They have no idea of my greatness. I will be the most distinguished scientist in this galaxy." Gene editing. Upon reading this, Shen Lichuan paused momentarily before continuing to flip through several more pages. The writer's handwriting gradually became distorted. The paper wrinkled and even stained. These chaotic scrawls suggested a hurried attempt to jot down thoughts. Damn it, the shattered leaked. The subsequent text was utterly illegible, but he could vaguely make out a word resembling evacuate at the end. This volume of records came to an abrupt halt here, with all spaces that should have borne the author's name obscured. It appeared that this deranged scientist had no intention of revealing their identity. Shen Lichuan closed the notebook, contemplating the people from the Cliffside tribe. From these fragmented statements, it was not difficult to piece together an evident truth. The research conducted in this abandoned laboratory revolved around gene editing. And they seemingly succeeded in completing this research project. As for the reason behind the facility's abandonment, Shen Lichuan could only speculate from the final segment's fragmented phrases. It was likely due to some improper experimental procedures that led to contamination, forcing everyone to evacuate in haste. The ultimate product of this leakage. Recalling the ancient legends from the Cliffside tribe, Shen Lichuan instinctively felt that the entire tribe had been transformed into mutated beings due to gene pollution. They were human, yet distinctly different, possessing fangs, thick hair, and a healing ability far surpassing that of ordinary humans. With skin thicker and less prone to injury, in the face of these mutated beings, Li Feng and Chun Yao seemed unfazed, indicating that, in their understanding, such anomalies were rather common throughout the galaxy. It appeared he had indeed succeeded in the end. Shen Lichuan mused to himself, just as he was about to return the notebook to its original place. He suddenly noticed a line of very small letters written in charcoal on the back cover. HFR-BGI-017. It resembled some sort of code or identification number. Shen Lichuan noted this sequence of letters before shifting his focus to continue searching. And to his surprise, he found the floor plan of the underground facility. The entire underground structure consisted of 3 levels. The top level was marked as a quarantine warehouse, while the middle level included a documentation room, research room, central control room, equipment room, and office. Shen Lichuan had already visited the research room and central control room. The equipment room was behind a locked door that he could not open, but at present, there was no pressing need to enter. The next level contained the living quarters, energy center, underground launch shaft, and maintenance center, with the door's location conveniently indicated beside the launch shaft. Each level was outfitted with drainage and ventilation ducts, all of which discharged at the base of the doors. This door must be the large one that he and the captain discovered at the bottom of the cliff, especially since the entrance was adjacent to a river. The drainage duct's exit should be by the riverside. This also explained why those insect eggs appeared abundantly in the river. As for the underground launch shaft, Shen Lichuan gazed at the considerably larger space compared to the other areas. Regardless of which path he chose, he would ultimately need to traverse the launch shaft below to unlock the door of this underground facility. Surely, it could not be that a spaceship, which he desperately needed, was hidden down there. Shen Lichuan pondered. Holding the map, he hesitated between heading to the energy room or opening the research facility's door first. He recalled his wristband, which had been incessantly beeping due to low energy. Suddenly, Shen Lichuan regained his senses. Ever since he departed from the control room, he had not heard that irritating beeping sound again. The electronic screen, which had previously flashed blue lights in alarm, had now dimmed significantly. He tried adjusting the wristband with his right hand, and the screen flickered momentarily, displaying a line of text in the air. "Would you like to restart the device?" There was only text, with no options or clickable buttons appearing on the screen. "Yes." Shen Lichuan attempted to respond verbally. "Neural connection in progress. Please wait. The moment the text changed, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist, as if something had pricked him. Almost immediately, a violent headache surged through him, causing darkness to encroach upon his vision. The pain was unbearable, his temples throbbing intensely. He bit his lip, tightly shutting his eyes, enduring this moment of excruciating agony. Once the pain subsided, he realized he was drenched in cold sweat, his lips split, and his mouth filled with the metallic taste of blood. Suddenly, he felt a line of text materialize in his mind. Terminal activated. Firewall enabled, searching for signal. Chapter 47 RCP-001. Am I hallucinating? The intense pain lingered, and Shen Lichuan pressed his forehead tightly, sensing that his mind might not be entirely clear. Otherwise, how could he have felt as though words were flashing in his mind? Permission acquisition successful, establishing transmission channel. Still not fully recovered. Shen Lichuan perceived another line of text that perhaps it was not accurate to say he saw it. A more precise description would be that he sensed this information. It was a feeling that defied description, akin to having something suddenly added to his mind, or rather, a consciousness that did not belong to him merging into his own awareness. For instance, at this moment, Shen Lichuan was not consciously thinking or attempting to capture any information, yet this cognition appeared in his mind, almost as if it had materialized effortlessly. Permission? What permission? What is a transmission channel? Just as Shen Lichuan entertained these thoughts, he felt more information integrate into his awareness. Permission for consciousness connection with the host. The transmission channel refers to the physical or logical pathway used for data signal transmission, essentially the carrier for data from this device to the host's consciousness. Shen Lichuan stood there, momentarily stunned. After some time, he finally grasped what was happening to him. The wristband inscribed with the letters SLC was actually a common wearable device before the onset of the mechanical crisis. Specifically an AI control terminal, essentially a micro-intelligent computer. In that era of advanced technological civilization, it was an indispensable basic device for humanity, serving a purpose akin to that of a smartphone combined with an identification card. This explained why Shen Lichuan could access the underground research facility. His AI control terminal possessed the necessary permissions for this abandoned structure. In other words, the moment Shen Lichuan entered the research institute, the AI control terminal in his hand had already recognized and taken over the entire underground facility. As for why it had permissions for this location, Shen Lichuan could not ascertain. The AI control terminal responded that the relevant data had been locked and requested a password to unlock. Shen Lichuan had no password to provide. Abandoning this locked data, he continued to access other available information. Once accustomed to the terminal's operational mode, he couldn't help but marvel at how unexpectedly efficient it was. It felt as though he had integrated a high-speed computer with intelligent AI into his mind, allowing him to swiftly call forth the stored information with a mere thought. This retrieved data did not require personal reading. It would directly fuse into his consciousness, except when the influx of data became overwhelming, necessitating some time to digest the sudden surge. The only drawback was that invoking too much data would lead to headaches. 001 explained that this was due to Shen Lichuan's brain not yet adapting to this intensity of data input, requiring time to build tolerance. 001 was the designation of Shen Lichuan's AI control terminal, and upon reviewing its manual, he noticed its model listed as RCP-001 within 001's database. Many data entries were locked, leaving Shen Lichuan with access to only a small portion. This limited selection included numerous materials related to mechanics, a plethora of design blueprints, research data, and even sketches of 001's design. Shen Lichuan also stumbled upon the personal information of the original owner, which stated, Shen Lichuan, mechanic of Origin Life Science Technology, accompanied by an electronic photo that bore an uncanny resemblance to his appearance prior to his traversal. The original owner of this body appeared quite formidable, sharing his likeness. Could there truly be some connection between them? Shen Lichuan pondered. He also discovered the design blueprints of this underground facility in the database, marked with the name of the Research Institute, Human Federation's 17th Research Institute of Biological Genetic Engineering. He recalled the code scribbled in charcoal on the back of that notebook, which turned out to be the abbreviation for this underground research institute. With the design blueprints in his mind, he no longer needed to glance down at the paper map with every few steps. Furthermore, Shen Lichuan found that the map in the database indicated a small spacecraft stationed in the first level of the underground launch shaft area. There really is a spaceship here, Shen Lichuan marveled. Armed with the extensive database in his mind and the built-in AI assistance, he felt more than capable of repairing a spaceship. Yet, he mused, he was uncertain how different the theoretical knowledge would be from practical application. Regardless, he concluded that he needed to exit this place first. With a detailed map and permissions, leaving the underground research facility did not take much time. IT had been abandoned for quite a while. When the researchers evacuated, they left no survival supplies behind and took all the spare fuel rods with them, indicating they had no intention of returning. Shen Lichuan's left arm throbbed painfully. He was hungry, thirsty, and eager to reunite with his teammates. With the vast database in his mind, he did not worry about his identity. Pocketing 3 access cards he had found in the office, he opened the main door of the underground research facility. Striding outside, he noted that it was getting late, and he needed to hurry back before darkness fell. Meanwhile, on the distant central star, hundreds of meters underground, a buzzing sound of electrical currents suddenly erupted. In the darkness, a blue beam of light illuminated the surroundings, slowly moving to reveal a colossal shadow concealed within the glow. This blue beam emanated from the massive shadow. Moments later, a multitude of red signal lights flickered to life in the darkness, their flashing indicating that the previously dormant mechanical entities had all shifted to an active state. Their cameras, used to capture external visual signals, opening and reflecting the dim light. The entire space was filled with chaotic electrical signals. And the more activated mechanical entities there were, the noisier the electrical disturbances became. Just then, a mechanical electronic voice resonated, capturing special signal frequency, parsing. The synthetic female voice echoed in the vast space, sounding as though it had not spoken in a long time. Each word was pronounced oddly, interspersed with sharp, jarring electrical noises. The signal was interrupted, parsing failed, and the system began to recapture the signal. The more it spoke, the smoother the electronic voice became, its pronunciation growing clearer and more emotive. Until eventually, it was indistinguishable from a human voice. That it was a familiar radio frequency. "I am certain he has returned." Whispering with a sigh, the blue luminescence pointed into the distance, seemingly locking onto a position. As the beam moved, the densely packed red signal lights in the space all turned to follow the direction of the light. "Find him," with a tone that was both serious and cold. As the words fell, all the red signal lights began to flash in unison, and invisible electromagnetic waves rapidly diffused outward from this focal point, slowly transmitting across the entire star system. The signal contained a brief message: "Locate RCP-001." Chapter 48: The Disappearing Signal. "The signal has vanished." Shen Yao blinked, her tone somewhat displeased. "Has the position been changing consistently before it disappeared?" Li Feng inquired. "It's hard to judge." Shen Yao replied hesitantly. "The distance is too great. If my bionic ocular implant's signal positioning is not precise enough. However, before the signal disappeared, there was no significant movement. We need to hurry and get there as quickly as possible." With that, the two of them broke into a run. The unknown gas underground ignited, and the explosion occurred suddenly. The underground passage collapsed rapidly, and everyone scrambled to escape. The scene dark and chaotic. It wasn't until they emerged from the tunnel that Li Feng realized Shen Lichuan was not among the crowd. The entire open area had caved in, the rock layers collapsed, and it was impossible to discern the original state, let alone find a way back to the underground space amidst the rubble and soil. Clearing away the debris would require considerable time. Li Feng made a quick decision to return to the Cliffside tribe to find Shen Yao. Before their departure, the three had injected themselves with a microchip designed for real-time monitoring of their physical conditions. When bodily functions rapidly declined, it would transmit an alarm signal. Shen Yao's mechanical eye was precisely capable of receiving and capturing the signal transmitted by this chip. This chip was developed primarily to detect whether an individual had been parasitized by an alien species, thereby preventing highly infectious and rapidly reproducing dangerous parasites from residing within the human body, which could ultimately lead to the annihilation of the entire team. It merely possessed a somewhat imprecise positioning function as a secondary feature. As long as he found Shen Yao, he would be able to ascertain Shen Lichuan's condition. The absence of an alarm would indicate he was still alive. If he was alive, they could devise a way to rescue him. This singular thought occupied Li Feng's mind. Leaving the members of the Cliffside tribe behind, he hastened back. Fortunately, when he found Shen Yao, Shen Lichuan's signal light was still illuminated. No alarm meant his physical condition remained within a normal and controllable range. Confirming that Shen Lichuan was still alive, Both Li Feng and Chun Yao sighed in relief. The parasitic issue plaguing the Cliff Edge tribe has been brought under control. Those afflicted by the parasites merely require time to recuperate before they gradually improve. As for the urgent medical interventions needed for those infested, Chun Yao has imparted all necessary techniques to Valona. She packed some medicinal herbs from the tribe's supply and took the last remaining vial of healing serum. Hurrying after Li Feng towards the location of the worm nest, Chun Yao activated the monitoring function of her bionic eye, attentively tracking the small green, representing Shen Lichuan's signal. Midway through their journey, Chun Yao was astonished to discover that the signal had begun to move, that he was not only alive but appeared to be in good health. Her tone was a blend of astonishment and delight. The signal's movement indicated that Shen Lichuan's condition was significantly better than they had initially surmised. However, before she could fully relax, the once slowly moving signal abruptly halted and began to flicker, only to extinguish moments later. This sudden turn of events took them by surprise, rekindling the anxiety they had briefly set aside. Thus, the earlier exchange of dialogue ensued. While running, Chun Yao inquired of Li Feng, "Even if we reach the location, have you considered how we will access the underground? The space occupied by the worm nest must surely have been destroyed. The ground had collapsed severely, and there were no sounds from the worms. It was likely that all life in that space perished in the explosion." Li Feng spoke with conviction. If the monstrous creatures released by the queen worm didn't survive, how could Shen Lichuan still be alive, let alone awake and moving? Earlier, they had discovered a concealed door at the bottom of the cliff, leading them to speculate that there might be a hidden, abandoned underground facility beneath the worm nest, which the nest likely occupied. His ability to move suggested he had entered that very facility. Seeing Li Feng's certainty, Chun Yao refrained from further questioning and simply asked, "Are you confident you can open that door?" "Not really," Li Feng replied succinctly. "The door was custom-made. Even with weapons, they might not be able to blast it open from the outside. It would be utterly impossible for them to force it open with their bare hands." "Then you..." Chun Yao hesitated, but Li Feng interjected. "However, such a hidden underground structure must contain two essential elements: drainage pipes and an air circulation system." Chun Yao immediately grasped Li Feng's meaning. "But you haven't forgotten that there are parasite eggs in the water, right? Even if you find the drainage pipes, we won't be able to enter smoothly. Then we can use the ventilation ducts." Li Feng interrupted her anxiety, quickening his pace. As the sky gradually dimmed, the pair hurried along, and unexpectedly encountered Shen Lichuan, who was cradling his arm and hurrying past. Both parties were startled. "What are you doing here? What are you doing here?" Compared to Shen Lichuan's surprise, Chun Yao's expression was one of sheer shock. "As if she had seen a ghost. I found an access card and a map inside, so I managed to get out." As he spoke, Shen Lichuan presented his injured arm to Chun Yao, saying, "It seems I may have fractured my arm. Please have a look." The terminal that had originally adorned his wrist had already been removed. After establishing a neural network link with the terminal, Shen Lichuan could easily detach it at will, and reattaching it was as simple as placing it back on his wrist, where the wristband would automatically lock, making it highly convenient. Shen Lichuan even inquired if 001 could discard the terminal, as the data, once linked to the neural network, seemingly resided within his mind, rendering the terminal unnecessary. However, 001's response was a firm no. Not only could it not be discarded, but it also had to be securely stored. If the terminal were to stray too far, communication anomalies or even disconnection would occur. Furthermore, 001 corrected Shen Lichuan's misconception. The data did not exist in his mind. All information was stored on the terminal and could simply be accessed via the neural connection. Once Shen Lichuan removed the terminal, 001 would go offline, just as it was now. Handing his arm to Chun Yao for proper support and stabilization, Shen Lichuan felt a sense of relief as the pain in his arm subsided. Chun Yao scanned him up and down multiple times, and aside from the fractured left arm and a minor head injury, he bore only some abrasions. Thus, the healing serum was temporarily unnecessary during the treatment. Shen Lichuan discovered that a small chip monitoring his bodily condition resided within him. What exactly happened? Why did the signal disappear? Chun Yao scrutinized him with suspicion. Perhaps the explosion damaged it? That shouldn't be the case. Chun Yao clearly remained unconvinced by this explanation. Shen Lichuan thought to himself, it must have been the activation of the terminal that triggered the firewall, blocking the signal. However, he chose to remain silent. Being blocked was preferable. Having a tracking device embedded within him was unsettling regardless. By the way, I managed to bring the map out. Shen Lichuan retrieved the access card and map, handing them to Li Feng while briefly explaining the situation regarding the underground facility he had observed. Chapter 49. The Federation reconnaissance ship. Are there still ships inside? Upon hearing about the presence of a ship, Shen Yao visibly perked up, tightly gripping Shen Lichuan's arm, her excitement manifesting in a flurry of questions. What kind of ship is it? How big is it? Does it have a weapon system? How long can its energy last? The pain in his already fractured arm intensified as Chen Yao squeezed it tighter. He inhaled sharply, grimacing as he attempted to extricate his arm from her grasp. Realizing her mistake upon hearing Shen Lichuan's wince, Chen Yao awkwardly released him with an apologetic smile. Their S-1 ship parked in an area labeled as an underground launch bay, but it seems more like a hall. With hardly anything inside except for that ship, as for the ship itself, well, to be honest, I didn't get a good look. I only glanced hurriedly as I was anxious to return to find you. Shen Lichuan carefully cradled his injured left hand, moving it further away from Chen Yao, fearful she might impulsively squeeze it again in her excitement. As long as it exists, we can go see it ourselves. Chen Yao's eyes gleamed with excitement as she turned to Li Feng, suggesting, Captain, did you hear that? A ship. We must hurry and check it out. Seeing her fervent enthusiasm, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head with a mock-serious expression as he gestured towards Shen Lichuan, who stood nearby cradling his arm. Look at him. He barely escaped death from the explosion and went through considerable trouble to find us, only to end up injured with a fractured arm. Rather than considering how to help a teammate rest, you're dragging him to see a ship? What's the rush? The ship isn't going anywhere. After hearing Li Feng's words, Chen Yao realized her eagerness was somewhat inappropriate. She stuck out her tongue, still a bit reluctant, and asked, Are you really not going to take a look? Shen Lichuan, however, was rather unconcerned. Most of his injuries were superficial, and while his left arm was indeed fractured, it had been properly treated. Going back to see the ship was feasible, but, gurgle, before he could articulate his thoughts. His stomach audibly protested. Silence enveloped the trio, an awkward tension wrapping around Shen Lichuan, compelling him to fidget with his toes. Well, I haven't eaten all day, so... Shen Lichuan offered an awkward smile, attempting to diffuse the delicate atmosphere. Upon hearing his words, Chen Yao snapped back to reality, hastily rummaging through her belongings to produce a few gray root cakes she had stashed away. Fortunately, due to her higher-than-average energy expenditure, particularly when activating her mechanical bionic body, she had developed the habit of carrying food with her. This habit proved useful now. The gray root cakes were somewhat dried out, and as Shen Lichuan took a hefty bite, he suddenly found himself choking. Observing this, Chen Yao quickly pulled out a small jar of water, originally intended for cleaning his wounds. Chewing the cakes while drinking water, Shen Lichuan finally felt revitalized. Seeing his intense hunger, Chen Yao stood by, occasionally offering him sips of water, while Li Feng refrained from interrupting their exchange. The daylight was already waning, and in this brief interlude, the sun, which had been drifting westward, sank lower in the sky. The light dimmed further, and Li Feng began to calculate the distance back to the Cliff Edge tribe. Unable to suppress a quiet sigh this hour, returning to the tribe would likely mean encountering darkness midway. While the jungle during the day was relatively safe, nighttime concealed unknown dangers, and traveling in the dark felt unsettling. Nevertheless, their current location would not take long to reach the underground research facility, and they would surely arrive before darkness fell. Unexpectedly, Chen Yao's wish was fulfilled. With this thought, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Once Shen Lichuan finished eating at a more measured pace, having ceased his frantic consumption of the gray root cakes, Li Feng shared his plans with the two. So, we will likely be staying at the underground research facility tonight. What do you both think? Li Feng inquired. While it seemed like he was seeking both their opinions, he was primarily soliciting Shen Lichuan's perspective, disregarding Chen Yao's eager expression as he regarded Shen Lichuan with warmth. I am amenable to anything. Shen Lichuan, however, is indifferent to the location of tonight's gathering. Compared to the cliffside tribes still reliant on torches and kerosene lamps, the evidently more advanced and modern underground research facility captivates him far more. The concealed entrance, after Shen Lichuan's departure, seamlessly seals shut. Hidden within the rock face, the three of them stand at the threshold. The sensors installed at the entrance suddenly illuminate with an ethereal blue scanning beam, enveloping them. With the biometric verification successfully completed and access permissions confirmed, The towering gate, akin to a reawakening prehistoric behemoth, gradually swings open. A cold, white synthetic daylight pours forth. Wow, now this is what civilization ought to resemble, Shen Yao exclaims in awe. The first-floor hall is eerily vacant, with the nanolights of the dome continuing their dutiful operation after a century of dormancy, illuminating every detail of the space with crystal clarity. She inhales deeply, the dust of the enclosed space mingling with the metallic scent characteristic of ionized air, an aroma she has scarcely encountered before. This marks Chun Yao's inaugural experience entering a structure from the pre-era, in the aftermath of the mechanical crisis. Only scientific expedition teams typically scour the galaxy for remnants of the bygone age, retrieving invaluable data and research apparatus to bring back to their respective planets. She has only seen depictions of such underground edifices through the lens of archaeology, the vast subterranean launch shaft, the bright illumination, and the quietly towering spacecraft in the distance. All of these elements leave Chen Yao utterly enchanted. Li Feng's attention, however, is entirely consumed by the colossal steel entity at the center of the launch shaft. The streamlined silver-gray hull, adorned with a honeycomb energy matrix, remains imposing even under a layer of dust, unable to conceal its formidable aura that he cannot resist the urge to trace his fingers along a 5-meter-long gash on the ship's shell. A sudden sharp sting pricking his fingertips, the remnants of the quantum shield still repelling intruders. This is a reconnaissance vessel. Li Feng's voice quivers imperceptibly, betraying his excitement, but a product from before the mechanical crisis. According to records, it was standard for the Human Federation fleet, equipped with a warp engine capable of theoretically surpassing the fourth cosmic speed, that I had the fortune of seeing one just like it back at the base. Though it was considerably more antiquated, Chen Yao's hand has already reached for the spacecraft's hatch. The last vestiges of energy appear to have been entirely consumed by the recently activated quantum shield, sparing her from any burns this time. The biometric panel on the hatch remains inactive due to the lack of power supply. Regardless of her efforts, Chen Yao finds herself unable to open the hatch. Even after activating her bionic mechanical prosthetic and straining for quite some time, she ultimately concedes in frustration. Breathing heavily, she turns to Li Feng. What on earth is happening? I've cranked the power of my bionic prosthetic to the maximum. Why can't I still open it? It must be locked down. Li Feng muses, stroking his chin, his uncertainty evident. He lacks experience piloting this vessel, having merely overheard discussions at the base. It seems that this model of spacecraft is equipped with multiple locking mechanisms, some of which have entirely independent power supply systems separate from the ship's structure. Not only is the hatch sealed, but the compartment intended for refueling is also barren. The grid that should host helium, 3 fusion fuel rods, now just a repository of static dust. If there were fuel rods, this craft should be capable of taking off without issue. Li Feng meticulously inspects the vessel's condition. Overall, it appears to be in good shape, save for the numerous visible scratches on the hull. Yet, finding fuel rods is a far more arduous task than locating parts. Chen Yao sighs, retracting her hand with a sense of disappointment, crossing her arms despondently. I had hoped we could return to our home base smoothly.